credentials and doing lots of advanced mathematics and not thinking.
We can reduce the general population's IQ by some measurable amount because of that lead in the gasoline. That's a crazy story.
Completely. I mean, that's my thesis is that half of the country is lead poisoned, and that's part of the problem why we have the country that we have.
What years was the leaded gas? Leaded gas.
To the public,
Hardly a fucking thought. Let me see. 1996. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that was like right after I graduated high school. Damn it. I'm toast. My brain's cooked.
Well, yeah. I mean, so Gen X and millennials have a very high level of lead poisoning.
Is that why I'm like this?
Maybe. I mean, I think that's why baby boomers are the way they are.
Wait, so what are the symptoms of like lead poisoning?
Sometimes I just jerk, randomly.
Lower IQ, higher aggression, less empathy.
Pretty aggressive.
So,
I am kind of aggressive. I'm very territorial.
Like literally explain everyone that voted for Trump.
So lead poisoning just describes roidness, basically. Symptoms are.
No, if you have lead poisoning, you're one of the best lead poisoned people out there.
Thank you very much.
I have lead poisoning. I for sure have high levels of lead in my blood. We all do. Generationally.
I am a great lead poisoned person. And nothing wrong with it.
I will buy that shirt.
I'm rocking my Iron Maiden shirt right now, so kind of liking it. Yeah.
is there like a way to detox from it? Like, is there a way to get it out of your system?
No, it's like mercury. It just kind of, it just like goes in your organs and kind of hangs out. Your body can't really. There's no like function liver for it. Yeah. Your liver needs to be able to attach do a little chemistry thing to it to make it potable, so you can get out, clear your urine.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just your liver doesn't have it didn't evolve to deal with lead or mercury.
I think there's some sorts of medication.
Like charcoal? Isn't that like...
You can eat giant truck charcoal if you want. But you should, have some water in it too. It's kind of gonna dry you out a bit.
Yeah, I mean we're supposed to top out at what was it? 10.2 billion by 2060. But the rate of the rate that we are replacing people is slowing down because people are having less children, right? So I don't know how creatively we can get to have an infinite growth of the economy with a population that's starting to slow down in terms of replacement.
UBI. Resources and renewable technologies.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if the tech giants were smart, right, they would ask Pappy Trump to pass a law that says that modular nuclear reactors are now the way that these data centers are going to be powered. And if they were even smarter, right, to ingratiate themselves to the towns that they're building these monsters in, is to put a water treatment plant at the tailpipe end of these facilities so that you're replenishing the water, you're feeding clean water out. So you're not just sucking up the aquifers, right? You're putting it back in. But in a country like this, that takes regulation, right? And that's not going to happen. So like we are literally on a path to catastrophe if we have an exponential growth in AI, because the infrastructure itself will not be able to support it. So if Texas shuts down because it got too cold one year, right? What does that tell you? Like that we're going to be okay when these giant data centers are sucking up 6 kilowatts of energy, which is going to happen within less than 10 years.
So, do we have like a war? I'm sorry, maybe I'm like uneducated on this, but do we have like a war with AI with other countries? Like, is there a reason why we're like trying to have so many?
To
backyard.
I won't be mind being killed by like
No, they wanna go
geometrical shaped horde of drones coming towards me, like some weird fucking tetrahedron fucking collection of weird little drones, and then they just what they do, like they shoot little darts at me, like what are they gonna?
I'm not going to chase that rabbit. To answer your question, Christina, we are in an economic war with China to get to artificial general intelligence and superintelligence, right? And the major players in the United States are at war with each other. So it's not necessarily national interest other than China and Russia, but Russia hasn't been a major player in this for a while.
Yeah, but a lot of funding comes from the Middle East, and Saudi Arabia specifically, and so now we're fucking around the Middle East, and we have this conflict of interest with they're
starting to buy
stabilize the area that we depend on to finance our fucking
stupid
insanity.
stupid, and we created we have one of these elected presidents.
And if the United States was a human being, this dumb, lumbering idiot, like he just like tries to pet, it's like a mice with man, he tries to, pet his
diabetic, missing toes, open sores, drooling on themselves,
I only drool on
eating Chick-fil-A.
Christina, do you know how many folks that voted for Donald Trump?
Do I know any?
Do you know how many?
I did. I'm not.
You did?
Good idea. That's a major red flag.
Yeah.
It's a red hot. It's not just a red
The literal red flag.
Literally.
Every empire has come through the same thing, though. Turning into that fucking rabid, horrible, self-satisfied, lack of. The irony is when Hansen talks about imagination should be used to go right. Obviously, the world was going to have to change with the advent of AI and robotics. How do the people? How do we eat? How do we survive? How do we have the lives? Yeah, and my point was, I can't go past the fact that it can't happen under capitalism. So I'm not against AI or robotics. It's just I don't think it can exist in the world that we live in. And capitalism also, in my life, the difference between the rich and the poor since like the 60s is it's just beyond anything. It's just massively increased. So, trillionaires, billionaires, God, when I'm on
people can support heat during the winter. Like that level of greed.
And that's the other thing that we're not talking about, right? Between the 70s to now, it used to be that the owner of a company made 7 times more than their lowest paid employee. Now it's 300 to 700 times more. And to answer your question, Austin, it was 77,302,580 people voted for Trump.
77 million?
Yeah.
What
Do you think
percentage
that
of
number would
the
change? Do you think that number would
All of
change
it.
now?
Well, I mean, the Republican talking apparatus is turning on Trump, right? Like he's lost Tucker Carlson, he's lost Candace Owen, he's lost one of the blonde ones from Fox News. Like I forget her name, Megyn Kelly. He's losing people that were his sycophants, and they're like Tucker Carlson. Literally, he made an apology video, being like, "My bad, I fucked up. I got this guy. I helped get this guy voted in. It was wrong of me. Blah blah blah. I'm sorry." Which is, okay, great, fine, but that doesn't help anything, right? And a lot of the people that voted for him are learning brutally that their vote was wrong, right? You have these dudes that were voting for Trump because he was going to be anti-immigration, and now their wives or husbands got deported. Oh, too bad. So sad.
Yeah, but to be fair, there was a reason they did vote for him. Partly because it was an alternative, and they were looking for change.
There was Kamala.
Well, yeah, you're right. They were looking for change, and but we already had a Trump presidency, so he was to some extent a known quantity. In his first round, only was less catastrophic because he had adults around him being like, no, you can't do that. No, you can't just shoot protesters in the leg. No, you can't do this. Where now he's surrounded himself by a bunch of alcoholic sycophants that just do whatever he says. Right?
I get that. I totally. I'm not defending him.
No, I'm not saying that you are.
From a democracy point of view, though, it shows it's a failure in the political system to have.
Yes.
Choice is the wrong word. I don't know, but he's a consequence of a failure of politics as a way of expressing choice for people to vote.
You're extremely right on that. Yeah, he does show the one good thing about Trump is that he's shown all the weak spots.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
And if we're smart,
failure to communicate.
no one can eat 50 eggs, Royvis. No one can eat 50 eggs. But you're right, and so when you have a political system that runs on money, corporate money, foreign government money, right? Then you have politicians that are spending most of their time getting re-election money than actually doing things for the population. And I've learned when I was in high school, I thought Bill Clinton was a good president. I was like a dyed in the wool Democrat, and I hate the Democratic Party. I don't like the Republican Party either, but I hate the Democratic Party for the one reason that their inaction telegraphs exactly what their values are. They don't care. They're going to get paid anyway. And yeah, things are better under Democratic rule. Like budgets do tend to get, balanced or close to or managed better. And the infrastructure tends to keep running. But they're still getting paid by the same people. They're still getting their marching orders from the same billionaires and trillionaires. And so and every member of Congress goes in, having 500,000 in their bank account and comes out millionaires because of insider trading, because of illegal activity that would be illegal in any other profession, right? So how these people are never gonna rein themselves in, right? It's like the police. They're like, oh, we killed somebody. We're gonna look into it ourselves. It's like, well,
Yeah,
okay.
that'll never happen.
It's like, okay, fuck it. That's stupid.
Well, self-regulation never works. And going about regulators, you can have good regulation and bad regulation. It's a bit like, the smoking industry. So the percentage of people with lung cancer now compared to the 70s is like at least 50% less. The government the tobacco companies, they were going, smoking doesn't cause lung cancer. Fuck off, of course it does. Yeah, but the government had to step in to regulate. So there's good regulation, and then there is bad regulation. I get that, but just because there's bad regulation doesn't mean there should be no regulation.
Correct.
Isn't bad regulation just no regulation, though?
No. Sometimes there are rules.
There's some really bad regulation.
Yeah, that are just antithetical to the point. But you're right that a lot of no regulation also happen.
So, what is the resolve in all of this, though? The people who are in power are just puppets, and there's a small percentage of the puppet masters doing this. So, how are we going to actually make a change? Because there isn't going to be any regulation, because these people are being paid off to make sure that they just keep doing what they're being told. So how do we stop this? Because it's been going on for decades, but people are finally taking
Read
off.
the fourth turning. The system breaks is how you fix it. The system breaks. You get the global catastrophe. People learn these hard lessons, and then you have about 30 to 40 years of upward growth and mobility and stability for people. And then the billionaires forget the lessons of the past and start doing their shenanigans again.
And then proliferate. I think making sure people with horrible character like Trump have no chance of winning.
Well, like,
People waking the fuck up, but the right turn woke into a curse word. People
Well,
need
like,
to wake the fuck up.
what I don't understand is why we don't have like really not extreme, but like intense psychological like psychoanalysis of people before they can run for political office. Like, why are we not having these people tested for
Absolutely. That's a
like
great
antisocial personality disorders? Like, making sure these people aren't psychopaths, sociopaths. So, like,
Because the Epstein class is never going to regulate itself.
You know, the only way you can beat a psychopath is if you are a psychopath, okay? That's usually the logic that people put into, oh, well, at least our crazy guy's on our team. And then you end up voting for crazy people. No, this is like a huge thing. Their personalities are exaggerated, so are their flaws. And when people look at such adversaries, their decision.
no, I'm saying, like, you cannot run for office unless you pass this test.
Yeah, because
So then they will just become undetectable. So that's not a good path. Usually
I was going to say, like, not everyone realizes when you run for president, they don't just have one job title, they have two. They have, like, more than one job title. Their main job title is President of the United States of America, but they're also the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. military, and they're in charge of a nuclear red button that can kill millions of people, literally. I have an idea, like, presidents should be able to pass the military fitness to return to duty and the physical fitness tests before they're president. I think that'd be sensible.
Yeah, but you have to amend the Constitution to do that, which requires 2/3 of the psychopaths. You may not solve the problem. I mean, many of us have, I hope all of us are familiar with the idea of the banality of people, right? A lot of the time, people are bad, but they're not committable, okay? They're not clinical. They're just bad. And you can't come up with a test for people just being bad.
There's really good psychometric tests in the 21st century, but like just being able to be,
But
just
also
being
not
able
a
to
psychopath
fit
because you're bad.
I'm not a psychopath.
Well, but also,
A person is not a psychopath just because they're bad. So the idea that you get this test and it assesses whether you need. Sure.
yeah, Batman is a psychopath, right? Batman is a good psychopath.
There probably are no psychopaths enough.
But it's just a bare minimum. I shout that for a president.
Yeah, and anyone just in politics in general. I just feel like there should be levels of like understanding how to just be a decent, good person. Not even like being a good or bad person. It's beyond that. Like, you have to have a level of empathy to be able to be a good leader. And you also have to be somebody who's not like ridiculously selfish and try to be somebody who's more, I don't know.
All those reasonable people would never work for that job, though. All the people who sound reasonable would never take the job because it's too much.
Good. So then we need people who are like not like that.
Christina and Austin, if this test was going to be there, who would administer the test? Who would decide what
Professional
things to go?
psychiatrist.
Who would decide which psychiatrist and which psychologist?
We just run the void comp test.
Process doesn't include any political decisions, and it's all scientific. Right? You're creating something that is right to look for psychopath. You want to challenge
Yeah, but they
that.
should know. They should know. They should actually see the stats of this person's
they know, Christina. They know, Christina. They do.
No, they don't. I think most people are very naive. I think most people are very naive to that stuff. I think people still want to believe that, like Trump, that he really had like their best interests at heart. I think these people are very naive, and now they're seeing that that's obviously the furthest thing from the case.
Christina, do you know what it takes to change the Constitution of the United States?
No one's trying to change the Constitution. I think it's just having checks and balances.
This is not an argument against the substance of her position, Benjamin. It's just not. You're just talking about some procedural stuff. But the problem with Christina's idea is not that it's difficult to implement, it's that it is wrong. Okay, and we should not change the subject of that. Christina's idea is incorrect. It's bad policy, it's immoral. It will lead to more problems. It will not solve any problems.
I actually agree with Jason. I don't agree with Jason a lot. The this one I do agree with. It's a separate matter.
Can now be sexual harassment.
Whoever the power wants.
Or weaponized censorship the next time around. So it's, yeah.
We already have weaponized censorship in the United States, right? So but that's the thing. We live in.
But I'm not saying that this is information that this is like something that, if possible, an unbiased like set of doctors, professionals in this industry with set standards, with set metrics, science backing this up, to be the ones that can be like, this is your result, you can now move on to the next step. It's just procedural. It's not something that we need to.
But you'd have to amend the entire American political process to do.
But that's
what's
not
wrong
an
with
argument
that?
against the substance.
It's highly
Last time we did that, we had a civil
That's
war.
not enough. But that's not an argument against the substance. And Christina, I understand that that is what you want to achieve. And the problem is that's a bad idea. Okay? And it's okay.
See what Christina wants is to change the way we think and how we feel. And we don't want
One reason that's a bad idea thing. None of these people that you're trying to exclude from office are clinical in any
You
way.
don't know
None of them
that.
would fail.
Well, listen, the whole point of a psychopath is that they can be subclinical and undetectable.
Yes, that's another point.
Not true,
Which
actually.
is that you cannot reliably detect a lot of these things anyway. Okay, so you have two problems there, okay? One of them is bad people are not psychopaths. A lot of the time they're just bad. They don't have anything mentally wrong with them. They just are bad.
I think you're thinking that psychopaths equate to like.
No, what I mean is they aren't clinical.
People
Bad
support
people
them.
are not diagnosed
So it's
with something that's wrong with them.
if Texas shuts down because it got too cold 1 year, right? What does that tell you?
Kill this person,
Like,
maybe not, or whatever. But how do you evaluate
We're gonna
that on an adult inventory? On something like a Minnesota multi-phase.
I want to help Jason out here by saying that power is one hell of a drug. And the more power you get, the more unfettered power you get, the most likely to make decisions that seem less moral. Right? We see this with a lot of cops in the United States, right? That shoot first, unload a whole fucking clip into someone's back, and then go, oh, what did they have in their hand? Right? Or how government officials do insider trading while barking at corporations for doing the same thing, right? Or corporations themselves being considered legal entities that are alive, but they're immortal. Like there's all these things. So power is one hell of a drug, and if you want to solve a lot of these problems, you need distributed power. But I feel like we don't really operate that way, and I think that you could have that for a little bit, but then the schemers and the people that want to take advantage of the system, that want power, that are addicted to power, will start doing their shenanigans again. So that's why I say you have to let it break. You have to let it collapse, which it is, right? We're in that time in history where the 80-year cycle repeats.
Yeah, I mean, historically, a societal change has never come from government. It's come from the people and a revolution. And I believe that humans act best as a community. So,
You want to get them in here?
it's like if you have a village and the elders are in there and they're looking after their community. I think that the problem we have in the world that we live in is that we're too detached from actually our leaders. And, the cliche is, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. So, I agree with that.
I think once we're solidly in the age of Aquarius, a lot of these things will then make sense and be able to tie up some of these threads, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, the meaning of
we're
life
in
is
the transitional period astrologically, which I don't think any of you.
I thought you didn't like astrology. He's in the bathtub.
You
Okay.
guys feel like rubber ducky? You a little less bath bomb in there?
Disorders are not as common as they are, but they are in fact very common. And in fact, most people who do get into positions of power do have some level of that. So I'm not saying that all people in politics have some level or degree of that disorder, but most of them probably do, because it just requires a certain level of mindset and desire that takes you away from being really, I don't know, associating and feeling.
Jason, I said that earlier because no one can fucking hear you.
But that is my last part on that.
I can't help you from here. I need to hire me to work on your audio. Probably. Set up some wedges, run some cables.
But I think we should just all live on a farm and raise our own animals and just live like it was in the 1800s, 1700s. I think that will solve all our problems.
I say we go full Bronze Age.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not even being sarcastic.
Gladiator fights.
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, you would love gladiator fights.
Jason.
Jason, your mic is like super duper low.
Did you pick up a higher vibrational frequency to communicate with? I'm going to be with this woo-woo today. With these. Holy shit.
Hey, Royvis, aren't you supposed to be on a date right now?
Meeting at 5.
Wow.
In this old Hollywood bar that's quiet and dim.
Did you pick it out?
Yeah.
Good job.
Who's that picked me?
You're the one who's like, I'm gonna make her choose what we're doing.
I'm making her drive. She has to drive a little farther than me, actually. Yeah, it's fine. So.
How is it now? How is it?
It's just noisy. You got like some white noise. It's fine. I don't mind white noise. It helps me sleep. You guys ever sleep with like a white noise generator in the background? I have like an air purifier to keep on next to my fucking head.
Oh my god, I do that too.
See? I got the blue one.
Recordings of the beaches of Portugal.
I thought you listened to Roy this fuck all night.
Oh no, that's only when I'm fucking, actually.
How do you? I like how your wife like. Hey, how do you know it's the beaches of Portugal you're listening to?
Because literally the YouTuber shows you a photo and like says, "Hey, this beach," and then they show another beach, and it's just beaches of the world. So my favorite one, the beaches of Portugal, for whatever.
Sounds different.
It's just a preference. It's like, oh, do you like this? Do you like that? So like, you just have a listen through. And let me know.
Are you done like an A/B comparison, like different beaches, sounds and waves, or?
Yeah. Like a lot of A/B testing and stuff.
Double
yeah.
Blind. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Pretty crazy. Not double blind, single blind, but.
It's too bad Romero left, but I think Romero's onto something. Yeah, we need to lower the stakes. I mean, power over time concentrates, institutions drift over time. And every so often you have to reset and rebalance the powers of the institutions. We've seen a big drift toward a more and more powerful presidency and a more different and ineffectual legislature.
And aloof, detached population.
What do they have in their hand?
Going into their own.
Right? Or how government officials do insider trading. What?
Through something like the militia system. You just have to get everybody out of their house once a quarter, out to the train together, rotate them to other states and stuff like that, and make civic duty part of people's lives in this small. And like countries that have conscription say it has very positive
Guess who's back?
something like that in this country per se.
Alright, just one little clip, ready?
How old was your dog when...
Jesus, so growing up in Los Angeles in the late 80s, with the highest exposure to leaded gasoline exhaust in U.S. history. As a child born in 77, you were in the bullseye for environmental exposure. But, long-term, subtle, and often invisible impacts to your cognitive, mental, and physical health, even if you did not suffer from overuse. Yeah, I'm like, probably, yeah.
What could I have been without the lead poisoning?
What could I have been without the fluoride and the lead poisoning? What could I have been? Fluoride equity now! Life binding equity now!
Stay usually longer than that because from working with one company for any period of time, you only learn from what that manager can teach you. But by rotating for 20 or different institutions or places, lending places, I was able to pick the best of their production models and create my own.
Than a lot of parents. And for our children, for our nephews, nieces, grandchildren, and there are way too many people pushing things before even regulation has been discussed. And it sounds very vague what I'm saying, but I have a lot of thoughts and I just trying to find and collect my thoughts. And what I'm seeing is that a lot of people are not. Why are people not asking? Stop. This needs to stop. We need to talk about regulation first before we can think any further about, how agents or the whole AI evolves, right? So, I mean, they have driven up the capitalism for a reason, right? It made a lot of people corrupt. It made a lot of people become become materialistic, greedy, and in the process, I think humanity has just lost the values. And I think, and this is, I think, the core message that I wanted to give over. I'm somehow struggling. It's quite late here. I'm in London. We need to go back to our values and ask, what are our values? What does an ideal world look like for us? Not only for us, but for our children. And I think then we will get the balance back, potentially. We don't ask ourselves enough who we are. A lot of people don't know who they are, what they value. We just don't have the capacity anymore. Everyone is about survival. Everything has gotten so expensive. It's just so much stress, even in places that used to be very serene, beach vibes. Life has gotten so expensive for them as well. So it's not the world that we once used to know, and I think that also doesn't give us a capacity to reflect.
Well, thanks for that, Kendall. I really appreciate that submission. And I think, it's in alignment with what I was thinking as well. Because, I think what I like about this conversation is that, no one apparently seems to have automatic opinion on where this is all heading. So, I went through different cycles, especially related to technology. At first, I was jaded about it. I was like, okay, I really don't see what the whole fuss is about. And then I started using the technology, and I became excited. I was like, okay, I'm excited about that. But I know there's other considerations that I'm not having. What does this mean? And I started reading, about the philosophy, ethics related to AI, and all of the possible opportunities and negatives. And yeah, I don't have either handle it. I think you probably like impact where you're not just thinking about your possible kids. Or if you even decide to have kids, but you're thinking about all kids and what the future looks like. So I started thinking about what the future of education looks like, and what opportunities presented and what opportunities going to change. But I think with the most latest book that I'm reading is what Brian's been speaking to, is the reality of the technology and people who started it. So everybody's familiar with it, and how they were actually one of the first games. Dennis is actually a master chess player. And in the book it talks a lot about his exploits in chess and Go. And one of his first startups was a company called Elixir, which was gaming. So there's a close connection between gaming and AI. And the technology has been developed along similar patterns where some of the different, when he talks about the initial investors like Peter Thiel and Luke Sackles and Bryn and Larry Page, and when you read that part, there's a lot of people with deep political and ideological perspectives on humanity, and they see AGI as a way of actually implementing those ideas or controlling those ideas, right? And unfortunately, needless to say, some of these people are not the best people. Some of them are literally those exploiters, capitalists, billionaires that we think is actually what's ruining.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
Faculty.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with
There you go. Looks a little crazy.
by my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none. Save me, your Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet, and I fear. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue fear of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. The wand of double power in the voice of the master. By the word I invoke thee. The waves of music and the song that I made of old to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike My brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on none. Say it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and tithe. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue veil of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I am the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike thy king. By the sword I am the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. My brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given on none. Say it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and tithe given. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue veil of the interwear. hand is thy sword of revenge, and its right take thy king. By the sword I the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Say it thee. Of thee, O Lord, by the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, flashing a ray that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue veil of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers trail on the feet of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. The wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham by the word I invoke thee. The waves of music in the song that I sing all to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its right take thy king. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none. Say it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue beard of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of pearl, to run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I never wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I don't the waves of beauty in the soul that I made all whole to invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Strike thy king. By the sword I am the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I white and gold, and mine the blue veil of the interweb. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers trail on the feet of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I never wand of dawn, power in the voice of the blessed. I never have by the word I invoke thee. The song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strive for by the sword I the voice of the 611 voices, mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy teeth. By the sword of thee, by the voice of the 611 are the voices, Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. My brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none. Say it thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue veil of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of hell, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I am the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. The waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy teeth. By the sword I invoke thee. By the voice of the 611 are the voices, Abrahadabra. is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none. Say it thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe. I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophets and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue beard of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. The waves of music in the song that I sing are bold to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and its right thy reach. By the sword I invoke thee. By the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the sword of revenge, and it's right that I by the sword I the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of prophets and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue beard of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine are the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. The waves of music in the song that I sing of old to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its right thy teeth. By the sword I invoke thee. By the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. thy sword of revenge, and strike the voice of the 611 are the voices, Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none. Say it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue beard of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of hell, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine are the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham by the word I invoke thee. I got down through waves of the soul, I need the Lord to invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword, he says, Abraham.
I just think that the whole thing message, I'm happy that robot AI takes over every job, yeah, and I can have a great
have a certain amount of women, a certain amount of gays, queers, skiers, or people that ride fixed gears on their bikes. Doesn't say any of that. Right? It is a smorgasbord of different kinds of outreach that looks at different kinds of experiences. You can have affirmative action in the workplace and still be all white. It doesn't always lead to results. It also encourages people to to not look at things like names on a resume. So a lot of hood niggas like you might be called Jaquan Jenkins.
My name is Christopher.
Okay, I didn't say you. I said like you. They might be called Jaquan Jenkins.
Or
Shanae or
I
Shanae.
check white on my resume every time. You know how many interviews they got?
And then you showed up and they had you arrested.
No, then I showed up and I got the job.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, but why do you think I got a job now?
No, you didn't. Anyway, let me just get into this. I mean, you're not really listening. You're like telling jokes. I'm not going to waste my breath. You think what affirmative action is, and you just, I'm so fascinated by black men like you who are conservative or Republican in their politics, and so they say, but want reparations. It makes no sense. Let me guess, you like to read the sheet.
Don't even know who that is. I personally don't want reparations. I think that the black community as a whole, I work for the shit I get.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
You don't think the black community, if you get reparations, they didn't deserve it?
No, that's not what I'm saying either. I'm saying that it doesn't change. It doesn't sway me one way or the other. Do I think that the black community deserves it? Yes. But am I gonna cry about it if I don't get it? No. Instead, I work my ass off. Yes, but do I think we deserve it? Yes, but am I gonna cry if we don't get it? No, because I don't think
No one's crying. No one's crying. So I love this. So I want to go back to your point. So you think that Republicans are more likely to hold up reparations for black people? Why do you think that?
I think that I would rather trust the devil I know than the devil I don't. And I know the devil. I know that the Republicans ain't shit. And they will say it. Specifically, this president we got now.
No, stay on affirmative action.
He openly say he ain't shit as a Republican.
Stay on reparations.
Okay, you said why Republicans? Why not? This is why.
I'm talking about judges. No, judges. Stop. But judges.
The only judges I know locked me up.
Stop it. You said Republicans on the Supreme Court will be more likely to uphold reparations than Democrats. That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking about the county judge that locked you up for beating your girl's ass. I'm not asking about.
First off, why you disrespect me, bro?
Well, I don't know what you got locked up for. What you got locked up for?
Yeah, you could have asked. Not for that. Not for drugs. Thank you.
Oh,
I don't beat women. I don't beat women.
Was you taking them or you were selling them?
I was selling them.
Oh.
But that was years and years ago. But that's not the point. I don't do that, bro. I'm a carpenter now. I got 5 children.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
I'm still interested in this idea. So Republican judges are currently knocking down everything that black people and their allies fought for when it comes up to the Supreme Court. But somehow to you, that's better for reparations. I just don't understand that.
So for me, I guess for me, it's through every presidency in my whole life, I don't think anything has gotten better for black people.
Really?
Not really.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So, how old are you?
38.
Okay. So you were around for Obama. You don't think black people's economic situation from the end of Bush was better than by the end of Obama?
No, not for me. Not for me, and not for anyone that I know. No.
You said black people. You didn't say your circle.
Okay, well.
See, y'all always do that. You mentioned we're talking about 40 million people. Now it's about.
Okay, well then I'll still say no as a whole.
Okay, cool. What was black unemployment when Obama took office?
No, I don't. I mean, they probably gonna say it was like 80%, and then when he left, it was like 20 or some shit.
No, I think it was like 17% at its peak.
And then what? It went down to what, half?
6 or 7.
That's not bad. I know.
Under Trump, it got to its lowest ever in his term, and then under Biden, it got even lower. You think black people's unemployment is worse? Has it gotten better since Bush?
Well, considering I have a really good job, I would say that things have gotten better. But the only thing with things getting better is they're starting to have to hire people because it costs to live here. Like I've
never had more. Like, I make good money, and I still go paycheck to paycheck. But okay, that's just the American dream, but that's a different thing. Let me ask you another question. Since you were in prison, have you ever looked at the incarceration numbers when they peaked?
Oh, they're
mass
high.
incarceration?
They're high. They're still high.
Are they higher or lower now?
Technically they're lower, but they're still high as fuck.
They're significantly lower.
Yeah.
So is that better or worse?
It's better because they finally started letting. So here's the thing, like, you mean when you say incarceration numbers, do you mean people that are in or people that are getting jailed?
People that are incarcerated. Incarceration crested. That means reached its peak and started to come down around 2010, 2011.
Yeah, that's when they stopped arresting people for dumb shit. Because they used to arrest you for everything.
That's what I'm saying. So is it better or worse?
It's right now. It's better. Right now, it's better.
2 minutes ago, you said nothing was better. Brother.
It's not better. It's not.
They changed laws.
Okay, but
prosecutors stop prosecuting.
Who gives all the votes? Who's city council? Who's like all the way up the chain? And this is like what you just said is exactly why I think that the Republican and Democratic party shouldn't even exist, because it should be on the backs of the people of what we want as a whole. Whether my vote might be some outlandish shit, but if there's if there is 3 million people in a state and 2 million of them vote one way, that's what should happen. It should be the people. That's why it's saying we the people. It shouldn't be, well, I'm a Republican, so I'll take it under advisement, but I'm going to go my way regardless. And then go to the fucking electoral bullshit with these bit of votes or all that nonsense. It should literally be on the people. So that's what America should be. That's not what it is. So shit's going on. People getting act up. Oh, well, they want this. You know what? We're going to finally give it to them. Okay, we're going to legalize weed, but everybody that's in prison for that, we're going to leave them there, but we're going to stop arresting people for it. That's the big part of why crime went down, or not crime went down, but jail went down. They didn't let people out that shouldn't be there. They just stopped arresting people for certain things.
What's the difference? So
the difference is I know people that are in prison still that got arrested in early 2000 for weed.
Yeah. So the claim that you made, let me continue.
I wouldn't necessarily call it better. I'll say it's different. I wouldn't call it better.
So fewer black people.
1.3 to 7 cases per 100,000 Hispanics or fewer are.
I would guess and say 100,000.
A lot.
What about the check? I mean, you said how many? Let's see. In federal prison.
No, prison in general, not
there are. That's relatively low. Okay. I'll look and see number of black in prison. How low these are. It's about 1 million.
That's a fucking lot.
It is. I didn't say it was good. I said it was better. And the only way to get to it to be good, unfortunately, is to work through a system. You check out of the system, it's not going to help you.
Yeah, I get you. I
got you. Go this other.
life expectancy.
Is life expectancy higher or lower now than it was when we were coming up?
Would you say, are you talking like life expectancy if you're just a healthy person and like how you live, or are you saying like life expectancy living in the hood, like
overall? Just overall.
The overall number is probably going to say better.
So I don't
agree with the better, because
this is
so many motherfuckers are using shit, you know what I mean, but whatever.
Okay. This is the life expectancy from 2000 to 2019. It increased most for black people.
The Chicago mayor's race, it is 10 months away, but...
Should I tell you why?
Certainly.
People couldn't be denied for coverage. It had mandatory screenings that had to be covered. So there used to be a gap in cancer
A money race for the
between black people and white people. Because of Obamacare, that racial gap is now negligible. Should I put the paper in the chat? See, you're so jaded and cynical, and I understand why, to be fair, that you don't want to hear the new information. But like Dick Gregory said, I had the information. When they killed Michael Jackson, they killed him with a laser. I saw the check, nigga. And so I'm telling you, as a square bitch ass nigga, that's the information. And so now we're encouraging what? More black
property taxes are not going up next year.
evidence. It is already
Earlier and earlier, before Obamacare. It's called the cancer screening racial gap. Huh? Am I saying it's perfect? No, I'm saying it's better. Extracting ourselves from the system is not helping.
I don't remember the last time I went to the doctor.
It's a personal issue.
There's a Democrat, Republican to pick you up on a lot of black people don't go to the doctor.
Black men, the women.
Well, yeah. Well,
This
that's
is actually something that the brothers.
so
This is something that what does that mean?
they need to go to the doctor.
Wait, so women fucking who are they fucking each other? They scissoring? What's going on?
They be out there fucking, and anyone that
So who are they sleeping with?
anyone that almost bleeds to death every month needs to go to the doctor.
Women almost bleed to death every month.
As far as I'm concerned.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, so who are the women sleeping with?
Whatever men they sleep with, I don't know, or women, or
Okay.
both.
So if they're mostly sleeping with men, why would the men go to the doctor either? Are you saying women are fucking more than men? Black women fucking more than black men? Is that
I think all no, don't do that to me. I ain't saying black women are fucking more than black. I'm saying all women are fucking more than
yeah,
men.
but we were talking about black people.
Oh well, yeah, still black women are fucking more than black men.
Okay, I don't know the numbers on that. So let me ask you, if you have 5 children, you now have a good job, you're a carpenter, Vittime Pasquale Slaudi, e lei son, et Patris et Filio et Spiritus Sanctus.
I'm not
If
Catholic.
you're a carpenter, 1 second, sir. If you're a carpenter, we have the shout out Jesus Christ. Hey, JC, would you die for me? Santa, ho, Hosanna, hey, superstar. When you're a bitch ass nigga, sometimes you just bust out the Latin or music. That's what square niggas do. Anyway, let me continue. You have 5 children. Hey, Dad, I want to take my training wheels off the bike this summer. Well, yeah, boy, we gonna learn how to ride that bike. Hey, Daddy, I need some pink barrettes because Grandma got me a new shirt and the barrettes I have are purple. You got all these beautiful babies depending on you. You don't go to the doctor to make sure you're healthy so you don't die on them from live with you.
Oh, no.
That's what I figured. All right.
Well, hey, whoa.
He got 5
They just out here. They was just out with me for a month,
Please.
2 months ago. And when they come, their mama come, and she stay with me too. And when I go out there to see them, I stay with her in the house that I bought that they live in. We just ain't together no more. We was together for 14 years. Don't try to make it like I'm some deadbeat motherfucker.
Any man that says I got life insurance, if I die, I died, I got 5 kids, is deadbeat to my book.
Well, I'm sorry that your book ain't my book.
I know. My book cares for the child. Yours doesn't.
I care for my children. Why the fuck you think I work like I do? Because I don't
So you work
6 days a week, bro. I don't want to do that.
So you're working yourself to death, and you know.
But I don't. And I provided my kids, and now my oldest son is about to go to my track scholarship. All my other kids play sports, and they don't have time to get in no trouble, and they don't ever even have the inkling of ever living the type of life that I had to live. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a great father. So
You're right. Young black kids.
Anything, never.
You're right. Young black kids who play sports never get in trouble. Young black kids who do sports, especially when their dads aren't around, definitely never get in trouble.
I didn't say I'm not around. I said we don't live together.
I just
Where
want,
are you? Where are they?
I just want to say one
Where are the
thing.
kids?
They 4 hours away, but that ain't nothing but a short
That's
drive.
not living together.
I said we don't live together. I said
So I just said you're apart. 4
yeah,
hours.
but I'm always around.
No, you're not. You just said you work. How can you be around, always around, if you work 6 days a week, but you're 4 hours away? Break that down, Neil deGrasse nigga.
Every 3 months, they either come here or I go there and see them. And I talk to all of them every day. I make it a point to speak to all of my kids daily.
Okay.
Like, yeah, did I make some mistakes that caused me to have to be apart? Yes, I did, and that's my fault. I gotta live with it. I gotta deal with it. But I'm not gonna make excuses for it. Like, yeah, I fucked up. I did some shit that, it is what it is. And now I'm where I'm at. But
I understand that.
You don't get to take away from my parents and or saying that I'm not a good father.
I didn't say you weren't a good father.
I made a bad choice.
No, I'm saying that you saying if I die, I die. You leaving the kid $1 million does not replace the daddy. Money, we're not just here for money. The kids need us as their father, not just the money, is what I'm saying. So if you're saying, oh, I work 40, 60 hours a week, 6 days a week, I'd rather be selling dope because this is wearing me down, wearing my body down. If I die, I die. That's not good. Kids, you gotta have some sons, right? 13-year-old boy needs his dad around. If you die, it's not if I die, I die. You know that.
That's agreed. But like I also have been, because I actually have my second oldest son is 13, and I be on his ass all the time.
Okay.
Which it's harder because we don't live together. Which again, that's one of the things that I got to deal with because of some choices that I made.
I got it. Well, I hope you get liberation from the Republicans instead of the devil.
Well, you know what it sounds like to me? Republicans, Democrats, the Crips and Bloods of the white world. That's what they are. It's just another game.
How so?
All they do is pretend to beef with each other and hate each other and then go out to lunch.
And then they pass a bunch of policies that make life bad for the rest of us, and you wonder why they are, because people like you don't get involved.
But they do it together.
Yeah, but things
the red and the blue.
But
you want me to pick one side or the other.
Well, I want you to pick a side that's closer to your beliefs and then work with that side and in that side to make the world a better place for me and for you and the entire human race.
So the last time I had a political view was towards the best of my beliefs. My beliefs was I want to keep my guns. I want to keep the ability to protect myself, my family, my kids. There's certain things that I want to keep as an American citizen that I believe are the core values. And the Democrats was against it. And
so I believe
that if my son is born, he's always going to be my son.
I got you.
He ain't going to never be my daughter.
I got you.
But Democrats don't believe that. Democrats don't believe that. They believe that your son can become your daughter.
Well, so does Caitlyn Jenner. She's a Republican. Trump has trans people.
Ain't no such thing as Caitlyn Jenner. That is ruthless.
That's what Trump said. So you don't let's go to the guns.
Yeah. So you got me fucked up too then.
What do you mean? Oh, you don't think there are any trans people in the Republican Party?
I'm jumping off the train with him too.
So I want to back up.
That is a man.
So you
are a man.
So you are allowed to have guns in California as a felon?
It's a constitutional right. What were we talking about? The Constitution?
No, the Constitution. Yes, it does.
What does?
The way the courts interpret it. So the courts allow certain states to take away guns from certain felons. You know that.
Well, what does the Constitution say? Second Amendment.
You have the right to keep.
You have the right to keep and bear arms. And it doesn't say, and there is nothing in the Constitution that says unless you get in trouble.
It does say that. That's what the well-regulated.
Quote it to me real quick.
Can I just answer the question? The well-regulated part gives states and the federal government the ability to take guns away from citizens. I'll give you an example. If you're well-regulated, the Supreme Court has said many times.
No, I want to know what it says in the Constitution.
I'm telling you how the law works. changed. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep their arms shall not be infringed. There you go. The first three words, a well-regulated, four words, a well-regulated militia. Let me continue. So states can take away your voting rights, gun rights, all things for being a felon. You're in California, very democratic. Have they taken your guns away?
They tried.
How? Bring it down.
They said I was a felon and I couldn't have guns. And I
So how
said,
they take it down?
guess what? I got guns. So.
Oh, you have illegal guns?
No, of course not.
So how do you have a legal gun through California? You took them to court?
What?
You beat the state of California in court?
Absolutely not. I just went and bought the parts and I built my own shit.
Okay, so I would not be admitting to a felony on a stage.
That's a
Please,
felony.
really, don't do this.
It's not a felony and they couldn't prove it anyway.
Well, you just acknowledged it, so they can.
No, I don't have any of those things anymore.
Good, okay.
What about your right to vote? Can you vote in California?
I've been able to vote.
Right. So why did the Democrats take your vote away?
I don't know.
The Republicans take away felons' right to vote.
Really? Because
in Republican
Trump's
states,
president and I was able to vote then.
Huh?
Donald Trump's president, like the last time
I said in states. Donald Trump's not a governor. What's going on, bro? You listening?
You said Republicans take away
felons' rights to vote in their states. That's what I just said. Donald Trump's never run a state. What's happening?
So let me see. I voted in Florida. Is that a blue state?
It depends on where you vote. It depends on when you voted.
South Florida, I don't know what that was. I don't know. But I lived in Florida, Vegas, Cali, Wisconsin. I mean, I know Cali's a blue state. I think Vegas, like Nevada, is a blue state now.
Yeah, it goes back.
But it was a red state. Yeah, I don't know. I ain't got time. Honestly, that's what I say is I don't really.
You don't have time to vote at 20 minutes on Tuesday.
I just don't care about all that.
So you can talk to me for an hour on a Sunday night, but you don't have time to stand in line for 20 minutes and vote. I understand.
Vote for who? For somebody I don't believe in?
Well, how about this? Why don't you participate in primaries to get people on the ballot who you believe in?
Because I don't know none of these motherfuckers. I don't believe in none of them. That's the thing. I don't believe in none of these politicians. I don't believe in
a politician. That's bizarre.
How?
You believe in a woman you made 5 kids with and left her?
Well, that's, I had a problem at one point in life.
You believed enough that 5 kids with a woman.
I just used to act up. There was a time in my life that I used to act up.
You had 5 kids. I love this. You could believe enough to bust off to I would say you and that woman probably had sex no fewer than 400 times. And you probably bust off up in her, respectfully, at least 200 times. You believed in her enough to do that, to produce 5 children, human babies, in your likeness, carrying your blood DNA. You believed in her. You left her. But you can't spend 20 minutes.
I didn't leave. Like I said, that's a sticky situation. A big thing happened, and it was a necessity for me to leave.
She turned trans?
What?
She turned trans? That's why you don't like trans people? She turned.
No, she's still a woman, and we still kick it and all that. But there was just some things that happened, and then I got locked up.
With your baby mom of 5 kids?
Yeah, I still sleep with her. She still sleep with me. When she comes see me, she stay with me. When I go see her, I stay at my house that she live in that I paid for.
Is that her in your pictures?
No, that's my ex. That's my most recent ex. That bitch is crazy. Excuse me, that girl is crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you had to leave for a reason, but y'all still share bodily fluids.
Well, no, we cool. You know, we cool. We better as friends type thing, but we also still like.
So you can't see otherwise. You have to use the lure of the 5 kids.
No, because I still get pussy.
So why are you messing with your baby moms? That's messy.
Because I love my baby mom.
Oh, got a scholarship. He's on the way to college. 38 years old. Yeah. I see why the Democrats like you. Well, it is what it is, though. I'm not going to apologize for my life. I didn't ask for this life. I was given it. I lived it my way at that. Which, in hindsight, may not have been the best way. I should have probably done a few things different. But it is what it is. I'm here now. This is one of the things that I love about. And you're muted.
Was that Frank Sinatra, My Way, or Usher?
Yes, I did. Look at Sean. Ain't nobody ashamed. He should be ashamed of himself. Why would I be ashamed? Oh, well, I would tell you why I would be ashamed to be under 40 years old. Why would I be ashamed of anything? I didn't say you. I don't hear the lying about shit. Again, I don't think you would be ashamed. I said I would be ashamed. I have a different set of morals and standards. That's what I'm saying. You probably grew up differently. So you're saying that the poor people who grew up in the hood who are black, they have bad morals and they can't make better decisions? Is that what you're saying? No, I'm saying that I wasn't. The morals that I have now, today, as a man, now that I've learned different things, didn't get taught to me as a youth. I didn't get taught that as a child. I didn't grow up with moral. I grew up in a whole different life. Oh, so when you were 12, 13 growing up, I was already getting locked up, bro. I got arrested at 10 years old. No, I understand that. But you weren't taught that having a bunch of baby moms was a bad thing. But no one talked about baby moms. I was taught that if you black, you can sell dope or go to sports. Okay. You're right. There was nothing on TV. There were no examples. There were no programs at school. They just taught you dope or sports. You grew up in California? Those things were in school. But again, considering that when I got home, I didn't have parents in the house like that. So I was always outside. So I got raised outside. Okay. Yeah, lots of people get raised outside. But let me just continue. This is what I'm telling y'all about Elder Terod and others are like this. 20 years, 30 years of destruction. Poisoning communities, brothers said no morals, etc. They clean themselves up, and after 6 months, they judge other people. They're better than other people. They're all of a sudden these free thinkers. This is what happens all the time. These people run roughshod over society. Those are like this. And then they get a little religion. Later on, now they're better than the rest of us. It's amazing. But I appreciate the sweet. I don't think I'm better than nobody, and I damn sure don't put religion think I'm better than nobody. Bro, I just do me. That's fair. Now, but we're talking about other people that come in the room sometimes. But, oh yeah, I wish you all the best. At least I ain't coming here lying, motherfucker. I could have came. No, I agree. I said I appreciate you. I appreciate you talking about it, but I think you should become. Why would I join any of those parties? Like, what is the benefit to protect your rights? One party or the that's my question. What's the benefit of me joining one party or the other? If I walk outside right now, who do I go hit up and say, hey, I'm joining the Democrat Party, bro? What y'all gonna do for me? You're right. Are they gonna give me something? They gonna pay me? You're right. I'm like that's my honest question. Like, it's the same way when I was a kid outside in the streets, and why I got involved in shit that I was getting involved in was because there was gain for me. I mean, mind you, it turned into not good gain because I ended up getting locked up a bunch, but there was gain in the beginning. If I just walk outside right now, I can't just go find somebody that's a Democrat and say, hey, put me on. I'm a Democrat now. Now what we doing? That's the way that I see it. Maybe I know that's not how the world works, but that's the way that I see it. I don't believe that calling myself a Democrat
makes me different than me calling myself a Republican. I vote, if I vote strictly based on if what candidate, if he's saying things and saying that he's gonna do things that I think he's gonna do that are they're beneficial to me. I don't care what the motherfucker is. I don't care if he's Democrat, Republican, Independent, or whatever. If he like, this is what I'm gonna do, and I'm like, that's what I need, that's what I'm voting for.
Okay. I just didn't know 40-year-old men thought like this. That's fine. Yeah, anybody?
Yeah, well, welcome to America, motherfucker. There's a lot of people like me.
I know that's why the country is going to shit.
Yeah, because of us. Because of the hard-working people like me. You're right.
Yeah. It has something to do with you being hard work and talking about political culture. So
we don't give a fuck about politics. That's the thing. We care about politics.
I know, that's why the politics is so bad. Because hard workers like you stop caring. That's exactly the point. If someone
because our votes never change anything.
Are you in a union?
Yeah.
Oh my God. My head is about to explode.
Wait, look, I don't like the union, but the union is good for me because it protects wages, it protects job security, and it's a necessary evil. I don't necessarily care for the union, but it's good for me.
So then that will be the reason to support a political party, because there's a political party that's keeping unions viable, which is the direct benefit for you. There's another party that's trying to get rid of unions, where their leaders say it's bad for unions. They put people on the court to get rid of unions.
They ain't gonna never be able to get rid of unions.
Who told you that?
They're not gonna be able to. They already tried. Tried.
Sir, union membership is steadily going down precisely because they are getting rid of unions. You just happen to be lucky enough to live in the most democratic state, or one of the most democratic states in America.
I don't live in California.
Oh, where do you live now?
Utah.
Oh, well, they could be gone.
Yeah, I live in the Mormon state.
They could be gone. I mean, Mormons are a little bit different, but they could be gone. They're more traditional, but they could be gone.
But I've also worked jobs like in the industries. I used to work in a mine, and I worked because it was a union, and it was a big thing. Like, when you go to like your onboarding and all that shit, they'd be like, oh, if you guys want to start a union, you have that right. Have that right. But if you started talking about any union thing, I don't love you. That's what I've said it before and say it again. I don't care about either one of the parties. I only care about what's beneficial to me and mine. If that aligns on the Democratic side, then great. Then I'm a Democrat for that time. If what aligns me next week says that it's on the Republican side, then fine. I'm a Republican for the next week. I don't need to. I'm not no fucking politician, bro. I'm a regular ass person in America. I'm just a regular person. I don't need to be like, oh, I'm this or I'm that. Like I feel like that's the same thing like when I used to run around with gangs. Oh, I'm from here. Or I'm from there. And I don't like you because you from here or from
gangs
there.
Give you union protection with good wages and retirement and healthcare?
Unfortunately, no. They did give me a one-way ticket to the penitentiary.
Cool. So not like gangs, but I take it.
Well, you get what I'm saying. I don't take it way too literal. Come on.
I don't. I'm not taking it literal because you're getting lost up. You're getting caught up in the political conflict and making an analogy to gangs, all the while saying you like democratic policy.
Some of it. But at the same time, I know the Democrats was trying to take my guns away.
No,
they
weren't.
When? Aren't they the ones that want to try to strip guns?
No, they don't want to strip guns.
Or just make gun laws
more stringent. You're not supposed to have a gun.
Who?
You.
Man, the Second Amendment say I got the right to keep it.
Okay, can you, Chris, maybe you don't understand that each amendment is subject to reasonable restrictions. The court has ruled that. The court has ruled that on many occasions. So if you don't believe the Supreme Court, I don't know what to tell you. The court has said well, that's that's a problem for you because if you're going to commit crimes, if the court has said crimes, you have a problem.
But here's the thing:
Listen,
I don't
can I
crime.
let me
But
just finish.
Just
The
because
court,
I committed a crime in the past does not
Chris,
mean that I should not be able to
let
defend
me
myself
just-
in the future.
Chris, can I just finish? So the court has held numerous times, and in fact, it's been much more, much less restrictive in terms of, much more restrictive in terms of gun laws. They basically said that there really isn't that, there isn't a standard, but you can still have some reasonable gun laws. Now, reasonable gun laws, the court has said on numerous occasions, include the fact that felons cannot have guns. That's considered reasonable. Certain things are considered unreasonable, and the court has held that. Various states are trying to decide what laws make sense and what don't. But at the end of the day, the Democrats aren't trying to take away, your guns are gone, or they should be gone, and let's not have that discussion. But they're not trying to take away guns. They are trying, in many cases, to impose some restrictions on guns. You may or may not agree with them, but they may or may not be legal anyway. In terms of the union, I don't really understand what you're saying because Republicans are basically anti-union at this point. Democrats are pro-union. Their policies have been pro-union. Union representation is going down. If you lose that, you will probably lose some of the benefits that you really appreciate. So there are laws and policies that Democrats have that actually are helpful to you. Republicans, for example, let's talk about reparations. I thought that was pretty funny. Reparations probably are illegal under this court. Why? Because they are giving one group of people, right, a specific benefit, and the court will hold that that's not legal under current law. Now, that wasn't always the law, okay, but the Republicans have been winnowing back on these sort of things for years, and that is one of their policies. So I guess what I'm saying is I understand that you don't care, and I understand that you feel like it doesn't matter, but maybe you should look into things a little bit more. Is that possible?
Possible, yeah, but not probable. I just build shit for a living. That's what I do. I build shit. So even if they took my union away, I'm still a skilled tradesman. I'm always gonna have a job because I build shit.
Yeah, but building
For me, it's that simple. I build shit and I'm good at it.
But building things doesn't mean you have to be uninformed. You don't have to say, oh, this is a bookish person, this is a building person. You could be a builder, also be the smartest person in the room, book-wise. Like they're not opposites.
No, I'm not a dumb person. I mean, I might be dumb politically, but yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, it's just politics has never been a thing that piqued my interest because it's never been a thing that I have any real value in my life, like for politicians or for politics or for any of that shit. Because honestly, considering the fact that, as I said, I've been to jail and this and that, I consider the laws as more of like a guideline than anything. Of like, if you don't cross this line, you're good. And if you stay on this side of the line, you're good. As long as I stay on my side of the line.
Can you really believe that?
Get mine. The one that I live in every day.
So what's interesting about this is, I'm not going to say you're a hardened criminal, but you've done time, right? And to you, I'm probably a square. Yeah, I pay my taxes, all that good stuff.
That's not a bad thing.
No, let me finish my line. And what's interesting is my engagement with law enforcement has been terrible my entire life. I despise police. Despise them. This is coming from someone who has never participated in any nefarious activity or criminal behavior. But I know that the laws impact me significantly. When I was growing up and I spent time in New York City, coming up, stop and frisk was doing for me. Right? And I understand that that is directly attached to the mayor of the city and who votes for that mayor. And what type of draconian laws they pass down, right? Like, this stuff impacts you, whether you want it to or not, whether you believe it does or not. It impacts you, bro.
I got stopped and frisked under every president, Democrat or Republican. It never changed how the police treated me.
Presidents don't control police.
Exactly. Because police are just people.
No,
I get fucked with my white cops all the time.
That's the state policy. Weren't you selling drugs though?
No, even since I've been on at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, why you pulling me over? He said, this ain't how it works. He said, why you pulling me over? Give me your ID. I pulled it up and said, I'm going to give it to you as soon as you tell me why you pulled me over. And we argued for about 2-3 minutes. And then he was like, you have your brights on. And I was like, you pulled me over for having my brights on at 8 in the morning? Then I gave my driver's license and, but cops like to, what the fuck is all that for? I got arrested for jaywalking once. I got beat up by the police in front of my mama in Vegas. And they tased me while I was in handcuffs. I sued the shit out their ass, got $70,000. Police always fucking me. Never be the one to say, why didn't you just answer the phone? Because I didn't do that. You don't got a right to just be stopping me, just be asking me questions, just because how I look, or just because how I'm dressed, or just because I got tattoos, or any of that bullshit.
Actually, the Supreme Court, the Republican judges that you were supporting say they actually do have that right.
Well, then I guess I'm going to be a Democrat on the next one. Like I said, I said that before, that whatever benefits me is what I'm going to go for.
Okay. Last question. How'd you end up in Utah?
Oh, I got some homies that moved out here. I was living in Florida, out there ripping and running, and I was like, man, I'm tired of this shit. And some of my partners was like, man, come out here. And I ended up coming out here, and now I'm in Park City.
Best wishes.
Yeah, no, I live in a rich city. It's great. Boy, all these white women out here, you kidding me?
I'm not interested in that.
Oh, you in a blizzard, huh?
Huh? Hey, look, let me tell you. I started snowboarding, all kind of shit.
That man said the shit ain't snowing.
God bless you.
Well, I mean, I've always done shit like that. Like, I wakeboard, and I tried to surf. I can't surf, but I'm big into extreme sports. I like to do shit. I like to be outside. So Utah was the perfect place to go.
You take your
I don't
kids.
think it went to Florida because I needed to get away from California because they were trying to give me 20 years. And I got out and I was like, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm not staying out here.
I don't know if it was a state, bro. It was your activity.
Right. And you know where you raised in California.
Huh?
And you born and raised in California?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Do you mean they were trying to give you 20 years? Did you, were you on parole and you left the state, or what have you done?
Allegedly.
Allegedly, sorry.
I'm sorry. No, allegedly, no. Everything got dismissed in court. They were trying to give me 20 years. I fought my case, I won, and I got the fuck up out of California.
Well, what did you do?
Have you been back since?
He's innocent.
To visit.
What did you do? And he's still carrying guns.
Yeah,
He's a
They
felon.
alleged that I was involved in the shooting, but I wasn't even there.
Whatever.
Like, I wasn't there. There wasn't no witnesses or no nothing. And that's why I got out, because I'm innocent. And I left. So I said,
Sounds like they didn't have a case, my brother.
The police was always fucking with me. They always been fucking with me.
Right. So why do they keep messing with you? Why are you putting yourself? I mean, I live in California. Police don't never bother me. So why do they keep bothering you? What are you putting yourself in those positions?
Because in that situation that I put myself in, I'm not saying that that some of the times that I've been fucked with weren't unwarranted. Because they weren't. Some of the times, the police had the right idea would stop me, but they didn't have a reason. And that is the beauty of the law. You gotta have a reason, not a suspicion, because your feelings aren't law. You gotta have a reason. I need reasonable, articulable suspicion. Motherfucker.
Yeah, you're a snitch.
Oh, I ain't never told on nobody in my life.
Hey, Chris, you need to get a room up in here, man. Start a room, bro.
I don't be on here enough to start a room. Sunday is the only day I really be on here, bro, because it's my only day off. And I'm just at the house chilling, and I was like, fuck,
Chris, are you mixed?
Yeah.
Are you mixed?
Yeah.
Who's white? Your mom or your dad?
My mom.
You already knew the answer to that.
I'm gonna say, how many motherfuckers you really know that a black mom and a white dad? I don't even know.
I know a lot. He has a lot, especially in California.
Chris, I'm just going to give you one word of advice because there are very few blacks in Utah. In general, was it 2%? You will probably stand out, and I would suggest that you think again about whether you really should have guns. Allegedly.
This is right. This is right.
No. It is not his right. He's a felon. Okay, he's not allowed to have guns under federal or under Utah state law.
Well, the good thing about Utah is there is no law. There's no law in Utah for concealed carry. So if I carry a gun on me, you don't see it. No one's the wiser.
If you get stopped and they see a gun, you are all right. Whatever.
I don't ride around with guns in my car because I am not out breaking the law.
Wait, guns are only for law breakers?
No, I'm saying that I don't ride around like with a gun on my lap. So if I was to get pulled over and the police look in and be like, "There's a gun right there," like I'm not riding around with a gun in reach. Like I'm gonna do something.
You know, question, sir. Do you have a felony or no?
Yeah.
So how do you? Never mind. I thought every state.
Utah does, and the federal law does. Okay, he's not supposed to have guns. That's
okay. Okay,
this is all.
No, I'm not allowed to buy.
He's just being defiant. So.
Okay. I'm not allowed to buy a gun, but I'm allowed to protect myself.
Oh, wait, you know that you're not allowed to possess a gun as a felon. You know that. You know that.
Yeah, that's okay.
We'll wait. So here's my thing, which is why I'm hoping that, like, mind you, I've already been trying to get my shit expunged to get my copyrights back so I can go, like, to the store and buy one. But my felonies that I have are non-violent. I don't believe that someone that has a non-violent felony should be excluded from.
It doesn't matter what you believe. The current law is. Yeah. And you have children, and it's not worth being away from.
Well, maybe if you would support candidates who have your position and vote, you might get the law changed.
No, about my position. You tell me a candidate right now that says they want to give felons back guns.
I'm sorry. Can we get back on track because?
Yeah, let's get back on track.
No. I want to say something. The original point was trying to convince him to vote. He's a felon.
You can vote. That's not true. That's not true. You can have your voting rights restored.
I've had my voting rights. I'm a felon. I got voting rights. I've had them ever since I got discharged from prison.
Hey, you brought it on stage. Sorry.
God damn.
Nah, it's not me.
You want you to go to jail. You're doing things that you know you're not supposed to do. Exactly. And you're in a place that's very easy for you to stand out. So it seems silly, but, do you?
But I believe that everybody should always be able to protect themselves at any time. That is a human right to be able to defend yourself, especially if you're in unknown areas or anything like that. You should have the means to defend yourself. That is a human right. I don't give a fuck what the law says. You as a human, I will go to jail with a smile to save my own life.
They download transcripts, man. Like, I'm just saying, man. Like, I agree with you. Like, I don't think a felon should be disarmed. Should lose the ability to protect himself and his family if he wasn't put in jail for a violent crime, right? I mean, I don't think that's.
They can download whatever transcript they got. But the only way I'm armed is because I have two arms, and on both my arms got hands and fingers and a thumb.
Chris, there are other things that you could use to defend yourself that won't get you in trouble. I think that's what most people are just trying to say they even. Like, you can get in trouble for certain things. There are other ways to defend yourself. So that's all I think what most people are just saying, bro. Like, no one wants to see you go get hurt. That's all.
Hey, also, I think he even included getting bank stomp. Felons to even get bank stomp.
We didn't get mace, because I'll be out camping and shit. I got bear mace. There's bears and shit where I live, especially where I go camping. Yeah, we can get Utah is not like California. California do a background check to buy bullets.
I buy bullets all the time for when I go out partying. Like I've been hunting all kind of shit, like with friends or whatever. Not my guns because I don't own no rifles. But with my partners, like I was here was blasting for them, sitting up in the stand and shit.
I wanna just ask you to stop saying incriminating shit. Like I just think you should stop.
Exactly.
I have one last question for you. When's your birthday? Like, what's your sign? No, I don't need you to, like.
I'm a Leo.
Okay. What was that noise? What was that noise?
You already know.
First lady.
Like this.
Can we please clarify? The noises I make. Are you serious, honey? Well, I just need him to clarify. Is he a July Leo or is he an August? Okay, July Leos are great.
Yeah, big five.
Sonny, what just? July Leos are great. Why? I'm a July Leo. I'm a July Leo. Oh, good. So am I. That's why.
See, look, we all the same.
Wait, so he's a July Leo? He's an August Leo. Yeah, them August Leos, they're very daring. Very.
And I'm at the end too. So
They defy the rules a lot.
no, we just do
Lady, I've never defied a rule in my life. What are you talking about?
Lies.
What?
You defy my rules, sir. Difference between a July Leo and an August Leo. What's the defining difference? You said
It's the men. It's really the men of the August Leos.
I'm hurt. You guys poking me where it hurts. I'm just saying,
Well, where does it hurt?
all over. I'm an August Leo,
You see, you're closer to July.
He's saying it hurt.
Are you closer to July?
I'm at the end of August.
Okay, so you're also picking up Virgo energy.
Yes, I'm on the cusp.
Mm-hmm.
He must be like August 22nd, 25th. Yeah, I don't really follow.
I think he giving his birthday, giving this. Please, it's okay, Chris. Listen to me. Listen for your own good. It was really, really, really nice meeting you. I hope you might come back once or twice a month. We welcome you.
But baby, every day.
All right.
Not 3 times?
If in fact we got 6 weeks in the month, then 3, yeah. But if it's just a regular 4-week month, then just once or twice. I'm just kidding. just joking with you. But yeah, thank you for your honesty. A lot of people may not agree with you. You still hold to whatever you feel as though it's best for yourself. So, and it all explains it from you now. I understand. It's fine. Thank you. Is there another topic, or there's no news? No good news? No bad news? No news? Somebody else? No? Okay. Thank you, Maya. Tiffany, shush. That's not nice.
Well, I'll say this first. The playoffs are on. That's where a lot of the men are not engaged. And
Who's playing tonight?
the 76ers are taking a shellacking right now by Boston.
Listen, Divine. All we care about is the boys coming back 2-2. That's all we care about.
Well, yeah.
If they come back 3-1, it'll be a problem.
Yeah, I missed the game, but I heard we won. But yeah, I'm interested in all of the games. But this is crazy. They're down by 20. They've been down by 20 plus the whole game. This is bad.
What's the whole? What quarter?
Yeah, in the third.
Okay. You still got time.
Plenty of time.
20 points down ain't nothing in the third.
It's the NBA playoffs again already.
Yeah. It may said, May is next week, alright?
Yeah, this year is halfway over, you know.
Yeah, I be fit, like working, I be fishing and shit, so I don't even be watching basketball.
I don't care about basketball right now. I just care about what we're seeing in the world.
I just want to know if you know basketball, tell me who I should bet on, because I'll jump on this little casino app real quick and throw me a ticket in.
You sure you're not a mega? All the telltale signs, gambling. No games.
I don't even gamble like that.
Well, you know that
It's okay if you're hanging there.
It's all good. I don't gamble like that, but I throw, throw $50 in there on some sports shit.
Alright, my correspondent says, pressure builds to post laws after Trump demonstrating some critics pointing to laws who oversees the security service and her role. Oh Lord, no.
Here we go.
Reps that put Donald Trump and top administrative officials at risk. Sisters undergoing cancer treatment. Oh, they trying to blame what? I'm trying to tell you, they trying to get rid of all the women, y'all.
Right.
I'm telling you.
Women. It's true. I mean, 3 are gone already. He doesn't do anything for the men, even though they're incredibly.
Well, shit, we better bring back affirmative action. Motherfucker, keep these women.
Good luck.
They say Keystone Cash ripped for just standing there after shooting. He was just standing there. I was like, well, the picture, I don't know, because I didn't see any videos. But the still pictures look like he was just standing there behind the scenes.
You see the man hide behind the screen and light. I don't know if that was a real picture.
Come on. We gotta
I'm just saying, bro, I seen that shit earlier. I'm just, he was damn too.
I seen the video. She was literally leading the way. Well, no, the baby was
He was hid behind his screen and light.
Yeah, it's kind of symbolic to 2026. Sure, never mind.
That shit was great. I was like, oh, hey, motherfuckers be talking about this. That's how I am. That's how I am.
That he said has, what is this, attempt 3?
Is it
On the slide? Or is it 3 or 4?
No, three as president, but he.
Your mama, what are you talking about in the chat? She said she said undergoing cancer. She didn't distinguish whether it was breast cancer or what. And then you said WTF. And then, are you not your mama? Who's y'all? Listen, maybe there's a different y'all. Yeah, your mama. I'm just reading what you wrote. What? Isn't that what you wrote? Then you said booming. I did. No. Oh. Oh, okay. You erased it. Got it.
Yo, I didn't erase anything. I was talking about what Christopher was saying. I wasn't talking about nobody else. I was talking
You call me by my whole government name ever again in your life.
You said it.
What did you say about her cancer?
I didn't hear another name, so what did I
Just
say?
Chris.
Oh, Chris.
Well, you sound like my mama.
Look, I was
She is your mama.
I just had a flashback. Don't call me by my whole name. I thought it was Chris.
Well, you are, because she said you said something about her cancer. The wrong cancer?
No, I didn't say nothing about no cancer. I don't make jokes about that. My dad died from cancer. I don't make jokes about that.
Mine too.
Yeah, so yeah, that's not the thing I joke about. So, yeah, you looking at the wrong one.
Is that you, Charles?
What's that? No, that wasn't me. I was on mute.
That's Chris. He talks so country to people in California.
I get that. So I think it's a hereditary thing. All my family's from Texas and from Louisiana. I think it came through there. Because even my partners in Cali be like, why you sound like that? I'm like, nigga, I'm from here.
Kids mix.
Yeah. They mix with white, Mexican, and white and black.
Oh, okay. How many children do you have?
Oh Lord, we just went through a whole of this guy and not taking me back again.
I'm sorry.
You can't afford to snowboard.
Yeah, I can because I provided. They provided for it too. Yeah, I do a lot of different things. But if you don't want to snowboard, come on out to Utah. I'll get you plugged up. You ain't gonna have no gear. I'll take you to a rental shop, get you free rentals. You just gotta pay for your flight and your hotel.
Snowboard.
I'll get you locked in. Or if you like to ski, then you can ski. I don't ski. I snowboard. But yeah.
None of the above.
Plugged up and locked in, y'all.
Plugged up and locked in.
And don't keep yourself in a box. And do know, like, black people don't do that bullshit. Because they do.
Nobody said that.
Chris, you will have fun.
Chris, you don't know who you're talking to. I'm not the person to tell that.
Nigga, I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, shit.
I'm smelling
Now it's time to boom it.
Hey, First Lady, I'm smelling sauce here.
Hey, BWA.
What's good? I'm smelling sauce.
No, please, don't smell nothing. Please.
I'm saying, you know,
No.
I'm smelling too.
No.
I'm going to the lady that said, none of the above.
Oh yeah, no, that I said it. Yeah, I said I don't do snowboarding. I would probably do like snow tubing, but anything that has me standing on my feet and going down a mountain of snow is absolutely no for me. That's it. But why did you have to reduce it to black people need to do more things and everything? Like, why?
Maybe I jumped the gun because I'm used to
Correct.
saying, I'm used to motherfuckers telling me, oh, that's some white
I
people.
appreciate your honesty. I don't meet a lot of honest Leos. Thank you. Go ahead, brother.
Trauma. Tell us about your social circles. So maybe you might want to do some things to get you.
My social circle.
Well, yeah, I don't have people around me at my grown ass age saying that snowboarding or going skiing or doing things in the snow is white people shit. In fact, I live in a place. There's a lot of black people. There's a lot of snow, and you go places. So,
well,
again, that's.
I live in a place where there's not a lot of black people, but there is a lot of snow. And when I go back home, there's a lot of black people and less snow. And those black folks don't do shit like that. And when I tell them that, oh, I be doing this, they say things like, oh, yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell. That's what I'm trying to tell the homies, bro.
So again, that's your social circle. When I said get outside of your social circle, it may be your social circle. Then you say when you go home, homies, that's your social network. That's your social circle. So
that's not my social circle. That's the people I see twice a year. Because that's my brothers, my sisters, my cousins, some other still live back in Cali.
My aunties, my uncles, my cousins, my nieces, my.
So that's not my everyday. My social circle is motherfuckers I see on work.
So if those are only people twice a year, why would you extrapolate that to all of black people? People need to get out. Respectfully, it's not disrespectful, but if you're going to malign black people for what your family and old homies do, and somebody challenges
I've got it on Clubhouse.
But brother, also, his family's not all black though. His family ain't all black.
I've got it on Clubhouse from niggas too that was like,
Chris, you said your family, you're not all black though, right?
No.
So how did these even motherfuckers like?
Oh, here we go. I'm not here to have this conversation.
No, I'm not talking about you being half. I'm saying that you say that it's been people from back home, but then you say that you're half black, so you're not even around those people. So maybe you have people that maybe could be around are just limited to what they know. And to
yeah, I used to be limited like that too until I started moving around and doing other shit.
Okay, so you're the unicorn, like I said. Everybody else.
No, I just like to do a lot of. I snorkel, I wakeboard, I snowboard, I rock climb, I camp, I hike, I fish. I like to be outside fully.
You skydive?
Yeah, I skydive twice. That shit is crazy and terrifying.
Yeah.
You have not named anything that I guarantee you. Those are not unusual things. Those are often things that people do when they seek out vacations.
Well, yeah, but more often than not, at least, especially on Clubhouse, the common response is, "Oh, that's white people shit. That's white people shit right there."
The social circle you're around.
Like I said on Club,
Maybe to expand.
If you are around those people, it makes it your social network. Because now you just met a different group of people who's outside of the norm, and we're not, we didn't even say that. You just automatically thought that people are.
Yeah, Chris, only thing that you probably do that we don't do is put raisins in potato salad, bro.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you got me fucked up. Yeah, I don't do that.
Just probably gonna do you.
So, yeah, that's wild. So I'll just real quick. I watched my AI children, and it was a PG rated movie from 1980. It was deep, and I didn't realize I watched it
With Tom Hanks.
Yeah, with Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
Dancing on the piano. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Yep.
Yeah, that's my
Right. So I have those memories. Something happened. There was something that happened earlier. I think that me and my homage, and so they were like, cool. And then we started watching it, and then I didn't realize that obviously there's some things that don't feel PG, like 2026 PG. Definitely 1988 PG. And so we had to, cover their eyes for some of it. There's a moment where they're in the bedroom, and she's like feeling her shirt, and grabbing her breast, and I'm like, oh. Yeah. So we have to cover that part. There's there were some off-color jokes, one or two. And that was like, oh, okay, yeah, these movies. And for a PG, I don't remember, like maybe PG-13 now, but I don't remember PG, being like those years. I know one thing. I miss the 80s. I know one thing. I miss the 80s. The 80s, baby. 80s and 90s were good for children. People weren't so sensitive. Well, there's also, they were sensitive, but there were also a lot of people who were going unmedicated, undiagnosed, untreated, who were living in hellholes.
I wouldn't say all that, but
like people who needed to be hospitalized were kicked out on the streets, So I get what you're saying. As a kid who didn't have to go through all that, the 80s and the 90s were enjoyable times. But
yes, shout out to War Games. War Games and Weird Science made me want to be a computer engineer.
Now the media content for kids, I think, was really awesome. And I think was really fun.
And religion and others.
For kids. Like in the 80s, especially 80s, 90s were a good time. Anyway.
expectations of what black people are. Now, I will tell you something that so hurricane is definitely not seen. But it's not because of black. It's because he has two countries. And they told me that
That's correct, but I do make my alternative to grits with quinoa flakes, and people say that that is not black enough, and I don't give a fuck.
wait, so it's black, but not black enough. But I would think it's different.
Oh yeah, I mean they might say that that it's not black at all, but that's because you guys are narrow-minded and unimaginative. That's the problem. You have to stretch yourselves. Oh, I'm not going with that.
No, yeah, let's go there. We wanted to go there. Let's go there. Now Ashton is here. She won't.
Do you not know I don't have imagination?
Now you're scared.
No, I'm not scared. You don't have imagination. You don't care about nutrition. You just care about taste and satisfying.
A bunch of steps back, because I'm not controlled by my appetite, but you better have a good bank account, and if you have that, go buy whatever you want to go eat. This is America. If you want to eat healthy, great. I do. I mean, I like to eat all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I think we're talking past each other. You don't understand what I'm talking about at all.
It's America, Jack. And Ashley said, you know what the fuck she means.
I said, Ashton, I remember your voice. You like an athletic woman, and I remember you. I remember that voice. She was whoop a nigga quick. I remember that voice. As soon as I said, I know that voice. Your name wasn't Ashton when I had talked to you last time. Your name was something else. But, yeah.
My name has always been Ashton on this album.
You just had a different picture. But I know, like, you really could, like, yeah. You gave a whole rundown, like, man, I be doing this, and I'll do this and that. Yeah, I'm a tall woman.
I mean, I honestly, I care about dudes. I don't got no problems with no guys. I don't, hit on dudes and all that stuff. Whatever people may think, I don't do none of that stuff. I appreciate dudes who they are, but like I told you, you put your hands on me. I don't care how big or fast or whatever you think you are. There's an answer for that. And so men don't want to find the answer out. So dudes, you hit me, you won't do. The state of Texas is not going to help you. He said, what does that mean? Find out. So men understand they don't want to find that out. I told them I will help you meet your maker if you hit me. And a lot of women have to stand up and understand. Don't allow people to hit you. Don't allow. I probably should help with that. You don't allow people to put their hands on you. And like, the dude I live with, he said, I'm in the Navy, and he said, I'm going to teach you how to use everything that God gave you. You're 6'3", over 200 pounds, and I'm going to teach you how to make that and refine that. And he did. You know what I'm saying? He taught me how to have hands, how to throw an uppercut, how to take care of myself. Not necessarily going to go look for trouble, but it's, can you take care of yourself when the moment calls for it? And that's what, men and women both have prepared me to take care of myself. And I've had to do that. You know what I mean? I've been homeless on the streets. Ain't nobody's going to come rescue you out there in Dallas Fort. You either better know how to throw hands out here when you're on the streets, or you better know how to make something out of yourself. And I made something out of myself when that man pulled up and called us to work at that steel mill. I was gone and never looked back. Shoot, I don't give a damn. I put them dusty clothes on and dropped that steel helmet over my face, and I never looked back and never was homeless from that day forward. So I'm dead serious, y'all. Everything I've done in my life, I've worked for it. I'm not asking dude to do anything for me except for be himself. I don't ask men to be my protection because there's a gun shop up the street. I take care of that. I just need you to be you. Other than that, we have a great relationship. I don't have problems with no men. As long as they understand, and women either. As long as people understand that all I want is to be treated the way I like to be treated. I ain't asking you for no money. Don't need no money from you. Don't need nothing from you except for just be you. And if men can do that, it's an easy relationship. They can't tell me these are the things I want. I just want my own lap. I said, wow, I thought he was going to come for this and stuff. No, he just said, I want a big place. and I want my own bathroom. Cool, we're gonna make that happen. Bam, we're moving. So I want a man to be happy, right? I want a man to know that I care about what he wants, right? He tells me we need a bigger place, then guess what? We're gonna move to get that bigger place. He says, hey, I need something with a closet, we're gonna look for that. Something with an elevator, we're gonna look for that. A man should not have to sit here and be unhappy to make someone else happy. My grandmother once said that to me. And so I try to help men understand. I'm a little different. I want them to be happy when they're around me and that kind of stuff. That they don't have to feel burdened with all kinds of things because I'm, a little bit different. And I try to take the burden off of men and women too, anybody that's in my life, they understand, including financially. I try to do my best that I can to uplift people and not judge folks and meet people where they're at. And I think when people do that, then you find value and understanding and validity in your life when you do those things.
Well, you need to go be a motherfucking speaker to these young women. Lord have mercy.
Oh, they don't want to hear that. They want to hear about getting some money. They want to hear sprinkle.
That's why we need her to go and
They not gonna listen to her.
Maybe not, but at least they heard it. Years down the road, it might block it.
They don't need to listen to none of y'all. Because all of y'all messages are fucked up.
First, I'm gonna say it.
I work with young people all the time.
I was listening to you, but you said boy.
What are the guidelines of this room of things that I can and cannot say?
I was referring to the people who were co-signing on the shit she was saying, so. You gotta love her, kid.
Hold on, brother. Let me say this. If you're encouraging, brother, get back up. Back your train up, back it up to the station.
You can't answer the question. You're gonna have to be quiet so I can answer. You can't ask me a question and then keep on.
Brother, hold on. You hold on now, because at the end of the day, the stuff that you say may not have validity or weight either. People ain't calling you dumb or the things you put together.
I don't care if you call me dumb.
Well, we're not. Well, let me tell you something. I'm not, because that's not my business to call you that. I'm going to treat you when I'm like.
I said nobody needs to give the messages that y'all are giving anyway, because they're not good.
Well, brother, look here. You can't say that because I work with kids all the time. I work with the church, brother. I'm not out here just telling you some blabber, okay? I don't do no blabber. I sit here and I tell you stuff with wisdom, understanding, and aptitude. All right? Let the word aptitude be work well for me. So what I'm going to tell you, brother, the question is for you. The question for you is this. How would you like to be treated? Dead serious, dude. Because the way you acting with folk and coming at them and telling them that what they're saying is dumb, or whatever the case is, that's not okay. How would you like to be treated? Think about that.
Yeah, so your question is rhetorical. This is why I'm not going to answer it. I tell them over and over and over again. If you just care about making man happy, just whatever it is you need to do to make sure the man's happy. That's the message that they said. That's the message that they said. You need to go and tell. I didn't say that.
I'm not afraid. We talking about weed. So again, mods, can y'all tell me what are my restrictions on the things I can say in the room?
And that's what I said was a bad message. I didn't co-sign anything. I pushed back. I said they want to hear sprinkle. Well, first, I was always told in life, when it comes to rules, do what you can afford. What you can afford in life is what you can rules.
I don't want to get kicked out if I say the wrong thing, or say a word, and people be like, oh, you can't.
Well, if you gotta think about it, you probably shouldn't say it.
Well, no, that's the thing is I would say it, but I also respect people's spaces. You know what I mean?
You're still thinking back, you know. And when you look into the facts, you gotta look at both sides, and you know.
I mean, don't you think Saul is the type of person that argues for the sake of arguing and not actually doesn't stick to facts? Like he can go off on a tangent, and he can convince himself when it's not.
He interrupts every 2 seconds as well, so, you know. I don't know that. Probably 88 gigs like that.
Who's that other guy? The one that does
Oh my god,
drive-by. No, he does drive-by. Is that Saul? So he comes up, says what he has to say, and then goes back down again.
Oh my god,
There's
that's
another guy that
Samoa?
used to do that recently.
Samoa? Because he's working
Samoa is not level.
It's the old dog or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yes, yes.
Oh, Dogman? Yeah.
Yeah, that's scumbag. Yeah,
No, he
comes
wasn't.
up, says what he has to say, and then goes back down.
So, General, what did you and Alphonse talk about?
You know, I actually was only there for 5 minutes, and to be fair, other people started coming in and started talking nonsense. So I was like, don't you ever feel for the Palestinians?
Yeah.
I was like trying to explain to him, as in, remember the Jewish people have gone through exactly what the Palestinians have been put through.
Yeah.
And he goes, I understand. I'm like, okay, why do you then, and then he actually, we went, I don't like when you call the IDF this, murderers and rapists, and I was like, are they not rapists and murderers? He goes, no. I said, well, what are they doing in Gaza? And he goes, General, listen to me. You don't know anything. And he goes on that tangent like you know.
Did he call you stupid Muslim brain?
No, and then I said, we actually touched on this.
Yeah.
I said, next time in our newsroom, you go on the lines of calling us stupid Arabs, stupid Muslims. We're going to hit back exactly by calling you stupid Jew, and along those lines, stupid Israeli. Would you like that? And he didn't respond to that, and then obviously other people started coming in. So,
Oh my god. I can't believe he lasted that long. But I have to be there when he's singing to himself, because I'm sorry. That's
yeah, you need to be the first person to go in, and you hear him singing.
Oh my god, I can't. Singing to himself. Oh god. Wait, Tan left? Oh my god. So Tan was in another room a while ago and he was crying, like actually crying, saying, oh my god, I saw this man and his child in Gaza. It was so sad. I'm confused. Like I don't understand him. Is he bipolar? Because he just acts so different depending upon where he is. Here he's acting all pro, like it's really one day. In another room he's crying, and his man's like bipolar.
That reminds me of that character, that Iranian character, that when I asked him, oh, what is your position? And he goes, my position is 69 on your mom.
On your mother's face. Yo, that night was so epic.
I was like, I don't know what are you doing now? You've done politics.
No, but he said so many other crazy things. I wish someone recorded it. Mozzie wasn't there. I don't talk to him. Oh my god. Oh, Nargis was there that night. Oh my god. It's so funny. He never
Iranians or something else.
Truly something else.
Hassan, you have had Tan speak in that Koftagu room as well, have you? Does it make sense to you?
I don't know. I believe it's got some mental issues. But definitely, I feel sorry for him. I don't really sort of intervene when he speaks, you see. Because one thing is very strange to me. He seems to be self-promoting at all times. And one of the tools that he uses for self-promotion is to first he tries to latch on to the like a majority opinion or the majority so he latches on to that and then he starts self-promoting his own anger essentially. It sounds so confused. I feel a little bit pity for him as well at the same time. So,
Us to beat up Amir and beat him up. Amir, has he texted you yet or called you? He wants to meet up Amir.
He should call us, I think.
Looks like Trump ducked and avoided an assassination attempt.
I don't think it was ever there.
I know,
like it was miles away, literally in the front row. One time we calling it an assassination.
I
would
know.
believe it if it was in the same room.
I
It
know.
was in the corridor at the entrance somewhere.
I
The whole
know.
assassination.
It wasn't an assassination attempt. It was a false flight bullshit. It's
Yeah,
just
something along those
hilarious.
lines. It doesn't clearly add up because, you know, if it was an
I visit
assassination
schools
attempt,
in Illinois and
he
principal
would have got
schools
in
in
the
City.
room or done something very close to him. This guy is miles away at the entrance and fires the shot. Like, what kind of assassination attempt is the bullet going to duck and cover and get into the room itself?
Look at this brave man who stood in front of Trump ready to take a bullet. I'm like, what bullet? Like, where was it?
Yeah, he ducked.
You sure?
He ducked and got saved.
He was staying at the hotel, right?
Yeah, apparently. But the funniest
You
part was the guy's named
sure?
Dana White, the UFC guy. There's a video of him. Everyone's like, I don't know, first they're like, look at Cash Patel, he's a hero. And Cash Patel, everybody get down. Okay, a hero, my ass. And then Dana White's like, I was just, sitting there watching everything. I didn't duck. Just take a picture of it at the chair. Looking around with a smile. I know, but it was funny. No. He wasn't doing it like, I'm so brave. He was doing it like, I know this is a fucking, fake ass thing. He's not so brave yet.
yeah, no, that was interesting. He said it the way he said it, right? As if he knew that this shit was some bullshit.
He was smiling, guys. He was smiling.
No, for real. Like, my thing is, if something like that was real, right, and somebody was going to pop somebody, you would think that you would take it more serious because bullets have no names on them, right?
Exactly.
So, it's just...
No. Erica, what's her name? Was it Erica? What's her name again?
Huh?
That loser, Charlie Kirk's wife.
Yeah.
Erica Kirk. Did you guys? Yeah, Cook. Yeah. Did I see her cry? Of who?
Medusa.
Oh yeah, she is.
That witch or whatever.
Yes, with the curly head, the Medusa head. Did you guys see her leaving? So she caught the camera. I was like, get me out of here. I just want to go home. Yes! Did you see her in the Secret Service? She's leaving and she's visibly crying. She's pretending to cry. The minute she saw the camera, she goes, I just want to go home. Like a lost child. Yeah, look it up. Look it up. It's hilarious. I'm like, look at this bitch. And so there's a picture of what's his name? He hacks that. I guess they took a picture of him, like in a different room. He's smiling. He's smiling.
But listen though, like, whenever you're trying to tell these people that this shit is some scripted, staged bullshit, like they can't even hide it no more because it's so weak. There's still some of these right wingers that still believe this goofy ass.
No, it fits their agenda. So even if they do believe this seems kind of sus, it fits their agenda. It actually fits whatever their belief is. It kind of supports it. Oh look, oh yeah, and then the best part was Trump. The show must go on. Then he goes.
Yeah, he comes out like
speech after. He's like, "See, guys, I told you we need to have the ballroom. We need the ballroom."
This might be the campaign to get the ballroom.
What a ballroom!
Yeah.
Because I believe there was a stop to his
Yeah,
construction. Yeah, exactly. And he's like, "See, look at this place.
Yeah.
It's not secure. It's not this. We need a
Build
ballroom."
that $300 million ballroom.
God, yes, ballroom. I'm like, what the fuck? Then you run off. Look at me. I'm like Abe Lincoln. Look at this assassination attempt to my life.
So there is an easy answer for what Republicans could do to not lose, and that's they could like pass some strong anti-corruption regulation, which polls at like 98% of Americans. They could release the entire Epstein files. They could aggressively go after all the pedophiles that are contained within. They could not offer a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell and all go in hardcore on prosecuting them. They could stop trying to go after false accusations through the courts. They could probably provide some form of universal health care and more subsidies for Americans to get health insurance, lower taxes on the low income and increase taxes on the rich. That polls at like 89%. They could do all the things to help get. That would probably
This morning, saw one of my funds.
I just found that I am related to.
Over $30 billion. Yeah.
What's the price of the TTD?
Yeah, but how much did he save? Nothing.
Did someone really say he's providing TTDs? Right.
It's the premium I'm down.
Yeah, but Trump stole over $30 billion for himself.
By the senator and the swearing in on a stack of Bibles.
I'd be pissed.
The favorite chapter really in my DVD, How to Live in a Islamic Country, is preparing for your first date with a 6-year-old. That's
Benjamin, I know you love this troll. I could feel the joy emanating from your microphone every time you get to mention this book. I understand. But can you answer my? You don't feel like answering my question?
What was my question?
Three things American people can do to ensure that the House and the Senate stay Republican control.
People could do? No. Trump has messed up way too much.
I think your target districts will probably do worse. Those reps that regionalize their campaign on their district will probably, on the whole, do better. Because it's not about Trump, it's about your district.
When you talk about how Benjamin's actually retarded, it's almost like the entire Trump administration has made the whole country worse, reduced our standing for the world, made the average American's life worse, increased our financial standing, and has been one of the biggest failures of presidencies ever. And for some reason, we can't all get behind just a cheap bastard. That is the million-dollar question to me.
I got a question.
I love this presidency for Breyer, but I really love it for Benjamin. But I really love it for Breyer.
I got a question for the mods. Is the topic still the same, or you guys moving on?
Yeah,
if you want to bring it back.
Yeah, let's bring it back. We've been on this partisan politics bullshit for a minute.
Yeah, I can comment on the topic. I really enjoyed listening to Breyer, and I do think AI is about to make people richer and take jobs and all that. That's the pattern. New tech doesn't replace the top first; it replaces the bottom. I've seen that. So the difference now it's not just one lane. As admin, as creative to some degree. Categories people thought were safe. I am looking forward to the technology in terms of the medical community. It's already being used in amazing ways, but if you do know how to use it, it can become leverage. You can move faster, produce more, and cut costs. But at the same time, access can be an advantage too for small businesses. If you don't have infrastructure, you can have your agentics do the work to a certain degree. So it can level the playing field, but all of it might not matter in just a bit, because even the godfathers of AI, they know that they don't understand completely. That probably is the biggest issue, the lack of regulation. There's no clear framework protecting anything or anybody, and it's moving so fast, so difficult to keep up, and even the states are being prevented from regulating it. And what's wow, with what Anthony came up with, literally putting out the warnings, and it feels like nobody's paying attention because the politics is too everyone's raising flags, and it's still full speed ahead. So for me, it's not just about jobs. AI is only as ethical as the people using it, and humans these days haven't exactly proven to be ethical when power is involved. So I don't know. Buckle up.
Yeah, maybe if Barack Hussein Obama had AI, he would have lied to the country for 8 years. He's a fucking liar.
Anybody else got anything?
I would say this, that in the last couple elections, Cambridge, I forget the name, Cambridge data, had
Cambridge Analytics.
Yeah, they were using basically AI, and they really pushed the election in a particular way. Now, what I want to point out is, and then Zuckerberg had AI under Facebook, and Google had a lot of AI under Google. Going forward in politics, everybody will have AI. Now that seems to me to be democratizing in some way. I don't think it's democratizing, but I think in some way it might be. See.
The people that refuse to use it now won't use it in the future. All they do is complain now. Whether you're a musician or a politician, they go, "Oh, it's AI slop." Well, you know what? Your real world woke left mind virus brain is the slop that you're projecting onto the new AI. So, hello? Okay, Marshall, go get another vodka tonic. Just sit back and relax. We got it from here. The grown-ups, the adults who can actually use full sentences.
That's the AI slop that they're talking about.
That was a good one. Got a good roast there.
You just fucking listen to music. Modern music. You'll hear it.
These jobs over the virus. So, poor Alistair.
Whatever it is, a fucking dumbass. There's probably Benjamin. He's a fucking dumbass.
You say Benjamin is, or John Kitover?
Do I have to repeat myself?
Yeah, because I didn't hear it.
Benjamin. You're coming off a little stupid, but Benjamin's a major jumper.
I usually do. I mean, I'm par for the course then. But speaking of not stupid.
Fucking at your house. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're cool, but.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you, Kitty. What's up, Steve?
I'm not gonna fucking blow up your ass just because it's your stupid.
Even if it wasn't mine, I would hope you would. Stefan, what's up?
You're trying to come in now. Oh man, I was gonna say great room, but yeah, hey, it's great to see everybody.
I think you held off a few more seconds on that one, huh?
Right?
He likes for smoke up his ass.
You can look around.
Smoke up his ass, right, Stefan?
I mean, well, what do I say? I don't know. But I do see Io up there. We go way back, and what a brilliant guy. Improved. So yeah, I don't have too much to say. I'm just listening.
I'll take the mic. Shout out to Bria. I know Bria's been doing some actual great work in real life, and Rohan as well. Doing some great work in real life. If I didn't mention you, I just don't know you. Maybe because I'm not supposed to know you, or because you're insignificant. Doesn't matter. I don't know. Yo, why are human beings so afraid of technology? It seems like, I feel like once fire was invented, all the men put out the fire because they thought they would be useless. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. But like, I feel like when fire was invented, all the men put out the fire because they felt like they would be useless. Right? And it's like, no, you need me now to build fires. How dare you build fires without me? But it's like, why are we so afraid of technology?
Ain't nobody afraid of no technology, Uncle. We're afraid of sick retards using it to invert nature.
Oh, man. Yeah, back to the invention of fire.
Easier way to build a fire. It's probably a woman. And then, like, the men probably killed her. And then said, how dare you try to build a fire without me? Like, this fear of technology, like, really has to stop. Like, we're way too educated. We have way too much access to resources to try to think that, like, technology is No, I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
All right. You sounded a little north of Brooklyn. I was like, I heard in New York 20 West. It sounds a little north.
Yeah, I'm from Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Brooklyn.
Where's Brooklyn at?
But you know what it is?
Where's Brooklyn at?
I eat a lot of good food.
There it is.
So
that's like Brooklyn plus good food equals one accent.
Yeah. I've been in Boston too. You know, one thing I hate about Boston is that when you get out of the airport, you're like in the street. It's like, go to the Cheesecake Factory across the street from the airport in Boston. It's surreal. But anyway, we need to really stop being afraid of technology. I think technology.
Yeah. Fuck.
What are you playing, Nick? Okay.
Hey, Necro. Necro, when was the last time you read a book?
And so, let's see,
I didn't get a response there, Necro. Are you busy video gaming? Can you hear me? Earth to Necro. Earth to Necro.
As an autistic kid, I don't like to be interrupted while I'm playing a game.
Is that an A word or an R word? I think you're actually more of an R word, not an A word, to tell you the truth.
What?
Oh, we got a caller. We got a caller. Winner, chicken dinner. Welcome to the show. Teal Enough. Teal Bentley. What do you want to talk about?
Hi, is this John?
This is John.
So I was looking on your website. I saw you had a 3-day plan for Chicago.
Yeah, did you see it? What'd you think about day one? 25% cut to the property taxes.
Is there any way we can make it shorter?
Oh, you want it this size?
I'm thinking like you got a 3-day plan currently. You got a 3-day plan. I'm thinking 2 days.
Well, that's day 2 actually. What don't you understand? There's day 1, then there's day 2, and then there's day 3.
John,
These are mayoral proclamations, by the way.
I'm sorry, I don't want to disrespect you. I really respect your campaign.
Wait, please hold on. We've got a donor on the line. Necro, can you hear us? Because Necro's one of our biggest campaign donors, and we had to promise him that we would release the Epstein files, and it turns out that, Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, they got our donor what he wanted. What do you think about that, Necro? Can you hear me, Necro? Oh, he left. He was busy playing video. Sorry, deal enough. You want a compression. You just want 2 days, right? He left. Zach, why didn't you mod me?
Wait. I was there?
Yeah, you should have modded me.
Sorry, dude.
We could have grown the room.
What are you talking about?
We got to get the room big.
He's made into Satan in the Coptic. And
the Catholic Church, yeah. The Catholic Church, I think you have to be like a baptized person to be considered a saint.
You can't obviously be Catholic.
Yeah. No, I don't think. Oh, yeah, I think.
No, you don't have to be. There's non-Catholic.
You don't have to be like, but you have to be baptized though.
Yeah, I know within that. Yeah, I understand that part. So.
Okay, I think because of the symbols, right? Because like all these things, I think.
For the board of moderators, take that filthy Nazi bullshit out of your title next to the name of our glorious president. How dare you?
These are the things, these are the markers of these government ages. Can be very.
Welcome to the show, Stefan.
Hi, John. I mean, I'm not anti-homo or something. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to get.
Welcome to the show, Stefan. What do you want to talk about?
We found your YouTube account.
You
and
did?
How many phones do you have?
I've got 600,000 phones and 1.4 million in Uranus. They're all over the universe, distributed, decentralized, tickling your toches, ready to get you socially and politically activated for the campaign to elect Mayor Kitover. What do you think about that, Stefan?
I'm so pumped to elect you as Chicago mayor. I'm not a resident of Chicago.
You're not even a voter?
Voter fraud. 1 million votes to you so that you win.
Thanks, bro. Well, we're live streaming this on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube, across so many accounts. What do you want?
You gotta get the word out.
Let me ask you a question. If you were the president of these United States of America, what would your top 3 priorities be for we, the people?
I'm not the candidate for mayor here. I don't know if I'm the one that you should be asking that.
I know, but
what are your priorities?
wait, hold on. Let me ask you a follow-up question. If you saw somebody on the street with a clipboard and a petition and a pen, and they were like, "Hey, excuse me, Steven, do you have just 10 seconds to sign this petition?" And you were like, yeah, I can send your petition. What are you running for? And I was to say, I was running for mayor, and you were to ask me, what are your top 3 priorities? I usually just say, why don't you tell me your top 3 complaints? So then I flip the petition backwards where it's a blank piece of paper, and I write their complaints down to put it in the complaint priority bucket. So what are your top 3 complaints, Steven?
Well, is recreational marijuana legal in Chicago?
Yes, there's multiple dispensaries to the north, to the east, to the south, to the west. They're all over the place. What's your complaint, though, Steven?
My complaint would be if it wasn't legal, but I guess that's not a complaint anymore. There's not enough water fountains in Chicago. That's what I believe.
Okay, that's an excellent complaint. I'm going to draft a new mayoral proclamation about the drinking fountains. I would go as far as to say, also bathrooms. Those porta potties, they call them Johns. As a John, Stephen, I've always felt that calling toilets by the name of John is rather discriminatory, libelous, and slanderous to all men named John. Have you met a trans John? Oh, we got a TikToker. Tali is here. Welcome, Tali. Tali is a brain-rotted out former victim of Nathan's art project in the House of Chillism.
My mic was off. I'm sorry.
She was also the original first black female token Jew on Clubhouse. Yeah, you were the token. You were tokenized. Steven, these digital worlds are merging now. Are you ready for the AI robotic revolution, Steven?
I think I am.
How will
as long as you're going to lead it, John.
How will you survive the future knowing that all jobs will be taken by robots, including personal assistants and nursing care?
I'll just live off welfare.
So you believe in a universal basic income, is what you're saying?
I believe in the government giving me money for doing nothing.
Oh, damn, Tali left us. So you know what's interesting is I was thinking today, I was like, imagine if Trump decided to shut down everything and then create like a new universal system for all government programs, agencies, projects, etc., and just like hand it off all to Palantir and Oracle and say, okay, guys, we want you to like just shut everything down. And so what I'm saying is everybody in America would have to log in to Trump.gov to create their new profile if they want any benefits, access to any projects or programs, to any agency, anything. What do you think about Trump.gov being the new universal federal platform for all citizens?
Well, my main concern is once Trump is no longer president, what's it going to be called?
It'll just become USA.gov.
Okay. I have no problem with it.
But
you ever play poker?
Yeah, Texas Hold'em, yeah.
Oh, shit. You gamble ever?
No, I don't really gamble. You know why? Because, I have a lot of cell phones. So what's interesting is when you go to the casino and you see people playing a slot machine, it's no different than them just like taking a $20 bill and burning it and then like playing a video game on their cell phone, pulling out another 20 and burning it and then playing a video game on their cell phone. So I just can't see how anybody that plays a slot machine doesn't realize they're just playing a blown up version of their cell phone and paying money to use a bigger digital display. It's like, how stupid are you?
I agree, man.
I can't believe slot machines. I should just go to the casino and shoot a bunch of videos about slot machines and how it's all basically like technological hypnosis to like, manipulate your dopamine.
You should do that for your campaign.
You know what's interesting? When you interview for the FBI, they ask you a question, but they also tell you to never reveal the question to the public. Do you want to know what that super secret FBI riddle is?
I do want to know the question. I can't lie.
So the question.
You have to kill me when I know?
No, it's just like basically a trick question, but it doesn't really matter which side you believe. They just want to see if you can compose an essay. So anyways, the question is, you are working for the FBI as a special agent and you suspect the president of the city council of being bribed and involved in money laundering and fraud. And the city has a vote whether to build a casino or a grocery store. If you were the mayor, would you rather build the grocery store or the casino? And state your arguments for why. That's the question.
What's your answer to that, John?
I said I wanted to build the grocery store because I felt that the casino is just a tax on the population and doesn't provide products or services as valuable as a new grocery store would. So
I agree.
Yeah.
Were you a member of the FBI?
No, but I interviewed, and they did offer me the position for a special agent, but I was very lazy, and I didn't go to the physical fitness test.
Oh.
Yeah, it was during COVID, and I already had a full-time position with the IRS. So I was like, why go to a different agency? Like, what's the difference? Who cares?
John, I was wondering, I was looking at your electoral history. Why weren't you on the ballot for Illinois' 16th congressional primary?
Because Darren LaHood, the fraud congressman, and his bullshit attorney, John Fogerty, managed to challenge my petitions and get me kicked off. But the reverse was not true. Well, see, when they accuse me of fraud, that's just them projecting, because I actually have the PDF of all of LaHood's petitions, and I could show you the petitions, and you would question and say, who are these people? How does he, like, it's so, anyways, it's just everything is up for question because there's no transparency. So one of my mayoral proclamations is to tie the petition to the vote. We want like a total double entry, fully ledgered system to totally prevent identity theft and voter fraud and everything else. And it's totally possible, and quite easy through technology to prevent voter fraud from the beginning. Because voter fraud doesn't happen at the ballot box. It happens a lot of times at the petition cycle.
I agree. So you said LaHood's a rhino. Are you a big MAGA Republican?
No, I'm just anti like the past 25 years of federal government activity from 9/11. I think we all have been manipulated beyond belief, and we've wasted our treasury. So I'm not really. It's not about. I don't like the term MAGA anymore because there's just on the ballot there's only Republicans and Democrats. There's no MAGA party. So you have to, if you're a Republican, you should know the history of the Republican Party and the Protestant movement attached to it and the Civil War type of Enlightenment thinking where I'm going to go die to go free these people. Like, how much, more Christian could you get? So there's like a lot in the Republican Party's history. And then if you know the Democrat Party history about, KKK and slavery, you're just like, whoa, that's actually part of Democrat history. You're like, which side do I want to be on the side of good or do I want to be on the side of evil? But I think you can rotate amongst parties throughout your lifetime. I've heard that said that, sometimes you sleep on your right, sometimes you sleep on your left, sometimes you sleep on your back, and sometimes you sleep on your stomach, and then you do a full rotation. And I think, healthy politics probably requires full rotation, even if it's like a subversive, because people in the Republican Party in Chicago are not Republicans per se. They're actually Democrats. And the Democrats are now just so hardcore left, woke, trans, LGBTQ, reparations, etc. that what do they really stand for? Like historically, it's all just like nuanced propaganda. It's basically, it's super stimulus. They're the party of creating super stimulus, which is like what the algorithm shows you, which is the opposite of your projection.
So I take it you're not a woke guy.
I would be woke if like billionaire oligarchs figured out a way how to live forever and enslave us, and like keep property taxing us into oblivion. I mean, it's not, the oligarchs, anyways, the whole thing is like set up in a way which is just like not historically the way that I'm sure the founders would have preferred it, but it has become now open. It's just a flyer for like, to put in a storefront.
Okay. Yeah. You got like a full rent sign? You got a grand opening sign, I think?
For rent sign? Where do you see the for rent sign?
I saw it in a video of yours.
Oh. No, there's no for rent sign here, but yeah.
Okay.
But I do have a subscribe like now. If you're a real human and you've enjoyed this conversation, I would encourage you to retweet something that I've created to prove that you actually have a brain. And, because I create so much content, but I don't know anybody that like ever retweets me. You know, leaves a comment. It's
It's a
always
shame.
it's such a shame, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm worried about your campaign if this keeps up.
Well, don't be worried about the campaign because it's all about an experience and a happening. There's no guarantee of success. But the thing that I have learned, this being my third time running for office, is that the petition challenging signature is a quasi-legal court. And because it's quasi-legal, it's basically ridiculous. And it's a lot of fun to navigate. And it's interesting because do you know who runs? Guess who runs the world? Do you think it's doctors or lawyers?
Well, I can't say what group I think runs the world.
You don't think lawyers run the world?
Sure, let's say lawyers.
I would just go with lawyers because imagine you're a doctor and you're very successful, but somebody files malpractice against you, and it costs you, Hello, Manvelis. Welcome to this public room. How can I help you, sir? This is also the Jewish Complaint Department. Is there something you'd like to complain about today? Oh, thank you.
Where are you from, bro?
I was born inside Uranus. It's close to Saturn and Neptune. Have you heard of it?
United States.
Exactly.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm from Nigeria.
Where's that at? Never heard of it.
I'm from Nigeria. We deal on real estate. Have you heard about real estate?
No, I haven't heard of Nigeria either. I'll have to Google that one. How do you spell it? Niggeria?
Yeah. Would you love to be my country Nigeria for a business trip?
A free business trip, like to the casino?
Yeah, we are into real estate, London property, buying and selling of London properties.
London properties?
You can buy the lower rate, you can sell the higher rate. That will do here in Nigeria.
Got it. All right, Steven, do you have any final comments, questions, thoughts, ideas, or opinions?
Are you kicking me off?
No, I just, I don't know how long this is going to go for, but
Okay.
yeah, I'm trying to.
Well, you said this is your third time running for office?
Yes.
What was your first time?
Committeeman.
Committeeman, okay.
Yeah, 45th Ward.
Well, you run out the fourth time if you lose mayor of Chicago.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I'm also going to be running for the Chicago Public School System board seat in my district. So I'm running for two positions in Chicago right now. One is the Chicago Public School System board member in my district, and then the mayoral candidacy.
So I think your problem was you didn't go big enough. I think you should have gotten on the Senate primary,
No, I ran for Congress. What do you mean?
Yeah, but wasn't there a Senate seat open in Illinois?
There was, but Congress and Senate, either or. I mean, I think I'll run for Senate eventually, but Congress was the choice to take, and I'm happy I did it. I learned so much about what it means to run in a district, especially if you're an out of district candidate. It's very challenging, very difficult. Do you think that your love life is primarily based on proximity and geographic location?
I'm actually in a long distance relationship, so I'd say no.
Well, what I'm trying to say is you get in more car accidents closer to your primary centered point on a map. So most things in your life are kind of based around, your primary residence.
I guess that is true.
Yeah,
Will you ever run for office in New Jersey one day? I'm a New Jerseyan.
No, but I know Cherry Hill. I used to work with car dealerships in Cherry Hill and did all their media about it. What do you think about having the second largest Indian temple in the country in New Jersey?
I didn't know that. I just learned that right now.
I think the biggest is in the Chicagoland area, close by. But Have you ever? I saw pictures of the Indian temple in New Jersey. I really encourage you to look at it. Go inside, and you're gonna trip. You're gonna be like, "What is all this? What does this mean? This is crazy shit. What is all this?" Look it up. It's incredible. It is so trippy in there. It's so cool.
Where is it?
Fuck if it's in Jersey. I don't know where in New Jersey.
You think I should do a tap of acid and then go to the Indian temple?
No. You just have a cup of coffee and go in there, and, you know. But you can go in there and do a bunch of ohms, do some yoga, read a book, write some poetry, make some AI
What religion do you
music.
subscribe to, John, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I'm a YouTuber. Yep.
Okay.
I pray to the ghost of Susan Wojcicki. Do you know who she was?
I do.
Yep. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Peace be upon her. Total warlord of a woman. Part of the Ummah. Part of the believers.
I have a question. When you're talking to that guy that just joined,
Yeah.
you spelled out Nigeria, but with the N-word. What did you mean by that?
Well, he was sounding muffled, like he was far away from the mic. So I wanted to test him to see if he A, could hear me, and B, if he could spell correctly. But he failed the test, as you witnessed. For example, let me do a quick diagnostic on you. I was in a room recently. They were asking how do you calculate percentages. Let me just ask you, what's 300 times 600?
1800.
Wow, that's total failure on your part. Your diagnostic has proven that your IQ is multiplyingly deficient. 300 by 600. So to do that, you just think about the zeros. There's 4 zeros, right?
Yeah.
And then 3 times 6 is 18. So what's 18 with 4 zeros after it? That's 180,000.
Yeah, 180,000.
Yeah, you were off. So, you know,
I'm so sorry.
did you pass college calculus?
I did. I guess I must have forgot it all.
I guess that TI-82, you know, really what prevented your brain from trying to visualize a multiplication or even a division for that. Isn't it amazing that you now know that you can visualize mathematics? Let me ask you this. Who were you before your birth? And who do you think you'll be after your death?
I don't even know how to start answering that question. I'm gonna be honest.
Well,
Who were you before your birth?
I asked a billionaire once at this conference, you know, who were you before your birth? And guess what he said?
What did he say?
He said, I was a ninja, bitch. And then he threw a dragon star at my throat. I couldn't believe it. I was like, he's a ninja.
This happened?
Yeah. But he didn't throw the ninja star. I just made that part up.
Okay. That's what I assumed.
But I do like the analogy of being a ninja. You know why? Because like ninjas are very sneaky, you know, and you never see them coming. And people ask me as a candidate for mayoralship of Chicago, what's your plan and what's your strategy to win? And my response is always, I just keep coming. And I just keep coming. And I just keep coming. And I keep coming. And then I always ask the voters, you know, I don't know, did you see the final election results for my congressional campaign?
Yeah, it said your opponent got 100% of the vote.
No, that's not. What are you talking about? I got 0.017% of the vote, bro.
I was looking at the news reports. It said you weren't on the ballot. It said you ran uncontested.
No, I ran as a write-in candidate. They published the write-in candidacy results. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, I got 110 votes. That's incredible.
I had no idea. The news didn't want me to see that, I guess.
It was only on one little news website. Somebody actually took the time to go through the Illinois State Board of Elections PDF and publish and write, all the results. So I was pleased to see the true numbers. And what's interesting is if you look at the primary numbers versus the midterm numbers from when LaHood ran, I just don't believe the turnout on his prior election. Like, I think we have a problem at the election commission and with all these county clerks and all the different districts. A lot of them didn't even respond to my correspondence. So, I was told I should roast them for not even corresponding with the write-in candidate. So, but anyways, it's neither here nor there. But go to mayorkitover.com to see our Meta AI generated website. Have you seen mayorkitover.com yet?
I have not.
Oh my God, it's Meta is incredible. Have you been using Meta AI?
I have not, unfortunately.
Bro, you're behind the times. How do you expect to stay alive in this Hunger Games situation? You're going to be competing with robots.
I guess I'm just laying down and dying like a dog.
Why do you think they said long live the fighters?
I don't know. I guess I should use Meta AI then.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. If you were to make a movie in Hollywood and have an unlimited budget, what would you name your movie?
I think I made a biopic about you, John.
Well, I'm already doing that. I've got 100,000 videos up on YouTube. Have you ever used a harmonica, Stefan?
Well, the thing is, my friend recently purchased a harmonica, and he was looking on YouTube for harmonica content, and that's how we found out about your campaign. You're very gifted man.
Have you seen our TikTok live? And by the way, is it Steven or is it Stefan?
It's Steven.
Never had one lesson, Steven.
You want to pick that up all by yourself?
Yeah, I mean, you know how to use a harmonica?
I don't actually.
Well, the first part is the sucking part. Sucking, you gotta suck, and then after you complete the sucking part of a harmonica, you get into what's called the blowing part. That's what I really like about the harmonica.
You say you would sell that sucking
It's actually, see, you're never gonna be good. Oh, welcome back, Kitty. You're never going to be good at the harmonica unless you can actually master the art of blowing and sucking. You can't just blow. Welcome, Kitty. Kitty, you can help illuminate us on sucking and blowing.
I played harmonica.
I think I'm pretty good at those things, but I've never played the harmonica before.
I played the C harmonica. I'm classically trained now flute and piccolo over 12 years, so he's stupid and he has no idea what he's talking about. I'm from the south side of Chicago and I know how to play blues.
We got a Chicago in here. Kitty, are you voting for Mayor Kitover February 23rd, 2027?
Damn right I am. I wouldn't vote right now.
That's right. Go to mayorkitover.com if you want to liberate Chicago. We don't believe in the Chicago Teachers Union and how they are basically a predator RICO organization preying on the innocence of the youth. Stephen, do you know what it means to prey on innocence, especially of the youth?
I do. I think I do.
I just don't think that when the youth go to school, on a typical weekday, that they should actually have their cell phones with them. Do you think that there should be like an 8-hour, block every day where the youth can't access their primary, secondary, or even tertiary cell phones?
I don't know
this is crossing a boundary, but are you a father?
Am I a father? No, not that I know of. But maybe in Jersey, maybe I got a kid out in Jersey. Steven, you don't happen to be my long lost son from Hermosa Beach, are you?
No. But wouldn't that be crazy?
This is a joke. What did you say, Kitty?
Nothing. I was just being silly. But even if you were or were not, let's just say you're not a father, it doesn't mean that someone, a grown man, can't have an objective understanding of what's best for children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
He could be an uncle. He could be a guardian. He could be someone that just gives a fuck.
Kitty, we're going to do a quick diagnostic. We're going to do a quick diagnostic here with Steven to find out just how R-worded out and brain-rotted out this young man's brain is. Steven, what is the opposite of good?
I want to say bad, John. I really want to say bad.
Whoa, we got another one. That's not the opposite of good. What else do you think could be the opposite of good?
Evil.
There we go. Did you ever see Master and Commander?
No.
You never saw that movie with what is his name? Kurt Russell? But anyways, there's like a quote about, the evil of the dweevil twin. Anyways, I have to look up the quote. But what I'm just trying to point out is that nature and all of reality is opposites complementing each other. So it's subject and object, which is the synthesis of life. Hello?
Huh?
You don't understand?
No, I understand.
Have you ever read Marcus Aurelius?
I have not, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
You're picking out all my weaknesses here.
Oh, no. What was the last book you ran through your brain? It's called reading, aka reading.
John, what is your opinion on Mayor Mamdani?
Mayor Mommy? He's a communist and he should be sued into oblivion so he can't achieve a thing because he's nothing but a communist. He's a thief. He's part of the
So you would have voted for Cuomo.
He's part of the Ummah. He's part of the believers. I am one of the non-believers waging war against the supposed believers of Mohammed. Mo was his name, part of the in-group known as the Believers. If you didn't believe, it wasn't just about Allah. It was about Mohammed.
You know my favorite book, John? The 120 Days of Sodom.
Oh, no.
By Marquis de Sade.
Oh, no. I fear that's what Donald Trump and Melania have become. Do you see any like parodies or overlays, or how would you compare that with Trump's administration?
I don't fucking know. I haven't read that, John. I'm not gonna hold you.
Well, you've seen the movie, right?
I have not.
Then why did you bring it up?
I thought it would be funny to say that was my favorite book. I'm sorry, John. I lied to you.
Kitty, is there anything you want to say in the Snake Lightning house? Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Chicken.
Yes. I'm here.
What do you want to say, Kitty, to this?
You have power over your mind, not outside of this event. realize this, and you will find strength. Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah, people are calling John Kitover the new Mamdani of Chicago, but
I've heard people say that.
the unwoke version of the Mamdani. Did you see that Mamdani gave Curtis Sliwas a night mayoralship position, so he gets to be the mayor at night when Mamdani is sleeping with his beautiful girlfriend, not even fiance. The nighttime mayor, Sliwas.
For over 40 years.
Have you seen the movie? Have you seen the movie American Psycho?
No.
You never seen it?
No, I'm sorry, I'm uncultured.
Are you from India?
What?
Are you Indian?
No.
I'm trying to listen to the new Robert Palmer tape. I suppose the fiance keeps buzzing in my ear.
Sliwa. I was his #1 social media engagement follower for the whole campaign. I helped promote him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I helped him as much as I could, but Jesus, did you see the numbers? Oh, he got destroyed.
7%.
Yikes.
Do you know Sliwa?
No, but I know somebody that
You know the
knows.
guy? Okay.
I know somebody that knows him, and they say he's a stand-up guy. But what's the deal with all the kitty cats? Hello?
We got a new guy called Gambler Hermes.
Have you been to MayorKitover.com yet?
Me? I've been looking at it.
So this was the AI prompt. Use Kitover's Instagram to create an extensive website. And I didn't have to do a thing. After that, it was just to be mayor, And I say, well, I've perfected the art of doing nothing every single day.
Do you think that's a winning message for voters?
Well, I like to say vote Kitover before it's over, as well as my other slogan was vote for John. It's better than nothing.
I guess.
It's true though. If you really think about it, the brand.
It would be nothing. It would be your opponent.
I know what I'm saying is, I am the only net positive candidate. You know how they say it like in carbon tax with left wokeists on climate change. It's all about your carbon tax or carbon credit or carbon debit. But I'm the only mayoral candidate that will actually be a net positive and not a net loss to the city of Chicago. Everybody else is just a parasite. I will actually help the city generate revenue. I will help the city eliminate all woke left spending, particularly on migrants who are here illegally. That'll save us immediately $800 million a year at least. You can see the city budget right on John Kitover's Instagram. It's completely broken down across all different business units with their annual budgets. Do you know what?
Is your Instagram generated by AI?
There's a lot of AI videos that I used with Sora to create. And another politician who won the Democrat primary against LaHood, he says, I don't create any AI slop.
So what are you going to do now that Sora got shut down?
Why do you think they shut it down?
It wasn't profitable.
No. You're talking to the man who caused Sam Altman to have basically a come to Jesus moment. Because when he saw that I had 50 accounts on all these different cell phones that I have, he knew that I would basically cause so much chaos that they had no choice but to shut it down for political reasons, because AI Sora was making John Kitover so politically powerful that they had to stop it at the source. And that's why they stopped Sora from generating I was the #1 user. There was only 500,000 users. I had 0.1% of all the accounts. I was the only.
You had a lot of Sora accounts?
Bro, yeah, but you can't use them anymore. The only thing I can do is download my videos. And so what's cool is I have enough mayoral videos pre-generated to get me all the way to the finish line. So if I can actually get money and raise, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, I can buy, ads on Meta or Google with all my Sora AI videos, and people are gonna love them. It's the sitcom ones are the funniest because that was a filter they have, and when I watch them, I mean, I giggle inside because I'm like, I can't believe that's me. It's my bald head, It's just like a sitcom.
How are you spending your campaign funds, John?
We haven't raised any money for the mayoralship yet, but we have $100 left from our congressional campaign, and we're just letting that sit in the bank and ride. Try to collect that interest to grow that money to buy more advertisements. Yeah, I could do a tarot card spread for you.
Oh, sure.
There you go. This money. This is cash in the bank. Are you a gambling man, Steven?
I'm not a gambling man, no.
What was the most you ever wagered in your whole life?
Well, I spent like $20 at the horse race.
You lost it. What did you do? Place to win?
I spent like $20 on some horse races. I made a net positive of like $1 throughout the whole day somehow. So that's my one experience gambling.
Do you think you could ever be an impressive person?
An impressive person?
No. Do you believe that at some point in your life you've ever practiced oppression against other people?
Oh, an oppressive person. I hope not.
What about indolence?
Who?
Indolence. These are your new English words of the day, because English isn't your first language, right?
No, it is.
It is?
But yeah, I'm a New Jersey guy.
Oh, you have an accent.
I do?
Okay, your next word of the day is futility.
Thank you. I'm learning so much.
You're welcome. These are tarot cards. Have you ever looked at tarot cards before?
No, I've never been into that really.
Oh, got another one. Ruin. Yikes.
You think you've ever been an oppressive person,
Woo!
John?
Let me think about that one. Okay, next word is disappointment.
I've heard that one before.
You've been told that you're a disappointment?
Well, have you?
Uh-oh, your next word is defeat.
Are you doing a tarot card reading for me?
Yeah, your next tarot card is cruelty and worry.
This isn't good.
Failure's coming. Oh, look out. Also, do you think you're debauched?
I don't think so.
Do you know what debauch means?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Well, I know what debauchery means.
So you know what debauch means?
Yeah, I assume it's the same thing.
Correct. Uh-oh.
I don't think that describes me.
Your next tarot card, sadly, is death. Yeah, hey, Miriam. Hey, Miriam, you just got to the death card. I'm good. How are you?
You're predicting my downfall.
Oh, great.
And yeah, it's Farsi music.
Oh, wow. Delam bara chelitzeng shodeh.
Me too, love. Me too, love. Where are you, honey?
I'm in Uranus. It's close to Saturn. It's nearest to Neptune, though. Have you been studying? Oh, okay, wait, the last.
Yeah, as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Bro, every card I drew was of the dark light and the negativity. What's up with that, Stephen? Who are you with, and what is your plan?
My plan is to get you elected as the mayor of Chicago, John.
Wow. All right. Well, if you can tell Alex Soros that we'll be in Europe next week for the WEF meeting, if we could set up a meeting with him to get this fundraising started. You know, Alex Soros is our guy. Oh, Mariam wants to take care of all the funding. Thank you, Mariam. You're going to be our chief campaign fundraiser.
Are you sure?
Why not?
Because I cannot handle any more, honey, without you.
Oh, wow. Delam barat chelitzeng shodeh. Do you know what that means, Stephen? You speak Farsi, Stephen?
I do not speak Farsi.
What other language do you speak?
I took Spanish in high school.
Oh, you speak Spanish?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
John, what is your opinion on gay marriage?
Gay marriage? What does the Bible say?
Well, you told me you were part of that you worshipped the ghost of Susan Wojcicki, so what did she say?
Mariam, where do you stand on gay marriage?
I am Muslim. You know that.
You're a believer? You believe in Muhammad?
Of course.
Oh my God.
I believe to you, girl. I believe to you.
What do the believers in the Ummah say about gay marriage?
I don't know. Everything you believe, I believe that.
Wow. Where do you live, Mariam? Turkey?
No, USA.
Oh, wow.
And the expensive place in the world, Irvine, California.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Yes, now, expensive place in the world. And also safe place in the world, too.
Yeah, do you like Beverly Hills?
No, it's bullshit.
Really? Why do you say that? It's very nice.
No. I like my villa.
Mm-hmm.
I like my villa, honey.
Okay, go ahead. Play your Farsi AI music.
Just give me a second because I wanna play with TV, and I have a lot. I don't know which one play. Which one, honey?
I don't know. Just pick any one that you like. Just hit play.
Okay, that's the best one I like with AI. I think this one is good.
He's a good one. She didn't pick that good one. This is Mike and Joy.
circles of the community. And when an opening comes up, those sports.
I love you guys so much. I love you. Especially Empress and Liquid. I love you. And Tina. Bye guys, I love you. Come back and see us. Hello, Universe.
Hey, baby!
Hey, baby, how you doing, honey?
You scared him. Hey, what's
So what is this, a talent show? You looking for talent? Because America's Got Talent.
Yes, we're looking for talent, sir.
What happened to DW? She was here and then she just...
Your Goober is here. You're going to the goo. You're going to the goo. Watch yourself
to the goo. So we walk around here with an AR goo. We got an AR goo.
Yes, especially understanding.
Y'all not faster than me. I'm telling you, I'm the king of quickness. I mean, come back up here in the universe. Welcome to this.
You get the liquid.
AK goo. Yeah, y'all goo. And no.
Get married, have a wedding.
No, I can't take the time off work.
Your father actually owns the company and do everything.
Do you ever watch these little movies that it's put up at they're way too funny. He was dancing around in a kilt a minute ago.
It's all good. It's all good. It's Sandy.
I love it.
Fucking shoot me. Go ahead and just get it over with.
I love you.
I love you back. Alright, let it go. You're not gonna break my armor. It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Okay?
And
You'll never.
Not too long ago,
I think she went to dinner. I'm not
actually
sure.
happened to be surfing on
Empress.
here in the lakes on
Yeah.
there.
Empress.
When there was a spill, and I came out of the lake and I was like covered in this poop, and I was like, we should probably do that.
Constituents and other people are freaking out, calling you out and saying this is not America first. They said that. Not Democrats, young Republican folks, and a lot of them have said on other networks they're unhappy with the way things are going. That's a problem.
50% of the population is not happy with it. That's right. This country is split 50-50. But I always say you have to judge Trump. You have to judge Trump on what he does, not what he says. He's always been saying outrageous things. But you have to point to acts of treason. Now, if you're saying that his failure to attack Russia is an act of treason, I'm not sure that that rises to the level of an act of treason. There's 500 million.
Randy, one correction. Hold on, Ashton. One correction, Randy. The numbers aren't 50-50. It's poll numbers at this point. I think, what is it? Is it 35 that he's spoke? It's not. It was 50-50 when he lied about no new wars, that he would go ahead and be the president of peace. All the things that he said, America first, the economy, the gas, that's when it was 50-50, when he bought all those disparate groups, when he had the Groypers, when he had Patriot Front, when he had like Tucker Carlson's followers, when he had like all those people that he had bought under one tent. That's when it's 50-50. Now it's not that, because a lot of those people have walked away from him because he hasn't held up to his campaign promises.
I just checked it.
It's still not, but that doesn't mean treason.
You're correct, but to be fair, so I just checked.
I didn't say treason, but if you want to point to a treasonous act, the January 6th could be defined treason, because he did say go down there and fight like hell, march down there with you. And they say that he tried to go down there, but there were armed people that, essentially ran into the Capitol and tried to overthrow it. Allegedly tried to overthrow the government. So that could be the Friday street.
But then he was elected. He wasn't Jewish. They tried to
There was nobody who was weaponry inside the Capitol. The people outside had rifle guns. And that was that demonstration had a permit.
I understand that, but let me tell you something. I put together a program. But all my life, when you put together a protest and it becomes an illegal protest, brother, then they call for that. Okay, you can have a permit, but the time that you don't follow the instructions on that permit calls for you to stay orderly. All right, we put these things together.
But why don't you go along Michael's argument to say like reason is different than just say like he's a fuck up, he's a liar, and he's
hold on, I'm talking about a permit. I'm not talking about no trees. When you're not following a permit and the rules and regulations within that, then your protest is deemed an illegal protest together. That stuff is going on. Where Donald Trump was sitting there watching, hold on, he was sitting there watching everything go on and didn't call no dang on military, didn't call not a boom, not a bang. He wasn't president. Brother, nothing. What I'm telling you, brother, is out of control. It is out of control. What happened?
What do you mean he wasn't president?
No, he was president. He was president for the next what is it?
January 6th, he was president?
Yeah, he was president for the next couple of weeks.
Was he not president January 6th?
Yeah, he was, but
it wasn't Mike Pence.
First of all, when it came to what was he?
No, he fucking Mike first of all, Pepe. And second of all, you should correct yourself because you said he was president. That's what you corrected.
No, I said he was president for the next couple of weeks. Yeah, I said what's wrong? Yeah, you're a good smart chip. Very good.
Come on, bro. Chip?
No good.
Your mother a white boy, you piece of shit.
No good. Why do you do this?
Hey, don't take that.
Pepe, you got me fucked up. When I was saying on this motherfucking stage,
everybody give it up. One mic
I will fuck you up.
One mic on.
You piece of shit cracker. You ain't know what it's fucking Muzuku cracker, motherfucker.
Have a good son.
I know this dirty trash. Smelly dirty fucking cracker. You are dirty fucking cracker. I was fucking drag you.
I'm a dirty cracker.
Fucking cracker, motherfucker. Fucking cracker. I ain't slapped your mother with the dick. And it ain't you and your motherfucking cracker. Dirty motherfucker. Let you bleed out. Let you bleed out, cracker, motherfucker.
Don't chip it out.
Okay, go every court, good shit. You can tell me real, hey, so you can have me in real life, Pepe. I can fall
Don't fall for me.
Yeah, we do it live, Pepe. We can do it live, Pepe. We are family.
Let him be cringe and
You're
racist.
so tough, bro. You can say you
I
got it.
know, I can't have it.
Go ahead, get your
Internet beat. You fucking
I absolutely would. I absolutely would. For your bitch ass, I would make it sound like your crack ass.
I'm sure you would.
Trump's approval rating is almost 80% of them.
Have a good night, cracker. Take a night, cracker.
Good night, Jim.
Not a lie. That's news. 36%. They were lying. No, among Republicans, sir, I do not lie. Sir, I will say it again. I'll put it in from Newsweek. Trump's approval rating among Republicans is near 80%.
On what, hold on, Ashton, hold on. On what issues? Because on the border, I'm sure it's right. The economy, it can't be. There's literally no way on the economy or the war. It literally can't be that high on.
It's overall. It's a market call. Put a link in the chat. Alright. I did it before I said it, yeah. Hey, January 6th. April 8th to April 16th. January 6th. No. They went, listen, let me speak. They went into that, listen. They went into that. They went into that and went into that building and they threatened a congresswoman.
6 years ago.
They wanted to kill
You're still talking about it.
Listen, black people. Let me finish. If those are black people that went into that area, defecated the area, pissed in the area.
There were black people there.
80% of the people was maggot, and they was white. If those was black people that dared to do something like that, go into that area, defecated, shitted, tried to kill a congresswoman, they would have put the National Guard and every damn army out there to kill them. This whole standard that white people have been able to get away. And what did Trump do? He parted them. And what did they do? A lot of those guys was child molesters. Now they found themselves back in prison. Those same guys that he parted. And this is a joke. This is a joke.
You know, something that I think is pressing that we're not discussing enough is the recent market shift towards BRICS and the yuan. This fiasco in Iran has really kind of screwed us, and our global reserve currency is now trending downwards, and that combined with inflation. I mean, the bond to yield market, I mean, if people are following these things, like, we're literally losing our dollar by an insane rate, like a terrifying rate.
What is your theory? That people are gravitating towards the yuan?
No, well, mostly. So it's not just any one. Although BRICS is taking up a larger percentage than was projected, but that did happen. But it's not just any one. It's more so that people are moving away from the dollar. They're shopping, and we're mostly, setting up more international. I'm trying to think of the term. It's not just a trade deal. Because for some people, it's like, for some nations, they've just been using the alternative to the SWIFT program. I can't remember what it is, but basically the dollar operates off the SWIFT banking network. And a big part of the logistics was creating an alternative currency transfer system. So they got that established. They're beginning to explore other options. And BRICS is taking up a bigger share, but it's not just that. It's like a new trend away from the dollar in general. And it's also because the bond to yield market, the individuals who are purchasing American bonds, first of all, we don't even like when it happens because it fucks with inflation, but we have to lower the interest. And so now we're getting double-minded. Like, the demand for the dollar is going down while we need to sell bonds. So we're still going to get screwed on that, but it's a game of diminishing returns, and it's actually not even going to be available too much longer. Like, it's just, I don't know, 50% of our budget is already just paying interest on our debt. It's projected to go to 20%. Like, 1/5 of our money is just paying interest. These are not, and it's going to become feedback that's negative. And then combine that with the fact that so when you go to the pump and you're looking at those gas prices, that's artificially low. Someone is shorting oil by millions and millions of barrels. So for those who don't know what shorting is, basically they're saying that oil is going to be worth less than what it's actually projected to be worth, and they're willing to pay for to sell a certain amount of oil at that cost, or they'll take the loss because it'll actually be worth more. It is going to be worth more, but because they're putting the real shock is going to happen if we don't get these scheduled tankers. So April 15th was most ports just received a tanker in the U.S. That was the last tanker. So the next time the tanker was supposed to show up and doesn't, boom, that is when the market just gets fucking, oh God, bro. It's gonna be so bad. And if people don't understand, it's more than just like the oil, the gas. It's also the natural gas, which we use and to produce, like, I think over 30% of the power in the country. So energy bills, power company, oh God, it's about to get up.
You do, because right here off the coast of Texas, out of Houston, a lot of oil and natural gas here. They talked about some of the projections out here for drilling into shale rock and all that other kind of stuff to try to open up and get some of that gas that's underneath, but it's not enough. Even, they talked about that. Could Texas kind of help out the country? Yes, we pump oil, but do we pump enough by volume as a state to try to help shore up the country? We don't, and so we do have still dependence on foreign oil just simply because it is easier to produce and sweeter to refine. That's what they talk about out here at ExxonMobil. It's better to refine that oil, and that's why they essentially use that and bring it into this country. It's a lot harder to that sludge and stuff. It's a lot harder to refine that kind of stuff, and so the cost of that can also be passed on to the consumer. They talked about that if they have to switch over to that kind of blend, and even vehicles, their types of blends can also go up in places like California and those kinds of things, just simply because of EP regulations and stuff in California and other places. So those things also affect the cost and what is passed on to consumers. I do try to follow this as well, just simply because of where I live and what Houston and what they're doing to shore up oil here and try to secure it. They've talked about that as well. We need to try to secure as much oil as we can and stockpile it. And so what they've talked about out here in Houston is possibly building one of the largest storages ever built here to help store this oil, but it's going to be a slow process until that happens. We don't have enough capacity right now in this country to store oil right now. We need to boost capacity, and that's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars. They talked about that not only in this state, but other states, to help maybe kick some of the things back online that we shut down with the refineries. Those are things we need to do and shore up and get that back online, and that'll help the refining problems in this country when it comes to oil. And we need to do that a lot better. It'll drop the cost of consumers too. Because it would, and I hope that it does, because storage component that the oil or even, short electricity, those two things right there, they go together. For the last 75 years, Texas has had issues with electricity, especially the on-putting of that, just simply because of the equipment we have in our state. It's old. I don't know what to tell people. It's just old. And then the way we refine in our state, we have factories here that are really old. And some of the stuff that it needs to be to meet the demands of today. And that is something that they talked about as well, is some of these older refineries, retrofitting those refineries, some of the things to be done better, and making sure that all energy can be used, including green energy, and capturing that CO2 off the top of those refineries and taking that CO2 and arcing that CO2 back into the ground, back into the soil, and that CO2 then turns into a stone that is forever captured and it never ever permeates into the earth. So those are ways that lower cost for consumers, but that is several $billion worth of green projects that can help our state in the next century. We need to do these things, whether Republicans like it or not. What's funny? What is funny about what I see? Is there a problem? That is what we have. What they do. I'm with that guy. We really do now need to do these things, and in our state, we have not updated a lot of our grid in the last 50 years. We haven't built a new airport in this country, possibly in the last 30 to 60 years. We have not built up our infrastructure. Those are things that will help launch our country in the right direction. I believe that the energy and oil is one of those two things that right now still have to balance out. Oil can't go away because there's still dependence on that. You can't solely lean on our green energy. These things have to be combined with the wraparound effect, along with oil, and you can't forget the big one, nuclear. Once you have nuclear in place, then it burns right, it burns consistent, and rain comes. So at the end of the day, we have to shore up all this technology, and micronuclear is the way to go. They have talked about that out here. The reason that is because it's small, it's compact, and you can power several million homes immediately once that is fired. It's better than coal. I just believe in nuclear just because what it can do, and it would take the dependence so much off of oil, and we still use it. But let's find nuclear and use that, in extreme weather like we have in this state. They have talked about nuclear for that very reason, because a lot of people died in this state when the grid failed, and we did not have enough nuclear coming online. We needed that, but unfortunately, we didn't build and prepare for disasters, and that is what we need to do, and nuclear will help us solve that problem.
This fiasco in Iran is really kind of...
Ashton, did you do any research about the water in Corpus Christi?
Hi, everyone.
Budgetary issues, some of that, I'm trying to look at the infrastructure issues, but a lot of it is taken off of that water without protecting the population of people who live there, whether that be buildings on the reservoir that comes, I try to look that town up on the map, and yeah, they could.
Once you are sleeping with a Kardashian, your reputation is tarnished, I think, a little bit.
Really, that pilots can get confused and disoriented and not know what up and down is, and now that's an fear unlocked.
Respectfully, I mean that, bro. You talking about respectfully, I mean that. You just running yourself on food. You mad? No, I'm not I'm disappointed because I've given you a hypothetical. I'm taking into account, I'm taking into account your reasons why you might be hesitant. Because it goes against what you know. That's within the hypothetical. But it's God telling you to do this. And when your response is, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up, bro. I'm getting tired of you getting nasty ass, booty ass voice. Shut up. Bro, I'm gonna move you down. There you go, shut up. See, there's sometimes you gotta pump over the shoulder, bitch ass niggas, bro.
Can I say something?
I ain't putting down, man. Shut up. I had to turn him so he can shut up. Let's be quiet. Let's listen. Let me finish.
But you're saying lies.
Ezekiel, shut up, bro. Respectfully, shut up. When I'm done talking, then you can talk, bro. Okay? Okay, please, bro. I don't want to be mean to you. I don't even know you, bro. Anyway, so like I was trying to say before. Nah, Ezekiel, don't let these niggas get you fucked up, bro. Anyway, so like I was trying to bro. Anyways, like I was trying to say.
Ezekiel, how old are you?
18, bro. No, he's not 18, bro.
Let the guy talk, bro. I'm trying to listen to this guy talk. Let the guy talk.
You seem a little young for this. Put that nigga down, Nathan. You know he's not 18, bro.
You know, you 17, bro?
Yeah. 17.
You 17?
I'm 16, but actually turned 17.
I told you, Nathan, put that nigga down, bro.
I'm sorry, we gotta kick this.
Yeah, we gotta kick that nigga. We gotta kick him
I'm
out,
sorry, Ezekiel. We'll see you in 2
I didn't even
days.
say, yo, my fault, man. I didn't talk to you that way.
Yeah, you did.
I mean, this nigga was lucky I'm just terrible, bro.
Right? You didn't get to speak to him. He was wearing a high school tennis team t-shirt.
Nathan, this is
oh my God, bro. I feel terrible, bro. Oh my God.
Ezekiel back. Speak to him, man. This is the Lord your God.
Oh, shit.
It's all that it happens, bro. You didn't know, man. Okay.
Not now. Before we go to sleep. Because I'm not done with you taking the quick off.
Yo, Shasha, I'm
Yo. Yeah, look, Nathan. Nathan, man.
One second, let me just look. I'm taking
bro. I think Ezekiel kind of left the mark on you, bro.
God, that nigga fucked me up.
It's a great name.
Oh, nice. It is. I love that name.
I can tell if he get hacked out. I can tell, oh no, this kid's young. Ain't no way.
Yeah, dude, I heard his voice. I clicked on the PTR. Kids wearing a tennis team T-shirt from like his high school. It's like, oh fuck, we gotta get this kid out of here. That's why I asked him.
Yeah, I feel terrible, bro. Shit.
No, it's all
You didn't look at his face.
What is that?
How the fuck did
I'm a young kid that Nathan beat up. Nobody special. You know?
Yeah, he was picking on that little boy. Like, I dare you to pick on that little boy.
And gave him an elbow. He said, sometimes I gotta pop off the shoulder.
Like, about what?
Look, I'm taking into account the Bible, right? I'm taking that into account. This is what makes the hypothetical difficult because it's going against what you know, but it's God's telling you something. It's like, hey, God, the Creator, you know, the all-powerful God, He's telling you to go. A hypothetical with King was afraid to answer. And it's God telling you to do something.
He said, go fuck your kid.
Yeah, he said he wanted to.
I think you told me something weird, bro. Why would you say that again, bro?
So,
yeah, he said God telling you to do something that it's not against God's nature. You understand? What I mean by that is, look, you understand God from what the Bible says.
I got trying to do because wasn't there a Bible story exactly like that? Which one was it? That you told that God, it was Abraham. He told him to kill his favorite son, and he took him up to the mountain.
The one that God.
It was his only son.
No.
Yeah, he gave him a promise that hey, his son is gonna
He said basically, sacrifice this dude and right when he was about to sacrifice him, it was either God or an angel. I'm not so sure. It was an angel that stopped him, and
so he didn't do it.
So he didn't do it, but the point was that he trusted God so much that he do that. Because he trusted God that much that he knew that there was a purpose behind it. I'm not gonna give my I think most people aren't that most people
circumcise himself. What defines God, Abraham?
ببین به اندازه کافی من 2 هفته تو نهر این مادر جنده بودم 2 هفته ببین 2 چیزی 2 هفته است هر روزم شده 8
Nigga, I don't need you to tell me what the fuck y'all talk about. Like,
Naked controller. What's up, Kitover?
I mean,
well, if I could just
it goes back to the Abraham thing. I'll go after some more.
Yeah, I just want this to be like 5 seconds. I just want to point out why Abraham isn't a good example for this here dilemma. Because what's being asked of Abraham is well within the nature of God, and that's why he was trusting and had faith to go through with the thing.
Think about it like this. Right?
I'm just telling you, why this thing.
I'm telling him he's wrong, but look, think about his perspective. Think about Abraham's perspective. Because God gave him a gift.
Yeah, but God never said I would not.
And God told him to sacrifice the gift that he gave him.
Yeah, but God never told him prior, I would never ask you, nor will
will I ever tell you to sacrifice the gift that I gave you?
I'm not going to that analogy. How is that analogous to my hypothetical?
Because God has given us a criteria. Yes, so King's been saying this for the past like 3 hours, right? So God has said, I'm not going to do this in the scripture, okay? And you're asking him, hey, well, what if God comes later and says that he's going to do this? And it's like, no, God would never just say, I'm not going to do this.
Tell me what King is saying. Tell me what King is saying.
Yeah, so for
He just
example,
told you.
No, tell me in the Bible what King is talking
Yes,
about.
God
I
said,
believe you just talking.
I am not a man that I should lie. Oh my fucking, how don't you know this scripture? How don't you know it?
Nathan, I have a question about
How don't you know this?
before y'all move on.
you know what?
It actually ties into what y'all talking
You got
about.
to do your thing, Jalen. My bad.
In your hypothetical, is God all knowing?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, so in your hypothetical, God is all knowing, and therefore he knows what the outcome is going to be, whether King decides to entertain the hypothetical or not, right?
Okay.
So then why even test King
I'm testing King.
Yeah.
with
Wait,
the
what happened?
hypothetical?
Yes.
Okay, but I'm not talking about you.
Are you asking me?
In the
Why
hypothetical,
would God want it?
why would God want that? If he's all knowing, why even test King to begin with?
I can give you the answer that
In your hypothetical.
I can give you the answer that I heard that I think touches on it the closest, even though I don't think it fully does. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
It relates to the human experience and how that affects you when you make it to heaven, right? So you don't essentially know what you're going to do, but the experience that you do that comes over you within that, right, contributes to like your nature in the sense of how you interact. So it's not like what God knows, it's the development of like who you become through your human experience.
That's hard. That's a horrible explanation.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's separated.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm not attacking you.
I don't think you would.
Argument.
Other than that, I don't really see why the point. It's called pointless suffering, pointless everything.
Because then what if like say for
like hell, for example, God knows exactly how many things are going to end up in hell already. Just put them in to begin with.
Well, he knows all the possibilities. He knows all the possibilities.
No, he knows exactly who will end up there.
Yeah, he will. But
well,
listen,
given the possibility. We go through this all the time, Mike.
Well, listen, like my thing is this, right? Going with the human experience and suffering. So what if, like, you know, God predestined, if you will, and I know that word is tricky. It goes into like Calvinism and all that bullshit. But going to like the human experience, what if, like, why do I have like at 4 years old? What is God trying to teach me at 4 years old to get brutally raped by my father?
Yeah, that would be a response. Only God knows that.
Yeah, so.
You know why that's horrible?
But that's not good for me. I mean, I don't know this shit.
He's just telling you what he thinks. That the reality of Caroline is, it's funny how you can really only ask that question to the Christian. Everybody else basically is either, hey, that's part of your cycle, or hey, that's meaningless, like Mike just said. It's really only the Christian that you can ask that to, where you could get even some modicum of value out of it, because you know we're held to a higher moral standard where there are objective moral beliefs X, Y, and Z. So for us, you know, God says we're in a fallen world, and the evil that is in it is due to the free will that we all have, not just some of us. But the hope is that in the end, for that horrible situation that happened, that in the end, from all of this, there will be a rectifying, right, of that situation. And so at least for us, whether you believe it or not, we can give you an answer that gives you some ultimate hope, whereas nobody else is going to give it to you.
That's all y'all got is hope. That's all y'all got is hope.
So ain't nobody else going to give it to you. Atheist is going to tell you, well, nigga, hey, it's just atoms, bumping together, nigga. That's your fucking out, right? The Hindus are going to tell you, oh, you lived a past life that made you come and get that shit now, so you deserve it, right? So everybody, the secular thing, abort the baby. They're gonna tell you abort the baby, and everything's fine.
But
right?
Christianity will tell you, hey, some fucking racially ambiguous looking dude with like bundles in his hair died on a cross for your sins. And even though
I just gave you the answer.
Even though you went through that brutal rape at Ford.
No, I gave you the historic Christian answer. I gave it to you. That's not what you just said.
You gave a hope. You gave a hope.
Yes, hope.
That's what you gave.
And at the end. Yes.
But I can still very much go through that horrific experience and still go to hell.
That's possible, yes. But that is possible.
What is that?
You talking about what is that?
That's hopelessness. Because you still have choices to make after that.
Yeah, you still have choices.
Right, but like, why even allow me to go through that experience anyway?
So you can have
that question. It's really the problem of good, because you're not asking a question that anybody else can answer but the Christian. Everybody else is gonna tell you, well, you're shit out of luck. That's just how things happen. That's the animal. You are really asking a question, and the only reason you're asking it is because the Christian God exists.
I'm not satisfied with that answer.
I know you're not. You're not satisfied with a lot, though, Caroline. You would be honest about that. Our satisfaction is
who cares what I'm not? Listen, I had some horrible food earlier. I'm not satisfied with the food. But I'm just saying, like, thank God, I've never experienced no shit like that in my life, but I'm just saying, like, with somebody, like, that's 4 years old that doesn't have a concept of a lot of social things, like, it's brutally raped by the person that they love and care about and supposed to protect them, and then later on in life, they find this Christian God that says, hey, like, I know you had to get brutally raped in the ass.
Also are in a fallen world where we are able to make free will choices, and a lot of those choices are going to be evil, unfortunately. But that is the cause of having freedom, having the ability to know right and wrong. You can make a choice. And so within that context, yes, you're going to have possibilities where you have this egregious type of evil that you just described. The point, though, is that God is in control in a way where that unfortunate situation that happened to you will be rectified. It will. That's the hope that we have, is that we have a God that's so loving that even for the egregious shit that you're talking about, that there is a judgment for that, and it will be rectified. What other worldview can give you none?
I would want to take God and shoot him in the face for, what is the fucking...
How you gonna do that? Caroline, how you gonna say something? You don't want to shoot the nigga who did it. You want to shoot God, not the nigga who did it.
I want to shoot God. I straight up want to shoot God.
God did that to you?
It wasn't God, though.
How you want to shoot God when that one nigga who used his free will to do that nasty shit? It's probably the problem.
Because he created free will. But go ahead.
I just want to say, look, say it again. I've heard it before. Say it one more time. There's a lot of doors in there. What's up? There's a lot of dudes in here. They talk that whole, I'm a Christian, I love Jesus. And when push comes to shove, they're not willing to rise to Jesus. When it comes to that and taking that test, right? Putting your faith on the line for Jesus. Oh, that's not Jesus.
Jesus. You have to say it correctly, bro.
They don't got the spirit. They don't got the spirit. Go ahead.
Jesus.
Jesus. There you go. See? That's that spirit.
Come on, somebody my way, my brother. Let me take this nigga, man. Hey, I said, you my boy, bro. And it's been a while since I had a piece of that. I gotta do it, though. I'm sorry, bro. I'm doing this because I love you, bro. If you bad enough, bro, we can meet one-on-one. Then once I'm done with you, we can cry about it later, bro. Alright?
Can I hop in
You know, so
Can I hop in for a second?
Nathan said, he be crying. Nathan, you gonna make, nigga, if you thought you was crying with this mother, you know what's going to happen with me? You know what the fuck is gonna happen with me, nigga? You work for Nathan? Oh my God.
I want a man that loves me as much as Nathan loves Monica. Go ahead.
Yo, dude, I thought Nathan, and the reason why I was about to cut him off was because I thought he was gonna say it again for like the 1,000th time. He was like, I'm gonna say this. I brought Caroline back. That's how I was about to cut you off. I was like, let him finish before I jump.
Administration officials, they are targeting. He also wrote this. I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile rapist and traitor to cut my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction?
I was waiting for you to do that because I knew you would, because you're
This conversation is what turned Olin.
I think he was referring to you.
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I get associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I'm totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that are involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably read the manifesto. He's a sick person, but you should be ashamed.
Okay, that is tradition. This is what these dudes are saying. They're saying God can't do that. If God told you to, if God gave you something to say, hey, X is supposed to happen, and God say, no, X is not supposed to happen, well, God can't do that. That's what they're trying to tell me. And I'm saying God can do that. God can say, hey, I want you to have a kid, and with that kid is going to produce a nation. And God say, you know what? I want you to sacrifice that kid. Y'all say, no.
A lot of people's trust in God is not that strong. Like I don't think like I said, I think most people who are Christian, who were put in Abraham's shoes, would question, like, you get what I mean? Like the same.
I would do this, I would do that, but when it comes time to Christ, that was in the Old Testament era.
Hello?
They'll say it wasn't God. They'll say it wasn't God that was doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. No. They will say, no, that's not God. God wouldn't tell me to do something like that. He told Abraham to do something like that. Well, it's different.
You know what it is? It's real.
God don't remind you of Red.
Just so what? God
Red was like, Red was like, yo, why you have me smoking out there in the back when he tried to jump us? Red's response was, but it was different.
Yo, so look, this is what I hear when King said,
Christmas be doing the trap house line.
This is what I hear when King said, I will offer that person hope. I realized at that moment, that's all they have is hope. And that hope is based on, if you're in a bad situation, this is the reason it's happening to you. So they basically giving someone the opportunity to believe that this bad thing had a reason. As if they need that hope. As if they need that uncertainty. Why don't you give someone the certainty of this bad thing? Hold on real quick. Why don't we just say, hold on real quick. Why don't we just say,
what's that, Oleg?
That was Oleg. Sounded like
Look, real quick.
Okay, you are Oleg, my bad.
Alright, come on, y'all. As soon as y'all came in and we ruined the conversation. So all I'm saying is, how come when a bad thing happens to an individual, we just don't say this was supposed to happen? You want to give people a hope as if there was some transcendent reason so they could just have a reason to continue living. No, there was no existential reason. When you die, that's it. This bad thing happened. Now, if you want to kill yourself, just do it because there's been after. So the only thing you offer people is hope. And people cherish hope. And I'm saying just take away people's hope because they don't deserve it.
Would y'all ever put trust into something without like a explanation.
That's blind faith. There are some cases to have blind faith, yes, but I would argue be cautious with it. A lot of women put blind faith in niggas that ain't shit. And so we see it.
Niggas do put blind faith for women too.
Yeah. Yeah, but when you cross the street, right? Like, you don't know if the driver coming towards you is gonna obey the signal, right? Like, it's gonna, but you trust that they will stop. You trust that they're gonna follow, the rules, right? You don't know that person. That, to me, that's an example of blind faith, right? Like, we have, no, I mean, I guess you can, but that just makes you a retard. You trust flying on a plane, right? But you don't know the ins and outs of, like, aerodynamics. You don't know the ins and outs of the person flying the plane, right? And their intention. You trust that it's going to be a successful fight because the majority of them are successful. You trust that the person flying the plane is not like Mr. Finley and is gonna, fly the plane. I'll just fuck around. But you get that. To me, that's blind faith, right?
I'll tell you why it's not. I'll tell you why it's not. So, the Bible makes it clear.
Why you think it's not?
The so-called manifesto is this.
Why you think it's not?
Okay, let's have the conversation.
I don't want to have the conversation.
Why you don't want to have the conversation?
Because I'm right.
No, you're not.
I know I'm right. So you don't gotta waste your time and waste your stank ass breath stinking up the house talking for no reason. Because I know I'm right.
I got the face.
I'm always right.
All right. So
you got a head for a brick wall.
You fucking wish.
Called brick wall for a head.
Just listen, Shasha. I know you don't want to.
I don't want to listen.
I know
I want to. As a matter of fact, good night, everyone.
I know you.
No.
Why she don't want to?
No, my favorite girl.
Oh my God. Wait, did she leave?
You made my baby girl leave. She'll be back.
Oh, that's great. Oh, she's back.
She'll be back. Where's my baby girl? Oh, I think my baby. You are my mother.
It's all good, Shasha. I'll let you live in your delusion. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm smarter than you. What's 11 times 12 right now?
Shasha, the
What's
only
11
reason.
times 12? What's 11 times 12 right now?
You said what?
What's 11 times 12?
Hold up, let me take out my calculator.
Stupid. You're dumb.
120.
You're dumb. You're dumb.
Right?
You're dumb. You're dumb. You can't talk to me. You can't ever talk to me again in life. You're dumb. You're dumb. Stop talking to me. Yo, you know what's crazy? That's my favorite, like, question to ask, because for some reason, the majority of people get that one wrong.
It's a hard question.
And they always say 120 multiplication.
I know 7 times.
That's probably what you used to do around 7 times.
That's my favorite shit to have. If God told you, as a man, to fuck another man in the ass, would you do it?
I would do it.
I don't know.
I would do it. I would do anything God told me to do.
No, I would not.
But you guys gotta remember these are responses from people who don't believe in God.
I can't. That's right.
No, what I'm saying is that, like, when people say God,
Anyone tell me 20?
just damn, bro.
Yeah, like, what do you got?
Just want to know. 3 times 23. Anyone knows the answer?
Yes, it's 69.
63.
Yeah, 60.
Wait, no. 69.
I said 66.
Yeah, the best number in the world.
69. And I was right.
23 times 3? Oh, 3, not 2.
I
thought it said 2. Okay.
Yeah, like I kind of answered it like 3 minutes
No, you
before.
didn't.
But anyway, but anyways, like a lot of people, like when they hear the term God, what they do is they apply this like generic, universal, like all powerful, without there being any type of like
impression or description of God. So then now it's like wide open. Like, why would you ever question God? But other people are working with a God that is very colored in, very descriptive, very defined. And then we're able to answer this question a hell of a lot more accurate because of our knowledge of God.
Told you to fuck another man in the ass.
They talk about. Right. They talking sometimes, bro.
Right. So talking. Hey, King, we're talking about the guy that asked us to do a math equation, knowing there's multiple men in here and saying that that's never in the world.
I'm not saying it first though. Hey, listen, that's what it is, bro.
The stipulation now is the Christian God asks you and come up to you and say, hey, I want you to fuck that man over there in the ass. Are you doing it?
Yeah, so this is what we meet Caroline. And this is why what Simone just said is important. You have to understand, when you say the Christian God, that comes with context. The Christian God has already laid forth a bunch of rule sets and criteria for how we are to know what is from him and what is from what is not. And so when you ask that question, we already know, based on that criteria, that that is not the Christian God. We know that.
Bro, there's other ways to get to.
Hold on, let me ask you right question. I'm not going to give no bull. I have a specific question for Caroline. Caroline, the Christian God wrote down in Scripture, followers of me, you are never to listen to anything that Caroline asks, including the crazy ass retarded questions you ask. Are you telling me that I read that and then I imitate you? See how immediately you got it? That is what the whole thing is asking us to do. They're asking us to ignore the criterion that God has laid out. And I'm telling them we're not going to do that. You gotta keep trying to act like you don't understand. You gotta keep trying to act like you're feigning ignorance, like you don't understand. We have a criteria that lets us know what's right and what's not. Yeah, and that's what Simone brought up.
Yeah. Oh my God. Because one thing is in the description of God, and the other thing is outside the description of God.
Y'all not being consistent.
What? Ole, real quick question for you, bro. Okay. When you say what you say, what do you get? Like, what's God conceding when we entertain the hypo?
Excuse me, what is God conceding?
Yeah, what is God conceding?
Nothing, bro. What do you mean? I might not be understanding your question.
All right. So, like, if God has the ability and has the will to do the thing that is within the hypo, is not God saying that he's a contradicting God?
No.
All right. So we're pointing out that in the Christian framework, as far as it being of God's nature, God says X, and you're asking us a hypothetical about God saying Y.
Yeah, exactly. It's a test, bro. Look, that's what I said this before. That's what makes your test as a Christian harder, right? Because you have explicit statements from God or whatever you believe is derived from God stating otherwise. So this hypo is harder for you.
I don't think so. I think it's easier for us.
Wow. It's easy.
But the way that the King and I were kind of structuring the hypothetical, where a Christian no longer has like the ability of saying, "Hey, I can use the context so that I could just say, hey, that's not my God," right? Then anybody could be invited.
But see, you're stepping outside the hypothesis. We're already telling you this is your God, bro.
No. Do you know what the Bible says about what people like you just don't know it?
this is your God, and it's not.
No, but this isn't like philosophy, bro. This is just like a random hypo on the
But
clubhouse.
you're using philosophy in your hypo.
No, not at all. Not at all. What philosophy? This is just a random, like, I drank some fucking whiskey, let's talk about it. There's no philosophy here.
Yeah, but when you say
There's
the
no
Christian
syllogism,
God,
there's nothing. It's just a random hypo.
it's like
but when you say
the
excuse me.
it's like asking a woman questions like as if she's a man. You're right.
Like, what the hell?
Hello? What the fuck does that mean?
Well, no, because let's say you remember when you're a woman, Samoa, and your vagina that you have right now. I don't have a vagina. No, but you do have a vagina. You do have a vagina, Samoa. Oh my goodness. Right?
No, oh my goodness. Look, what we're trying to say is, look, like when people started laughing at the lefties when they were like, hold on.
Y'all niggas just talk about fucking gorillas. Hold on, y'all niggas just sit there and talk about would you fuck a gorilla or a gay man? Y'all niggas will say stuff like, hold on, they'll say, would you suck a penis made out of a vagina or a vagina made out of a penis?
No, but that's nothing to do with
All
what we're talking about.
hypothetical.
All right, so there's a difference between asking hypothetical outside of a person's worldview of like the Christian God, right? But then there's having knowledge of the limitations that you might perceive exist within the framework and staying within that framework. Then going outside of it, it's pretty easy for a person inside to look at the outside and be like, man, this guy's an idiot, right? Because of the hypothetical build the firewall.
Oh, God, this is dumb. This is so dumb.
It just look, I look, I get the tension, but that's the test, brother. It's like, look, God on day one goes, thou shalt not kill. On day two, he goes, kill your
there you go. So that would be an incompetent God, wouldn't it?
No, it doesn't matter what you. Hold up, look. These labels are post facto. It doesn't matter. You could call him an evil God, an incompetent God, contradictory God. But the point is, would you do it? And there is no like, oh, this isn't my God. No, this is your God. So the question is, why is my God? The question is, why is my God contradicting that scripture or that scripture?
Like the incumbent there is that all powerful, all knowing, all this type of thing. Then you have to go to the idiot.
And I agree with you, right? It makes no sense. But the other argument is, well, a finite being has a divine plan and it's beyond your comprehension. And that's the same argument that's leveled against unnecessary pain and suffering. You might not understand why there's so much pain and suffering, but it's for a greater good.
I don't even see these things being on the same universe.
Well, don't entertain it some more, goddammit.
No, what I'm saying is like when you say X and then you say Y, we say, wow, Caroline contradicted herself.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to like.
Can I finish?
It's like you're trying to recreate the rules of the hypothetical.
Wait, hold on.
I gave it to you in the beginning.
What? Hold on.
God gave Abraham. He promised him his son. And he said his son is going to be the thing that gives him a great nation. That's what God said to him. And then afterward, he told him, you have to sacrifice your son.
Okay. All right. So I keep
and you know what he was going to do? Sacrifice his son.
All right. So I keep telling you that the reason why this example doesn't fit with your hypo is pretty clear. And it's just your lack of knowledge, right? But I'll just address Caroline here quickly, right? I structured this hypothetical to where it would be engaging for all Christians to remove the constraints that God has placed in his description. Right? So I'm not saying that this hypothetical
What constraints?
The constraints that God places on his plan. Like when God says this, when God says today, Sunday, April 26th, do it again. You see how that's what
of his body.
God places on himself when he literally says, I will not do this thing.
He said his might, brother. He said his might a lot of times in the Bible.
Use everyone.
Give you a nation. You know what? Before the nation happened.
All right, hold on, bro. So we know that in a test, God already knows the outcome, right? So God,
what does that have to do with my hypothetical?
Hey, brother, can you hold on real quick? The point you just said was there's a point right here I can give you an example of God changing.
That's analogous. Yeah, that's analogous with my hypothetical. It's analogous with my hypothetical.
Come on, man. How about eat this barbecue chicken? Can I just finish this?
Well, eat the barbecue because you don't address my point.
And the government of my temper.
And you gave us the test that he gave to Abraham as changing his mind.
Because it's analogous. Yes. Hey, I have a plan for you. You're going to have this son. This son is going to give you a nation. You know what? Forget that. No, he told him forget that. Sacrifice your son.
Oh,
as a test.
There's other examples, Samoa, like fucking just the golden path. I just
the Bible out of context.
I mean, on all the big media companies that are up to the time that went on to commit mass murder.
Well, I just want to say Nathan was right. You guys are all wrong. And you should answer the question. If everyone is wrong, we didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I don't know that Samoa would rather
Hey, you guys, come on.
Samoa would rather engage in a bunch of nothing.
You either have to say, look, guys,
answer the
please.
question. That's all you have to do is answer.
Caroline, I answered the question.
I wouldn't say you didn't. I didn't say you didn't.
No, Caroline just said I didn't answer the question. I'm pointing out that I answered the question. The people that hold a worldview that I've been listening to, not only King, not only Steele, not only the lawyer guy, not only the other person, they all are from different views and they all had the same response to the way that the hypothetical was structured. My criticism is not about the hypothetical, like in general, because it can be answered if it's actually conveyed accurately. What Oleg is saying is no. Hold on. Oleg is saying, hey, the complication needs to be there. I'm saying no, it doesn't need to be there to engage with the people that you want to engage with. The question can still be answered. It's how the hypothetical is conveyed.
I agree. And Samoa actually answered it correctly, not answered it correctly.
Absolutely, but nobody heard that.
Samoa, am I the lawyer guy?
Niggas didn't even listen to it.
No, it was that Jewish dude that was putting
God's lawyer?
Yeah.
He lost.
Yo, I'm in the car.
Yo, hold it.
Yo, I don't know what the fuck you want, bro, but don't make me shoot off your ass, nigga.
Come on, man.
Oh, shit.
Who's ready to do that?
Passive aggressive. You brought us up. You weren't here.
You know what?
So, like, this is what I was saying.
He's a real life cocksucker.
Oh my god. So, like, brother,
look at his PTR.
You know what I was
thinking?
So, like, you know what I was thinking?
And it was a dick.
I know the people in the audience just go to another room.
That's fine. It is. That's okay.
So,
that's him. That's low key him asking for Nathan's help because he know Nathan's kids. It's like, Nathan, help me. She's gonna ruin the room.
Oh yeah.
Fucking pussy. He's a bitch. Oh, like, don't respond to him.
Jacob is my brother.
And what am I to you? Chopped liver?
No.
Oh, no, I am. It's okay. Jacob is, go ahead. That's your boyfriend.
True.
All that just pissed me off. Who matters more to you, me or him? Pick. You got no. Okay. All right, I take it back. Medium baby boy. Yeah, fuck you, Jacobus.
What type of question is that?
Fuck you, Jacobus. You hear that? Oleg hates you. Oleg hates you.
He only chose you because Jacobus is a Jew and he's a Nazi.
No, that's not true. I would choose you over any
Caroline.
We know you're a Nazi, bro.
Abdizzle, I'm challenging you to a duel, bro. Hold up. Point of moderation. I'm challenging Abdizzle to a duel. You get to choose whether we fight it with fists, weapons, and you get to choose a location.
Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
You have 24 hours to DM me the location and how you want to do it, bro. I'm challenging you to a duel. Yeah. Oh, fuck your emojis, bro. I'm gonna fuck you up. You send me a DM. Let's
no
do it, bro.
credible threats of
I
violence.
would recommend.
For some reason, the mods are not following the rules. This is the second mod to make a credible threat of violence.
I would recommend a fist fight at the Grand Canyon at Dizzle. But it's up to you.
Yeah, there was one day where there was none but New York, like all the New York people in here, and they were all going at it. Like Eric, Shasha, and Jacob. It was the funniest. Oh my God. One of the funniest days I've ever had it.
Nazis, right?
It was amazing.
Speaking of Nazis, Caroline never heard Kanye's song.
Oh, she never heard it?
She never heard it, right? So we're on FaceTime, and I play it for her. And I'm like, hello? Because it was so silent. She was so silent.
Where are we dueling?
Shock.
You have 23 hours and 58 minutes, bro.
Yeah,
where are we
don't
dueling?
let the words, bro.
And I'm over here loving the song, singing along, and she's just silent. She's like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, man, he actually put that song out. And that's not an AI song. That is Kanye's official song. I thought it was AI at first when I heard it. But, it's not.
It's actually good for America, First Amendment. It's a test. It's a test. It's great. Kanye West is a great patriot for testing the First Amendment. Whether or not you agree with him, you should support him.
The hell Hitler song, right?
Absolutely.
Play the watermelon song.
And here's the thing. Earlier today, there was a foreigner Viking who said we should be able to punch Nazis, right? And you said no, and I agreed with you because one is a Nazi. If Gavin Newsom gets the fucking presidency, he's gonna consider me and you Nazis, right? So. No.
Wait, is he Jewish or he's just a booty clapper?
No, but he's a booty clapper. But the point is, same thing with the term domestic terrorist, right? I remember people calling the protester that stood in front of the ICE truck vehicle domestic terrorist. I was against it because the more you broaden the word, the more likely someone will use the word against you. So we got to be careful about people saying it's okay to punch a Nazi, it's okay to run over a domestic terrorist, because they're going to just keep broadening those words.
Yeah, I have a question. So do you guys think there's any Jews backing or behind the scenes and still being on Kanye's side? Like, do you think it is any Jew?
I'm a Jew and I'm on Kanye's side.
Like, I don't know, maybe I'm stupid.
I'm a Jew.
I feel like there is some, like, behind the scenes Jews, like making money off of fucking Kanye's campaign, you know? Like, I feel like he still has, like, a few on the side.
Well, look at, like, what black people did. Look at what Jewish people did. Look at every oppressed group around the world. Like, there were Irish people that still not love their Irish people. Like, it happens in every group. So, I mean, it's not a game. We would have
Jewish Nazis?
Yeah, literally, they're all. The high ranking ones.
But wait, what you mean? Like he was an officer or
No. Soros was a young kid who would identify as a Jew. That really doesn't count because he was
wait, high ranking Nazis?
The Rothschilds.
Her dad started.
They sold out others massively to save their own skin towards the profit of it. So, yes, it happened. It's not something that's commonly talked about because it's just despicable.
Did the Nazis spare the Jews that sold other Jews out, or did they kill them in the end?
Well, mixture. Well, mixture something like that. Some like put the money around because they helped the Nazis profiteer of turning in Jews and grabbing the gold teeth out their mouths and giving other possessions and action. So yeah. That is Ed Hart's Jewish. Field Marshal of the Luftwaffe, half Jewish father, one of the highest ranking officers. He in building the German Air Force. Hitler personally declared him an area exemption. So these situations happen, bro. But they're very, very rare.
Yo, via exemption, that means Hitler just. Yo, that means. Yo, via exemption, that just means he just snatched that fucking. It's like going on they start a thing, you know.
Yeah, he pretty much said your bag is because that's not especially
Wanted to confirm that because I've been suspecting it for quite a while. So.
Rob is mentioning Swiss banks. You know, what do you call it there? The Bank of International Settlements. Have you guys heard about that? Do some research. Look them up. The Bank of International Settlements. Well, you know, when it comes to the deep state central banks, they're the central banks of central banks. Right? But yeah, their entire system is being dismantled slowly but surely. We're going to see how far it goes. And for those of you who saw what the Bank of International Settlements put over cryptocurrencies, that should definitely pique your interest. But anyway, we talked about it last week in our crypto room. It was pretty awesome. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the deep state is panicking like never before, even over the financial system. Right? Changes are happening that they can't control. Anyway, you want to learn more, join us on Thursdays at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, right here in the Truth Seekers Tower. And I'm going to drop the mic. The floor is open. Any comments, any perspectives to share?
You ever consider recording those rooms, Mr. Trump?
They are recorded.
Yay! Thank you.
Yay! Yeah, just check the replays in the tavern. You should see it. If you tap on my profile, I think if you scroll down, it shows you the replays I've done. The title of that room is called Cryptocurrency Assets 101. But if you go into the tavern replays and scroll back,
you'll see them. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a weekly room usually for 30 minutes or so. It's not a long room. I'll drop the mic. All right, thank you, Grace. Thank you, Kareem. Who else would like to share? The floor is open. You are rocking with the Truth Seekers in the Tavern. It's Sunday night. Come and join the round table discussion. The SPLC deep state organizations getting exposed. Kevin Warsh nominated for the Federal Reserve, exposing the central bankers' financial system. So things are getting very interesting. I'll drop the mic. The floor is open.
I guess I'm having connecting the ADL to the other one, the Southern whatever. I've lost all the names for it. Poverty. Yes.
Southern Poverty Law Center.
So how the hell did the ADL get involved with them? I mean, when did that happen? How did that happen? I mean, isn't that a little mind-blowing?
No. The ADL is pretty much, another targeting wing of the deep state, and the Southern Poverty Law Center was doing similar things, targeting people. You saw how they targeted Charlie Kirk. And the ADL does that all the time too. I mean, they're just targeting people for being, anti-Semitic. But they're run by the same set of people, Kareem. It's the same criminal syndicate that are setting up both of these organizations. And, the organizations that they don't set up, they infiltrate. Just like they did your government. Right?
Right.
Okay, Truth Seekers.
Various groups to come together.
Well, I actually don't know the history on when they started working together.
I know.
Is it me or is Karina in the Matrix? I thought she stopped talking. My bad.
Oh. No, go ahead.
Well, you were in the Matrix for a little bit, I think, Kareem. Go ahead. You're saying something. I thought you stopped. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just, speechless. I'm trying to, did they have a party and invite everybody? we're in the dark, we're with the dark forces. Come and join us. And I just can't imagine those disparate groups finding each other and working together. It is blowing my mind a bit, that's all. What is it? Strange bedfellows. Let me put it that way. It's just such an odd pairing, which, it's time for us to call it out and figure out who is with who, how are they helping each other, and what can we do about it.
Research and check the link out.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at it. It doesn't look like it's been confirmed, but it looks like some intel sources. Very interesting. This is happening in the background. Game over.
Sing like birds.
So maybe it's time we create it where we can see who's been confirmed to be connected with these dark forces. Because I never would have guessed, if you look back when these organizations were created with the highest ideals and,
Kareem, I just told you that the criminal syndicate had a hand in creating these organizations. They were not created with the highest ideals. That's what they sold to the people. Meanwhile, they're involved in subversive activities. they tell us one thing, but they do another, which is why we have to watch their actions very closely.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm just saying, when I grew up, they were held in very high esteem. You know, that they're ethical, you know, were just promoted as being one thing. And I guess that's how we know what. Kind of reminds me of Alice in Wonderland.
Me too. My too, Alice in Wonderland. Everything's upside down.
Yeah, I guess we'll talk about the ADL sometime next week in more detail. I'll make a note of that. But wow, guys, things are getting very interesting. So I'll drop the mic. Let's see who else would like to share. The floor is open. Grab your coffee, grab your tea. Welcome to the Truth Seekers Tavern Lounge. And yes, I've created a thread, so I will drop the link to that up at the top in just a bit. But in the meanwhile, let's pass the mic around. Welcome to the stage, Sam. Welcome, Ben. Thank you, everyone, for sharing. Bring a few friends into the room, share the room out.
Yeah, I would. I would wish one. And they had these wonderful people who were, you know, ethical. We could trust them. And look what they've done over time. Yeah, that's a good one to look into.
All right. Well, guys, we have a new X22 report that's out tonight. We're going to dive into the financial report. It's been a while since we gave that one a listen. So I think we'll do the X22 financial report and then maybe Dr. Kirk Elliott's report with LT. And then the geopolitical report. What do you guys think?
That sounds good. Perfect.
All right. Well, we're going to get that started up in just a bit. And I will add a few more links to tonight's thread. But guys, remember Sundays, I host a few rooms on Sundays at 2 p.m. Central Time. I start off in the Ancient History room. And then at 6 p.m. Central Time, I'm in the Spiritual Development room. And then usually we close out that room and head right over here. So it's been a long day for me. Sunday's news thread is usually a bit light in the interest of the time, you know, but I'm adding some more links for you all. And for those of you who've shared links in the chat, some of them have made it into tonight's thread. So thank you all for your share. And this is what we do, guys. Sourcing the truth, right? So remember, the Telegram group is also open for links to be shared with the community members as well. Okay, welcome to the stage, Susan. I see Susan here with us too. Anybody want to grab the mic before we start the financial report?
just want to say hello. It's great to be here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Susan. All right, guys. Last call for comments before we start the X22 financial report. All right, if we have no further comments, producer, you're up. Let's get this started. Enjoy the stream, everyone. We'll open up the panel for a little bit right after.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
And welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave in this episode, and today's date is April 26th, 2026. The title of the episode is D's using the same trick as the central bank. Trump makes a move to get his man inside the Fed. Now, you know, it's very interesting. If you're like me and you're getting to that age, clogged and overburdened from digestion to metabolism, the economic system is completely and utterly failing. And everything that they're trying to do to get back control, especially the blue states, it's now being exposed to the world. Remember going back a little bit in time, back to 1913, when the third central bank came into existence, and then a little bit later on, they told everyone, listen, to keep the system running, what we're going to do is we're going to tax only the wealthy. So you don't have to worry about it. It's only the wealthy that are going to be taxed. Nobody else. Don't worry about it. And then all of a sudden, it was the upper middle class, the middle class, lower middle class, and before you knew it, everyone was taxed. So it looks like the D's, they're doing exactly what the central bank did back then. They're creating a wealth tax in the blue states. And within the bill, without approval, it says later on, they could tax everybody. So once again, they're using the same exact strategy. And I think this time around, the people of those states, they're going to start to realize, wait a minute, were we tricked again? And I think they're going to say, yeah, we were. And this is why a lot of people are moving out of these states. And this is going to continue to happen. But every step of the way, you could see that Trump now, where you can see the central bank, the deep state players, were trying to push nations away from the Federal Reserve.
Is it just me? No, we lost producer's audio. Hi, Dr. Mitch. Welcome, welcome.
Reserve note, the U.S. dollar. Trump now is actually forcing these nations to use the Federal Reserve note and U.S. dollar. Now, is this because he wants to keep the central bank the way it is, and he wants everyone to use the Federal Reserve note? No. What he's doing, he's making sure that the United States has the upper hand moving forward. He's making sure that we still are the reserve currency of the world. Now, this doesn't mean that it's still going to be linked to the Federal Reserve. What it means moving forward is that he's going to detach us from the Federal Reserve, but everyone's still going to be holding these blips. And later on, what's going to happen is that this will be transitioned into a U.S. dollar, and which means we will no longer have the Federal Reserve. And I think this is why Trump now is putting his man in place. And yes, is he going to have to make deals? Is he going to have to work with the corrupt Senate the way we have it today? Absolutely. But again, he's looking at the bigger picture. He's looking at this from this point going down the road. He knows he needs his man Warsh inside. He knows he needs him to start working. He knows he needs him to start restructuring and setting everything up the way he wants it, especially bringing down the interest rates. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's just talk about how Trump now across the world is now shifting everything the deep state and central bankers were trying to do, where they're trying to push everyone away from the Federal Reserve note. You can see at this point in time, he's pushing, especially the Middle Eastern countries, even Russia now, maybe even China, back to the Federal Reserve note. Could we see letter X put this out and said, U.S. dollar transactions are rising amid the Iran war. The U.S. dollar's share of international payment via SWIFT rose 1.9 points in March to a record 51.1%. Since 2022, this percentage has risen 13 points. By comparison, the euro represents 21% of SWIFT payments, followed by the British pound, Japanese yen, Chinese yuan, and Canadian dollar. The U.S. dollar also covers 89% of all FX trades and 61% of foreign currency debt issuance. Beyond that, it represents 57% of global currency reserves, excluding gold, and 54% of all exporting invoicing worldwide. The world is using more U.S. dollars than ever. And Trump, he had to do this because, remember, he needs to reverse everything the deep state players were trying to do. And this is what he's doing across the world. And you can see that it is definitely working. Now, what's very interesting is, like we just mentioned before, as the blue states continually push the agenda of the Green New Scam and what the central bank wants, they're going to be losing businesses. They're going to be losing the people living in their states, and they're going to be moving out of those states and moving to other locations. And what's very interesting about all of this is that at least 10 blue states, they're now pushing a wealth exit tax. So basically, if you decide that you don't want to live there anymore, they're saying, well, if you're going to leave our state right now, we're going to charge you for leaving the state, which means they're in trouble. They're trying to collect the last bit of wealth from you as you exit their state. Peter Sagan, PhD, put this out and said, here come the blue state exit taxes. In case you're stuck in a blue state handing half your money to Somali learning centers, they're now coming for the other half. Wall Street Maverick responded to this and said, 10 blue states are pushing wealth tax and exit taxes to squeeze every drop from taxpayers so no learning center goes without. And that's absolutely true. Because remember, if you don't have your tax base and everyone's leaving, businesses are leaving, what do you have left? Nothing. All you have left is the money laundering. There's no one there to pick up the tab. And this is a big problem for them, especially as federal funds are being cut off. So let's say you're losing businesses, you're losing your tax base, you're losing federal funds. So if people decide to leave, this is another way just to squeeze some more out of you so they can keep their operation working. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that when we look at California, for example, and they have this billionaire tax, on page 26 in this proposal, it explains how the state legislature can convert from a billionaire tax to an everyone tax without voter approval. They can also adjust the tax to be yearly tax, not just a one-time, again, without your approval. Intelligence test for you, if this was meant to just target billionaires, why did they write this? Because again, they're using the same exact strategy as the central bank system. It's the same trick that they've used over and over and over. And you can see at this point in time, nobody is buying this whatsoever. Hopefully the people out in California actually see this. Hope people are pointing this out, saying, look, this is a trap once again. We already went through this. You know, a popular looks maxing streamer said Gavin Newsom would beat JD Vance in the 2020 election because Vance was overweight and Gavin is better looking. Then Vance showed up to a recent interview looking completely transformed. Just weeks after the comment, everyone's pointing to GLP-1 type of drug, the same type of weight loss drug that 31 million Americans are on. But here's the thing, you don't need a prescription or a needle to get those results. This is why I'm obsessed with the particular GLP-1 supplement instead of a pharmaceutical override. It uses plant-based clinical studied ingredients like metabolate to help my body naturally boost its own hunger controlling signals. I get the same fullness and fewer cravings without the prescriptions, needles, or the growing list of side effects making headlines. It supports my weight management while protecting my metabolism so I can keep the results for good. To kick off spring, get 51% off only at trimwithx22.com. Every order comes with free VIP coaching for life, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free implementing an exit tax. And that once again, that is trimwithx22.com, or just click the link in the description. Going back to 1913, why are you going to do this again? Look, everyone's leaving the state. Businesses are leaving. People are leaving. They're implementing an exit tax, and now you're believing that they're only going after the billionaires? Actually, isn't this what they want? Keep using it over and over and over. And I don't think at this point in time anyone's really buying this. But think about it. Since Trump is decentralizing the oil across the globe and pretty much setting everything up to actually structure the Federal Reserve and to remove the Federal Reserve in the end, and again, he has his man getting ready to get into that position. Trump, he has to mitigate what is happening out in Iran until everything's said and done. Because you have to remember, to control the oil across the world, when they set up the petrodollar system, what did they have to do? They had to make sure that we didn't drill in the United States. So there was, everyone had, they put into place sacred land. You can't drill here because we got to save, the small little fish or the turtles or the ants that are crossing the road, anything like that. Then they basically made sure that use that across the globe to supply the oil to China. Why would they supply the oil to China? Because again, they needed cheap energy to actually produce the products. Because again, where was everything moving in the end? To China. Russia placed sanctions on Russia. Why? To stop the oil flow. And this is what they did. To control the price out in the Middle East, they needed the fear tax. They needed to control what ships went in and out, how much they paid, and this they used to control the world's oil prices. Trump now is decentralizing all of this. And yes, it's taking a little while because, again, there are certain things that are going on in Iran where they don't want to hand over the nuclear dust because that will implicate Obama and Hillary Clinton because, again, the uranium isotopes could be traced back. But again, in the end, I do believe Trump is going to win. So what is Trump doing at this point to mitigate all this? Number one, he's putting out positive news via the Iranian proxy army, and Trump actually counters it with good news. And this is going back and forth. And this is why you see the oil prices moving up in domestic supply and up to 25 cents a gallon saving. 3,000 plus stations are ready to go, but New York, California, Maryland, Virginia are bizarrely blocking it for their residents. This makes absolutely 0 sense. Let Americans buy gas at less cost. So there's a lot of people out there saying, oh, the E10 fuel, which is 10% of ethanol, that's going to destroy your car. This is why it shouldn't be allowed. But we know why California, New York, Maryland, Virginia, we know why they're blocking this. Because again, they don't want to show that, hey, look, Trump was able to lower the gas prices. They want to keep the gas prices high because, again, their entire mission is to do what? To bring everyone into the green new scam, and they want to convince everyone, look, fuel prices are high because of Trump. But again, in the end, I don't think it's going to work. But like we said before, the E10 fuel, it will not damage the vast majority of cars on the roadway. It has been the standard gasoline blend sold across most of the U.S. for over a decade, and virtually all vehicles manufactured since the early 2000s are fully compatible with it and approved by manufacturers and the EPA. So modern cars, 2000 and newer, they are safe for ethanol. They have no problems. The fuel lines, the injectors, the seals, basically they're all designed to handle this. Now, cars that are older, yes, they might have a problem. They might have a problem with rubber, plastic seals, gaskets, fuel lines, because again, they were not built for this. So once again, you can see they're going to try to use this type of narrative to make you believe that there's something wrong. Now, if you look at lawnmowers, boats, chainsaws, motorcycles, and generators, yes, they're more prone to the problems. But for everyday use in automobiles that are $2,000 or later, and I think most of the people have cars now that are $2,000 or later, this is not a problem. But again, you can see why the deep state players are going to try to push this, as hard as they possibly can. Now, is it the best gas mileage compared to pure gasoline? No, it's a little bit less. But again, I think for most people today, because the cars are very, very energy efficient, I don't think people are going to really notice it that much. I don't think people have noticed it at this point, if you really think about it. But you can see why they're pushing back very, very hard. And it looks like Trump is now putting his man inside the Federal Reserve, and that is Kevin Warsh. And what's very interesting is that the Justice Department dropped its criminal investigation into Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Now everyone's going, oh my God, we're not going to find out if he's a criminal. This is ridiculous. What's going on here? Well, it looks like he made a little bit of a deal with Senator Tom Tillis because he vowed to block Trump's Fed Chair confirmation until the Justice Department dropped its investigation into Powell. Because again, why is he so concerned about the investigation into Powell? Because the deep state players, the central bankers, they have people in the Senate, people in the House to protect them. And it looks like Tillis is one of those people. Because again, if there's an investigation, people are going to find out that, hey, maybe Powell was skimming off the top. There was a lot of money laundering going on. And people are going to ask a lot of questions. So is the investigation completely halted? No. U.S. Attorney Pirro explains. This morning, the Inspector General for the Federal Reserve has been asked to scrutinize the building cost overruns and the billions of dollars that have been borne by taxpayers. The IG has the authority to hold the Federal Reserve accountable to American taxpayers. I expect a comprehensive report in short order, and I'm confident the outcome will assist in resolving, once and for all, the question that led this office to issue subpoenas. Accordingly, I have directed my office to close our investigation as the IG undertakes this inquiry. Note, however, that I will not hesitate to restart a criminal investigation should the facts warrant doing so. And once again, instead of having the DOJ looking into this, they're having the IG. Now, the IG, yes, might manipulate, they might fake it, but I think Pirro is on top of this. And if she doesn't like what she gets, I do believe that they'll be investigating. Now, think about this. Once Warsh is confirmed and the IG releases the report, Pirro reviews it, maybe she takes a couple of weeks, a month, or whatever, and says, you know something, I don't like this, I want to look into this. All of a sudden, she can go back in and really do an investigation. But we have to see what is the IG actually going to give and what's going to happen with this. But I do believe a lot of information is going to be coming out. We're going to find out where a lot of the money has gone. And I think Powell's going to be in trouble pretty much no matter what. But in the end, Trump is going to get his man inside. And I think Trump wants to get him in sooner than later because, again, the clock is ticking and he needs interest rates to come way, way down to actually push the economy into the stratosphere. And Warsh needs to start looking into the entire Federal Reserve. Remember, there's tens of thousands of PhDs within the Federal Reserve. So he has a lot of work ahead of him because you have to remember these agencies, they have been corrupt for a very, very long time. And you have to remember the Federal Reserve is a private corporation. So this is going to be very, very interesting moving forward. And Trump is letting everyone know that, listen, we need the tariff system. We need the tariff system because, once again, I'm building a parallel economic system to compete against the Federal Reserve, to compete against this system. And basically letting everyone know that the Supreme Court was completely wrong in their ruling. He put this out on Truth. He said the following: people and companies that have taken advantage of our country for decades because of the horrible and ridiculous United States Supreme Court decision on tariffs are now supposed to be given back $159 billion, all $1 billion. Couldn't they have done that for our nation? President DJT. And they could have. But I do believe at this point in time, he got what he needed from the Supreme Court. He got the dissent. He got the path. And yes, he's showing the people of this country, look, the Supreme Court, the deep state players, the central bankers, they are not for this country. They're actually working as hard as they possibly can against what he's trying to do. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to do what other presidents have done in the past. If you look at Andrew Jackson, if you look at McKinley, if you look at Abraham Lincoln, they all went up against the private was a central bank system. And basically, they were all attacked one way or another. Most of them had assassination attempts. Some of them were assassinated. Trump is doing the same exact thing. And you can see every single step of the way, what are they trying to do? They're trying to assassinate him because they know where all this is going. They know that his entire mission is to remove the central bank system. And think about what happens when the central bank system is removed. The entire system that they created falls apart. They know this. They lose control over the world, over this country. And this is something they don't want to give up. The entire economic system, the way we know it today, is about to change big time. And it's going to change in a way that no one could ever imagine, because you have to remember, you got to go back, way back in time, to when we had a period of time where we didn't have the central bank system. And when we didn't have a central bank system, the money held its value. And the economy in this country did very, very well. The economy and the country was very, very wealthy. And I do believe once people start to see this, once people start to experience this, they're going to understand how bad the central bank system is. You see, when you're in their system, it's very hard to see how bad it is until you're outside of their system. And once Trump gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be outside of the central bank system, where we're dependent, and when I say outside of the central bank system, I mean you're not paying income tax. I mean the tariff system is paying for those taxes. That the tariff system is paying for government. And Trump is paying back the Federal Reserve and actually giving the currency back its value. This is when people are going to start to realize how bad the central bank is, because when you're in the monkey house, you really don't see that you're in the monkey house. When you're outside of the monkey house, you can see it very, very clearly. And I do believe once people see this, and this is something the central bank doesn't want people to see, once you see it, you're going to understand it. It's almost like Neo stepping outside of the Matrix and seeing the Matrix from the outside. It was very, very easy to see. You could understand it a lot better. The same thing's going to happen with the private central bank system. People are going to understand it a lot better and what it was and how it kept you enslaved. And soon the central bank is going to cease to exist the way we know it today. Listen, everyone. Thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Hello, truth seekers. So, that was the X22 financial report. Dave is hitting it out of the park as per usual. The central bankers are feeling a lot of pressure with the Federal Reserve System. Jerome's Paul, his investigation, I'm just letting you guys know, it's not going away. Janine Pirro may have dropped it for now or paused it, but I can guarantee that they're going to continue forward. We'll see what happens after Kevin Warsh gets through this hurdle. It looks like some strategic moves are being made. I want to welcome to the stage, we have Lucia, Karen, Sam joining us. The floor is open, guys. Grab your coffee, grab your tea. We have Dr. Kirk Elliott coming up next with LT's report, and this is the Sunday night financial report, so we're going to be hearing from a financial expert on what's going on in the economy. That's coming up next. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Anybody want to chime in? Are you guys ready for the next stream?
Yes, sir. I thought it was just me for a minute till you said something. Yes, sir. We're ready.
Yes, we are. We're here. That was a great report, Mr. Try. I need to start taking notes because there's so much, you know, it would help.
Well, I usually try to leave the panel open for a little bit for post commentary after the streams in case anything stood out to you guys that you want to discuss before we move on.
Yeah, hi, researcher. You know, I think the Fed has to go. In the last report, they mentioned spotlights, which is quite interesting. Why that's been expanded. That appears to be a way of shoring up the US dollar's use and creating more stability. The Fed is a private banking cartel that's been in place now for 113 years. Its product, which they can produce out of thin air, has been compounding that whole time. Like I said, that was the introduction of income tax. Originally for the billionaires and equivalents. Now it's a major form of slavery, in our countries. Not tax repayment. I'm not sure whether we can replace it all with without having a smaller government. But there's no question in my mind that the financial system is being re-engineered, and I will not cry a tear to see the Federal Reserve and its thousands of PhD economists out of work. So bringing back the creation of the currency into the control of government and treasury. I think that is the direction that the Trump administration is taking it. I think that's a positive one. I was just looking up. Gold has been non-monetary gold has been quite a heavy U.S. export over the last 5-6 months. And so it appears that gold is already becoming more of a... So basically, in the global system, the two major reserves are denominated in U.S. treasuries and gold, which is really the main competitor. And that gold is becoming the BRICS. The way that they got around the US sanctions. Interesting stuff. There's big moves in play. But one thing that I'm not hearing is the impacts of the loss of the energy out of the Strait of Hormuz. That strait is still closed. And on Japanese TV, they were live streaming.
Just real quick on Dr. Paul, before you go to the Japanese TV, the Strait of Hormuz, I wasn't really too clear on how the blockade is being enforced. From what I'm now understanding, right, it's the U.S. blockade is on Iranian ports. So any any ships going to or from Iranian ports. That's what the U.S. Navy is blocking. Now, let's shift to the IRGC. They're indiscriminately attacking any ships in the strait. So, when you say the strait is still blocked, there are still some definite issues that are preventing free transit through the strait. But there is an economic pressure that is now being put on Iran because they cannot export oil. And that is the major, I think, impact of the U.S. blockade. The U.S. blockade is, they're allowing other ships that are not going to Iranian ports to pass through the strait. And that's just a little bit on that.
Look, there are two blockades, as I understand it. There's the one imposed outside the Strait of Hormuz, created by the fear of attack by Iranian forces in the Strait, and that the only way to pass through what's happening is just to count the traffic. Is the traffic flowing? And it's still at 10% or less of what it was. As the numbers are still very low. 10 ships at in the last 7 weeks now, versus previously 100, 110. So the strait is effectively closed. It's not completely closed. And obviously the Iranians major traffic is being now interdicted in the parts of the straits. But ships are not moving freely because they're not feeling safe, I presume. And the recent look, the bottom line is that a lot of countries like Australia, like Japan, like most of Asia, rely on this ocean-borne energy. It's sort of like a floating pipeline, and that pipeline has effectively been cut by about 90% now for many weeks, and it's like a floating pipeline which has is still flowing even though the source has been cut off. But the air pocket in supply is only now starting to hit, and that's why I think the Japanese, basically the US supplies from the west coast is what has saved Australia from already crumbling into a heap. And that's why the Japanese TV was live streaming a single tanker coming in from the west coast of the US. All our ocean-borne nations are stuck. All Iran has to do is survive and maintain closure of the strait, because ordinary shipping is afraid to travel, and we will crater the global economy. We will introduce a massive global famine, the likes of which will be biblical. Michael Young's talking about big famine, so billion people cut multi-billion losses, and coming within the next year. Because remember, again, there's still food, there's still harvest. For 1, 2, 3, the coming to collapses, they won't be able to take over strong lines. You can't print. Although the US does produce lines and it does produce A lot of what it needs, it doesn't, so it's relatively secure, but the rest, and especially as it rely on shipborne energy, we're very vulnerable and we're hanging on by a thread, and whether or not they realize it or not. And to me, that's the biggest story. And the fact that that hasn't been mentioned shows me there's this massive blind spot in play. But if what I'm saying is right, and I follow people like Luke Roman, you get a very different perspective of what's going on and or what's important. I think Jamaica, that's just by the pipeline. And the caveat that I haven't heard anyone mention is that Iran is not water, it's not an island. It's connected by land to the European and Asian continents. So it has rail lines that go to China. It can export its oil over land in a way that which sort of has been ignored. And even if they don't export any more oil, if they can just keep the Strait closed just a little bit longer, even what they've done, I think, is enough to change the total geopolitical landscape. And I haven't heard anyone talking about it. So either my analysis is wrong, but this 20% reduction in global energy, energy is the economy, energy is food. You can't cut 20% from a debt-based monetary system and expect that it's going to survive. It won't. It's all coming down. It's all coming down, and it's coming down with extreme prejudice. But the good thing about all this is all the complexity, all the taxation, all the deep state, all the bureaucracy, that requires excess energy that we won't have. We don't have and we won't have. So at the other end of this, we're going to have a different rule, where a lot of the stuff that we're railing against simply won't exist because we won't be able to afford it. We'll have to have a simpler economy and simpler societies. Now, where could I be wrong? Some sort of AI miracle. But I think the real miracle is going to be just in population reduction. And I think that's what the elite's for. In that process that we've come to accept in terms of financial system is, like Elon Musk said, AI might be able to replace it, will make currency meaningless, but there will still be constraints based around energy and materials, which is so gold, silver, oil, and Bitcoin are proxies for energy and materials, if you like. They're just the liquid ones. So that's my rant. I'll drop it there and see if anyone wants to buy.
Yeah, I'll bite. I think there's plenty of energy out here. They haven't used it yet. They know about it, but it will destroy their oil-based economy. They've got energy. That's not the point that concerns me. The point is these car companies are plugging in where your car listens to you. It decides whether you can drive or not. Anybody can sit and watch you in your car. That kind of world that we might possibly stumble into. That's what worries me. And I land.
Karen, can I ask you, where's the energy coming from? Where is this energy?
Just little things that I hear about the mineral. I can't remember with the anti-gravity mineral that they have. If they wanted to, they could do a lot more with solar. There's atomic energy, but then there's another kind of energy where they could put in just, it starts with a T. And they say they can make them small enough to fit inside a car. Very safe.
Foreign reactors. Yeah, none of this is going to arrive in time. And none of it will feed us. One of the differences with the US derived crude and distillates is that it doesn't replace helium and sulfur and nitrates. Although the US has enough for itself, and Russia has fertilizer and nitrates, but they're already hoarding it for their own use. Solar panels is not going to drive our diesel. It's not going to drive our mining. It's not going to drive our farming, and neither will nuclear, actually. All of this will happen after the mass loss of life I'm talking about. They'll probably reveal that anti-gravity and free energy, thorium, and all the fusion, all sorts of things. And it's not going to come in time because that's not how our current world is. That's for the future, and what I'm talking about is coming within the next year. Will be obvious to everyone. So that's the same that our politicians, they talk about net zero and solar and windmills, and now they're beginning to realize, hang on, we're doing all this stuff in that, but it won't keep the lorries running to deliver the food from the farms. It won't keep the mining going. We will start long before they get before it up and running, even if they could start building now. So, that's my rebuttal bit. Sorry, Lucy.
No, it's okay. I kind of wanted to tap in. So, Dr. Paul is speaking from, Australia, guys. So, the dynamics as it relates to the Strait of Hormuz and how that is affecting energy across the world is kind of what I want to bring to the forefront, right, Dr. Paul? Because I think everybody, or most persons in the room, are kind of looking at it from the perspective of the United States, and where the U.S. is concerned with their energy policies currently at the moment, Dr. Paul, they're solid, right? And Trump just invoked the Defense Production Act last week, right? So,
I agree. I think the U.S. will be the last man standing because you do have enough resources. But in terms of replacing the 12 million barrels a day that has been lost, and not to mention half of Russia's refining capacity has been damaged and taken offline by attacks over the last few years. America is a net importer of crude oil. Not a net exporter. It's a net exporter of distillates, which is, like I say, what was on the ships that have saved our bacon until recently. And that's what's coming into the harbor in Japan. But it's not an excess of crude oil. That's the importance of the strait. Most of the seaborne crude, those 12 million barrels a day, that's 20% of global energy. Fossil energy that's been reduced 90%. So that's what I need to hear addressed. And I know Trump is talking about how we're going to export to the world. Yes, they can export their surplus refined product, look it up. The U.S. Still is a net importer of crude.
Yeah, that may be true. I mean, I'm not even gonna dispute that right now. From what I'm seeing is that the energy sector is going through some overhauls. You know, refineries are being built, stuff like that. So there's a lot of things that are going to change as it relates to the U.S. energy sector in the next few years. I mean, even recently, the start of this year, we saw Maduro got taken out. What happened? Venezuela's oil production started to go up. Deals were made between the U.S. and Venezuela, right? Now they're taking in some of Venezuela's oil, right? As you said, they're importing it, right? So, you know, these relationships and these deals and these dynamics, you know, all of these things that are happening right now, we kind of need to pay attention to it, definitely. But, you know, I want to go back to something you mentioned, Dr. Paul, because it's like the global impact of history of the energy sector worldwide can't be overstated, right? So we know that the U.S. is not dependent on the oil coming through the strait, right now because of the chokehold in the strait. So, you know, that's kind of what I wanted us for persons to take into consideration as well. Yeah, Dr. Paul, you had a lot of great points there. I will say that, you know, to kind of close, I'll say this, right? We saw the negotiations kind of fall through, right? You know, there was a tit for tat, and we're seeing, you know, almost like the same delay strategy that happened when they were making the old nukes, right? And then we saw what happened, the operation with the B-2 bombers and Isfahan, Natanz, Fordo got taken out, right? Their nuclear enrichment facilities. Now, what happened before this craziness in the strait? Well, Trump told the Iranian regime, open up the strait. Those were the dynamics before a U.S. naval blockade was implemented. So before the U.S. went there, this I think is key for persons to kind of look at the dynamics and the players on the board. Because remember, Dr. Bond, this is something a lot of people overlook. The British, let me rephrase, the global criminal syndicate through the British proxies and central bankers have controlled the Middle Eastern region for quite some time, and they've benefited from it, right? One of the hidden mechanisms, and some of you have maybe probably heard me talk about this before, is the insurance company Lloyd's of London that used to provide premiums on ships past the strait. Well, here's the kicker, Dr. Paul. The central bankers benefit from terror in the region. The central bankers benefit from terror in the Middle Eastern region. Okay, researcher, what are you talking about? Makes sense. Well, we know that they installed this radical regime in Iran 47 years ago. And even before that, the CIA and the MI6 were hard at work in Iran, right? Now, the radical regime is installed. The Strait of Hormuz becomes a choke point for terrorists who can threaten transshipments passing through this key economic waterway. So now you have a dynamic where they're funding the terror groups. Remember, Obama had of cash to Iran, right? This is a criminal syndicate, whether it's elements or the operatives they have in other parts of the world. And of course, Obama is one of them too, right? But I'm bringing him into the picture too. Oh, the deep state global criminal syndicate has propped up Iran. So this regime and is that being done? Well, one of the reasons we're learning is because if you have terrorists in the region, then guess what? Lloyd's of London can charge higher insurance premiums. They can control the oil passing through the strait. They can control the dynamics, the geopolitical dynamics in the region by having these terrorist proxy groups that they're all funding, by the way, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, right? All Iranian proxies, right? And then we realize who is benefiting from this terror in the region. Who is benefiting? Well, you know, if you don't have terrorists creating chaos, you don't need to charge high insurance premiums.
I just think it's not, because the energy is so vital to our economies and our way of life and our leaders. Having a damage to Gulf infrastructure, thinking around and so much of the oil, the seaborne component, so much of that does transit through that terminal. I just think it is, I think we're talking, this is the biggest, this is the great reason. This is the thing that will bring all the populations to feel. I don't know who's going to come out. I think you're right, that America is well insulated, and especially with the Venezuelan supplies now. And they have helped the shipments that happen on lifeline. I think it's why everything looks normal on that side. I see jet boats going around, the shops are still full, and nothing here to see. What I'm saying is with the consequences to the air pocket into the consequences to that outside of America, perhaps outside of Russia, it's going to be big. And I'd like to be wrong about that, but that's how I see it. All the efforts may be true, how much passing through the strait, and even if it restarts now, I think the financial consequences, the economic consequences, are baked in the cake. Already, the damage to the infrastructure is already happening. Could I be wrong? I really think I'm wrong, because I'm speaking fairly popular stuff. Maybe I should go to the US.
You are speaking about politics now, but look at it from this perspective, right? You know, for a certain period of years, every other nation that's been economically blackmailed by what the IRGC is doing, right? They can recover much quicker. So my takeaway point here is to reflect on what I was saying earlier. Donald Trump said to the Iranian regime in the negotiations, remember what happened? He told them, open up the strait, have it recognized as an international waterway. Let all the ships pass through freely. But the IRGC didn't want to do that. And we're seeing, though, that they've shown their hand. Even after the U.S. naval blockade, even after the economic damage that they're suffering right now, after the military and naval damage, right? They're still playing tough guy. Why? Delay. addition to that, remember, the criminal syndicate who's controlling the terrorist regime in Iran, right, and dictating to them, right? They're playing tough guy to the United States. They don't want to back off their stance, right? It looks like the hardliners are in control based off of the negotiations we have. Another aircraft carrier headed to the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, Dr. Paul, that's what's going on. I actually predict an escalation in military activity in the region because of what Iran is doing right now. Or, not say Iran, but terrorist regime in control of Iran, right? And they're jerking around with the negotiations. They are the ones that don't want to open up the street. So,
of course not. Of course not. All they have to do is survive.
Yeah, but
they just have to survive and keep the street closed for their life. And my point is, they've had 7, 8 weeks, and the Navy hasn't been able to move to wherever the forces have been moved. The bases have been made uninhabitable. The radar facilities have all been blown up, key ones. They dare not bring their carriers too close to the strait for being in range of Iranian missiles. See, to me, it's not a great victory. It appears to me that Western America has already lost.
Got the ball. That's nonsense.
Yeah.
They actually got air superiority in this operation within the first 2 weeks. Complete air superiority. The Iranian. Not the ball. That is nonsense, I'm telling you. The Iranian Navy is no longer in the same, it doesn't exist in the same form that it does. Right? They have, let me tell you what they're doing right now. They're sending out small speedboats mining the strait. They're using guerrilla warfare tactics. Their resources have been their ballistic missiles produce anymore. So what's going on right now is they're working with the economic angle. Their plan is to try to delay. But let's just play this out though. Let's really play this out. Game theory style. I'll pass the mic to you, Rob, because I see you want to chime in, right? Well, let's play this out game theory style. If they continue in this trajectory, right? If the Iranian regime continues with this trajectory, what's going to happen for them? They are the ones suffering the most economic damage. $300+ million per day, right? They're not able to export oil, so they're shooting themselves in the foot. Meanwhile, it looks like there's more uprisings in Iran. So you have different factions now who are vying for power because there's a power vacuum. The Ayatollah who was appointed hasn't been seen in public. The narrative that the Iranian regime can win this is totally ludicrous. The only thing they're doing right now is they're being propped up by the criminal syndicate who's telling them to delay, which is why the negotiations keep stalling. Right? So I understand that point, and I understand the fear of, let's call it, the economic impact on the countries all over the world that rely on the oil passing through the strait. And the reason why I'm emphasizing this is to show you guys that the Iranian regime is up to no good. So let me tell you right now, we have another aircraft carrier headed to the strait. The U.S. military has complete air superiority. Right? Their small, fast ships, that's going to be taken care of. The mines in the strait, that's going to be addressed because President Trump has now sent out the order to demine the strait. And that's a good thing. We heard about the mines, we weren't too sure about the reports of the mines industry. When I checked it out days ago, the only thing I could find was like there were reports of 12 mines in the street. I'm like, 12 mines? Are you freaking kidding me? There's got to be more than that if they're making a big deal about this. But no, we don't actually know the dynamics. So, we need intel to check that out. So, no, we're hearing about an operation to sweep the mines industry. And we're hearing about small, fast boats that the Iranians are using to put mines in the street. Terrorism. So here,
I disagree. I can agree with you completely. America is on the path and taking out massive amounts of its infrastructure. But they still have missiles. They still have means to harass and stop shipping. And if America and its coalition can't, now, America bombed the crap out of Vietnam. They used multiples of the whole world in the crap out of Vietnam. They used multiples of the whole world in the arsenal of that country. Having air cover, having aircraft carriers, the nature of war has changed. You've got the capacity to make drones and to make missiles. You can hold the bag. Something that 100 years was the major instrument of imperial power. And I think that's important. Sorry, Mark, you want to chime in on this? There's only one question. It's and it's effectively closed. So all that force, all that is, hasn't translated to one metric that we can track that has real meaning. And so we've shown you that. Everything else is just, who knows? It's the problem.
I agree with that. Dr. Paul, hold on. All right, Karen, before you go, I just want to say this, right? Dr. Paul, I agree with your sentiment, but it's like, well, if it plays out this way, this is what's going to happen. And I agree with that. But I honestly don't think that that's the trajectory that we're going towards, right? You're seeing right now a display of military force, right, to put this Iranian regime into submission. It's more than just about the Strait, right? It's more than just about the terror proxies. There's a lot of dynamics happening right here. There are even, you could say economic chess moves being made. You heard Rob mention the Strait of Malacca. China, right? This is the key point, right? 80% of China's oil passes through that strait. And now the U.S. military signed a defense partnership with Indonesia, right? So what's happening right now? I'm letting you guys know that the Trump administration doesn't want to economically strangle the world's oil, but they are putting their forces in key positions to monitor what's going on with these shipments, right? So why Trump just said. The news about the ship that was trying to pass through the blockade, and this is going to an Iranian port, by the way. And when they boarded the ship, what did they find? They found chemicals used in the production of ballistic missiles. Right? Now, I don't know the state of their production facilities. I think most of them have been targeted. We saw like 13,000 targets got hit, right? Military targets, right? So, I don't think that they have the same capability to manufacture and produce the ballistic missiles at the same level they used to. They probably may be able to pump out a few, right? I don't know until it's like underground. But you're right, Dr. Paul, they are still able to control and threaten the strait at the moment. But that dynamic is not going to be the status quo forever. Trump is not going to keep a U.S. naval blockade in the Middle East forever. At some point, the buck's gonna fall.
Can I
see? Yeah.
Can I just make a point about in a sense that also of the U.S. and China, and so the control of the other Chinese and but you notice that the tactics of having much China years ago. So this is in a sense a proxy for America versus China. And there's a problem here because America sources its military hardware and components from China. And yes, they fucked up. And so now Trump's quite rightly with defense, what's it called, defense production, to even take car back this time, people to make military weapons a la World War II. But basically, the American military, a lot of the components are made in China. And this is the thing Iran is, in a sense, sitting in between. And once if the Americans start to stop oil getting from China, this is going to be bad. It's going to be bad very fast. And I've heard ceasefires because they were just going through hard to replace, slow to replace armaments in such a fast rate. That's why the ceasefire happened. So think of this as a proxy war with China and look at the ships that we're getting through on the vessel. I don't think Americans and the Iraqis, I think it's actually largely Chinese. And this scares the shit out of me. And it should disturb people in America once they have that framing, because I don't know that any of us can afford to cut China out of our supply chains.
Well, what's happening right now in the United States is that China is being cut out of the supply chain, right? And the defense production is a signal. I mean, there's even other stuff, because we've got to go to Dr. Kirby Elliott's report next. But Karen, you wanted to chime in, so let's go to Karen, and then we'll take some more comments if we have any, and then we'll get to the stream. Sorry about the hold on.
Okay, the longer we sit there, the less loss of life, although there is life loss right now in Iran, but a lot less than if we have to bomb them. The longer we sit there, the more we starve
So here's how I would phrase it. Look at this war as the Trump administration, Trump taking on the global criminal syndicate directly. They enabled and funded, they propped up Maduro in Venezuela. They propped up the Cuba communist regime. They propped up Iran. They propped up China's manufacturing industry. Ooh, yeah, the criminal syndicate, the deep state propped all of that up. Now, when you look at the moves that Trump is making right now, you see a complete reversal and dismantle their system. Step by step, they lose power, they lose control. Now, of course, we know the Middle East is very special to the criminal syndicate. They had a lot of things going on over there, right? So when Lloyd's of London posed the premiums for the first time ever in history, that should show you just how much they're trying to create leverage for Iran or the Iranian regime. Right? That means the allies are they're in line. They're in line, or I should say the leaders of some of these neighbor countries are in line with this agenda. Oh, we'll wait till Trump finishes up the straight bullshit. They're just delaying. They don't want to give a helping hand. They want to drag this all out. If they're working with the delay strategy of the Iranian regime, almost like they're coordinating together. Why am I pointing all of this out? You see, guys, the real war is not Trump versus China or Trump versus Iran. The real war is Trump versus the criminal syndicate. That's what's going on. You're seeing him take it to the global stage you signed in 2020, the start of this year. Right? So when we think about what's happening in Iran right now, yeah, there are many dimensions to it. Right? The economic aspect, the pressure on China, the pressure on the criminal syndicates, Middle Eastern charade, right? The pressure on the terrorist proxy groups. I mean, think about this. We're talking about the president of peace, and now we have a military operation going on, large-scale combat operations, right? No joke, right? But what is the end goal? The end goal is peace. Think about the Abraham Accords. Think about all of the Gulf states who have now aligned against Iran. Iran is isolated. On the world stage, they need to negotiate very fast, or else something's gonna happen. And we're talking more military operations, and you know Trump is not gonna play. So, to close, and I will reiterate some of Dr. Paul's points, because Dr. Paul, yeah, he has some great points, right? This is the threat of that key economic waterway being held hostage. This is the threat, right? The entire world can be put into an energy, shock. So, do we want to allow a terrorist regime to have control over that particular key waterway? No. Well, that's not wise, especially with their current activity that's going on right now. So, I definitely hope that this, wraps up sooner rather than later. Because even though some of us are looking at this from the perspective of the United States and what's happening in America, other countries are being severely affected by what's happening. And with that point, I'll close so that everybody kind of understands the dynamics and the importance of the region and why this situation needs to be resolved as soon as possible. So we'll see how it plays out. But stay positive, guys. Right? We know what some of the goals are and some of the objectives are. Right? We have their messages on the record stating to us what they want. Right? Trump told you guys that, hey, the Iranian regime just needs to recognize this as an international waterway. And they didn't want to do So how can it play out? Your guess is as good as mine, right? We're gonna see, right? I'll keep you guys up to date with the news and stuff. As you can see, I posted an article at the top about the currency swap lines, which I kind of wanted to get into, but we're having such a good discussion about the many different aspects here, right? So I'll mention this, right? The currency swap lines essentially is going to provide somewhat of a cushion to some of the Gulf states, right? It says here, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed that many allies in the Gulf region and Asia have requested currency swap lines from the United States to manage financial instability caused by the Iran war. There is Dr. Paul, right? So this is the purpose. This is what's going on with the currency swap lines, right? And it's and to Dr. Paul's point again. It's not only the Gulf states that are being financially affected, right? When your energy sector is affected, it messes with the economy, right? So I'll read a little bit more here. It says, speaking before the Senate on, well, actually, let me read that part again. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed many allies in the Gulf region and Asia have requested currency swap lines from the United States to manage financial instability caused by the Iran war, including energy shocks and disrupted oil flows. Speaking before the Senate on April 22nd, 2026, Bessent stated that these swap lines are intended to, quote, maintain order in dollar funding markets and to prevent the sale of U.S. assets in a disorderly way. No. I'm going to pause there. I'm going to just segue a little bit and remind you guys about Operation Economic Fury. Yeah. If you haven't heard about that one, Dr. Paul, just look into that, right? Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Operation Economic Fury. Basically, a lot of tracking is happening. They're monitoring the money. And they already tracked it back to London, some of it. Can you believe that? Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has pretty much confirmed that. So we know who's propping up the Iranian regime, or at least part of where some of the funding is coming, based on the warnings that he's given. So it's going to get very interesting. The central bankers are going to come into focus. 100%. The Bank of International Settlements, they put out a report the other day warning people about, get this, Dr. Paul, stable coin yields. They're saying it's unstable. They're competing with the banks. I was having so much fun Thursday talking about it. For those of you guys who missed it. But yeah, right? The central bank of central banks, they're letting us know where they stand. And they don't like the direction of the financial options now available to the people. That says a lot. I'll leave it there. But I agree with you, Dr. Paul. There is a reset happening. The question is who's controlling the reset? This is Research Staff, Robin Knight.
Yes, there's definitely a reset happening. And the swap lines make a lot of sense. Like the Gulf countries lost income and they relied on their oil revenues. So rather than selling, they don't want massive sales of the treasury bonds. That will cause a spike in the interest rates and yields. And that will crater the US economy. So it's in the interest of the US dollar to make the currency swaps. And yes, that will help provide stability and shore up the US dollar. Because that's the danger now, countries that are economically damaged, that aren't getting oil revenues or temperatures anymore. So we used to make our own cars, we used to manufacture it. So all of this is very positive. I just worry that the awareness that's become a bit late, the dependence on China is still massive. And that's the bear we're poking. So keep your heads on a swivel. Away.
Well, Dr. Paul, you made me laugh when you said they don't make sandwiches anymore. I'm like, oh my God, is it not fun? Produce something.
We used to have our own refineries for self-sufficient fuel oil. We used to have a manufacturing industry that we made our own parts. Now, we'd be lucky to knock out a few surfboards. So, we're even further down the path. Gillis is in for a shock, but Spirit fought for us in Atlas and for the Bears. Although we live in the arse end of the world, totally reliant on steam for our energy because we got rid of all our refineries. And one of the two remaining refineries caught fire the other way. And one of the stories going around is there's been a large number of refineries, not just Australia, Romania, Myanmar, Texas, a couple of times in recent times. One was right now. Just all around the world, all refineries are blowing up, catching fire. And that feeds into the chatter that, this is a controlled demolition that's going to lead to famine. If you're not aware of that story, something obviously odd is happening. And it's not just in Iran, it's not just in the Gulf. It seems to be just like COVID was globally coordinated, this appears to be a globally coordinated unplugging of energy. And that's probably why I'm not mincing words anymore. I think we're in best fun for the kid.
Well, you're right. Some of the countries that have, adopted the crazy globalist policies, it's really bad. I agree with you, right? It's just a completely different dynamic in the Americas right now because of the energy policies put in the Trump administration. So that is kind of where I'll leave it, guys. Remember, we are dealing with a planet with many different regions that are affected by different geopolitical dynamics and economic dynamics. And sometimes we kind of need to expand our perspective and not just kind of look at things from, whether it be a U.S. point of view. So, Dr. Paul, thank you once again for your share. It certainly was insightful. I'll add. So, I'll drop the mic.
I was surprised. I found out fertilizer. We just started a new plant in Utah, or Zion Park, out of ash. I didn't know they could make fertilizer out of ash, but that was new and something we hadn't done for a while.
Sounds cool. Sounds cool to me.
Yeah, well, guys, we're going to actually shift gears into Dr. Kirk Elliott's report, and he's going to be talking about precious metals. I see that in the title, so this could be an interesting one. Let's see what's going on. Are you guys ready for the next stream? And I see we also have Lucia joining us on the stage. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Lucia. Welcome, Karen. Welcome, Dr. Mitch. Welcome, everyone. Would anybody like to grab the mic before we start the next one? Sure. What's poppin'? Is it me or is it battery?
I don't have an answer about Canada. I think this is happening in the U.S. In Romania, in Ghana, recently in Vietnam, the other night. It's really global. I made it suggest that oil is something that's a lot more combustible because it seems to be flying up everywhere.
We have the expectancy report coming up after this too. So let's get a move on, shall we? Here we go. Producer. Kimber.
But what we do know is how do you protect yourself against it? With gold and silver. Because it goes up during times of crisis and inflationary pressures, and it actually protects you. So, first and foremost, look at gold and silver as your insurance policy against the collapsing currency.
Another amazing week for us. It just doesn't get any easier, but I tell you what, exposing the deep state and their evil through the Southern Poverty Law Center was the big one this week, Dr. Kirk Elliott. While this is all playing out, we continue to watch silver make moves. And man, we just appreciate it. AmWeKnow.com/gold in the description box below. And we thank you once again for joining us, Dr. Elliott.
It's so good to be with you as always. And you know, it is wild, LT. When I look at everything that's going on, it's like, all right, is this prophetic events playing themselves out? Is this a paradigm shifting moment? Is it just noise and distraction to distract us from something that's even bigger and weirder than the things that we're seeing? Right? Like, I don't know. But what I do know is it's all in front of us. Right? Yeah. So when you look at it, you know, everyone's concerned about the price of oil, what's happening in Iran, you know, Southern Poverty Law Center, all this stuff, and really what a lot of this boils down to is I want to not talk about any of that. Mm-hmm. I want to just talk about our money, right? Because I'm an economist, right? And I help people invest for their retirements, and everyone's always concerned. It's like, what are the three big family finances, right? And in that order, they should be in that order. If they're not, you've got things out of whack, right? So big family finances, right? So it's one of the three big ones. So when you look at what's been happening, you know, literally years ago, you and I talked about the emergence of the BRICS nations, and was it about control? Was it about taking over the U.S. dollar? Was it about taking over the world's manufacturing? What was it, right? And really, it's a political power block to kind of unseat the United States, right? Which is why way back I was in grad school in the early 90s, and this was a little bit after the European Union had formed. because they needed a power block politically and economically to compete against the United States.
Right.
So you look at what's happening with the BRICS nations. Why did they? Well, they're doing the same for the same reason that the European Union did. Because India, massive population. China, massive population, right? But these economies, they were still kind of like just, they were just kind of like communist countries and socialist countries, and they weren't really all that powerful, although they had a ton of people. So they put together a trading bloc, an economic bloc, and started to form this economic political union to where we see it today.
Right.
It's about power and control, and it's about money, right? So when you look at what the BRICS nations have done, they're truly revolting against the dollar order, right? Which is to put it in other words that you and I have said, it's the de-dollarization of the world. Nobody wants the U.S. dollar, and not even Warren Buffett wants the U.S. dollar, and he's an American. It's like, what is going on? Right?
Yeah.
So how did they do this? This isn't a new thing, right? So you go back to a decade ago, right? Let's go back a decade. What did they start putting together? They've already started working on electronic payment messaging systems in Iran, of all places, right? CPAM, it's SEPAM. It's their system for electronic payments messaging. Now you add that to the structured financial messaging system. You add that to CIPS, which is China's cross-border interbank payment system. What is all that to do? Just to get these countries talking electronically, economically, to get rid of SWIFT.
Right.
What is SWIFT? It's the mechanism where all money goes from bank to bank globally. Like when you send a wire, it goes through the SWIFT system. When you send a wire internationally, there's actually a SWIFT code, right? So the global transfer of money has always been dominated by the West, by Europe and the United States. China's wanting to change this, right? So this goes back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict when it started, which has really accelerated this because Biden was a buffoon and he did something that was economically devastating. When he said, hey, Russia, we're going to kick you out of the SWIFT system and we're going to starve out your population, right? So you're not going to get any money. Well, did he really think that Putin was that stupid? Did not have plan B. So we went to China and said, China, Biden kicked us out of the SWIFT system. China says, so what? We have SIPs. Why don't we just like really tie economically together under the BRICS nations? And so it amounted to a problem for Russia for maybe 30 minutes. Right? It's like, okay, not a problem, right? So but what they're doing is they're taking the financial control for most of the world's population away from the West. This is how they are de-dollarizing it, right? This is the problem that Western banks have, because when you don't control the money, you don't control people, right? So this is where it's all headed. Now, you've got central bank digital currency that we've talked about. This is the central bankers' way of saying we're still going to
she was nominated, and there was a lot of people talking about her being the next Federal Reserve chair, and she didn't make it, right? They actually tried to really attack and demolish her family. It's like, and so now there's somebody else, right? But what did she believe in? She believed in sound money. She believed in gold-backed currency, right? And so if this is who Trump was talking about having control of the Fed, what does Trump believe in? Same thing. He wants sound money. He wants a strong currency, right? And away from the central bank control. So she did this interview recently that was just posted. And there's a couple sections, and it's worth everybody watching the whole thing. It's actually fascinating. Well, I happen to be self-proclaimed economic nerd, right? So I thought the whole thing was amazing, right? Right. There's a couple sections in there that I want to point out to all the NPRs out there because I think when you understand her heart, you actually understand Trump's heart when it comes to money.
Awesome.
Yeah, I would love to watch that.
Okay, yeah, we got a couple of sections. Just tell me when to pause on this first one. Well, here we go.
Okay.
If they did see today's system, would they even recognize it?
I think that would be appalled, and probably James Madison the most, because he was so clear on that. He said a depreciating currency is just like stealing property, and therefore unconstitutional. The government cannot expropriate without due process, and instead they do it in this way where they chisel a little bit. Why? What's the justification? How is that possibly even consistent with the mandate of stable prices? At best, the Fed is seeking stable inflation, but that's an oxymoron. It's not stable prices.
So the question was, would the founding fathers even recognize our money today? And when you go back to what James Madison, some of the founding fathers said, what was money back then? It was actually gold or silver, right? This is what the Constitution says, right? It's like gold and silver coinage are the only true money, right? And so they warned against where America is today. They said never, ever, ever should politicians write bills that cost money that can't be paid off during that generation because it's not fair to future generations. So what did we do? When they couldn't abide by that way back in the early 1900s, it's like, wait, we want to expand further. We want to use debt to expand. Oh, how about the Federal Reserve? Let's just start that. Where we can print money without discretion, not have it gold backed anymore, not have some kind of tangible backing, which puts discretion on the printing, and they could just print willy-nilly. So then it's easy for politicians to just march over to the Fed and say, hey, you need to buy more of our U.S. treasuries because we need U.S. treasuries to fund our expansion. And it's all debt, right, with money that's being created out of there. This is what happens when you get away from a tangible currency. And this is what Judy Shelton was talking about. They would not understand. They would be rolling over in their graves if they saw what we had now. Because one of the mandates, there's two mandates that the Federal Reserve has. Number one is to create full employment. Number two is to create a stable economy. The only thing that they've done, LT, is create stable or unsustainable, not stable, but constant inflation.
Yeah.
That's all that they've done.
That's right.
There's boom and bust cycles, and they print too much, and then they have to decide, all right, we're going to have to raise interest rates to slow that down. And then the economy, just slows down too much. It's like, well, how about we lower interest rates to stimulate it again? And it's just this vicious cycle, which would all go away if you never got rid of tangible backed, gold-backed money. We wouldn't have that problem, right? So the system right now is broken. And it's absolutely broken. So something needs to change. And we talked about this 2 weeks ago. Is the change going to be going to gold-backed money, or is the change going to be going to cryptocurrency? Don't know. All we do know is it's not going to stay the same. So a lot of times people will say there's going to be this monetary conspiracy, people say, well, that's a conspiracy theory. It's like, it's not a conspiracy theory. Resets happen all the time.
Right.
I can tell you probably 4 times. Okay, so we used to have Confederate dollars, right? So okay, then we went to gold-backed money, then we went to the Federal Reserve, and then we went to the Bretton Woods system, and then we took gold off of our money altogether, and then we went to the petrodollar. Every single one of those could be considered a reset.
Yeah.
But nobody would say that that's actually a reset. They'd say, oh, this is a change. No, that's a reset. So she's saying right now, something needs to be reset because the system is broken. What does that mean? And so we're going to watch and see what she says.
All right. As I neared the end of my time with Judy, I couldn't help but wonder, what's at risk if the monetary reform she spent her life advocating for, making the dollar as good as gold again, doesn't happen?
I think what's at risk is this sense of people increasingly that they are victims of monetary favoritism. That the Fed maintains policies that increase the inequality of wealth and income. That they reward people who are already wealthy enough to have financial assets. I think we need a revolution of valuing honest work, honest government, and honest money. And by that I mean celebrate people who actually make goods, who produce goods and services, not just people who arbitrage the anomalies of financial markets. I think we have to insist on honest government. I think deficit spending is unacceptable. That's immoral because you're robbing from future generations. You're putting liens on goods that have yet to be produced, and it just enhances the likelihood of ever increasing government. And I think that we need to guarantee honest money.
And with that, our conversation ended.
Wow. Does that sound like a conspiracy theory?
No.
What did she say? Basically, she said, make America great again, in other words. Let's reward people for working hard.
Amen.
Let's create sound money.
Yeah.
Let's create a fabric where there's not this arbitrage, where the central banks claim that they're out for full employment and everything. What did she say that they do? It actually creates inequality.
That's right.
Right? So when you have something as simple as gold and silver, it's the great equalizer. Right? Because it protects you against the inflationary boom and bust cycles that the Federal Reserve brings. Right? When you have it. So let me give you an example. Right? So back in the early 1900s, 1 ounce of gold, so all of you like coin collectors, right? You'll have these old Liberties or St. Gaudens from the early 1900s, and on there it says $20. That was the base one. Now they're a collectible coin, right? Which I Six Nations want to do, destroy the dollar.
Yeah.
Comes up against a lot of political headwinds, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, we can hope and pray how it turns out, but in the end, we don't really know how it's going to go for the dollar short, medium, and long term. But what we do know is how do you protect yourself against it? With gold and silver. Because it goes up during times of crisis and inflationary pressures, and it actually protects you. So, first and foremost, look at gold and silver as your insurance policy against the collapse in currency. Secondarily, it happens to grow amazingly well during times like this, but it's like you're fulfilling a dual mandate in your own portfolio, growth and safety, all at the same time.
Yeah, because
I wish every policymaker would think like Judy Shelton. What she said is so reasonable. I can't believe that people grilled her when she was, sitting for the paycheck. Like, oh, you're crazy. What? Nothing that she said sounded to me like anything that was radical, even off the wall. It was just wisdom.
That's right.
It was just wisdom. That's all that it was.
Yeah, yeah. But we know that these folks that are behind the scenes that control us, they love their Federal Reserves, and I gave you that list I showed you on the keyboard that we follow. Rothschild's control of all the central banks around the world. That laundry list is so long. And my favorite quote in the Q drops is gold will destroy the Fed. So how about getting on top of gold? We're being told that, and most of us do understand it. You told us that a few weeks ago. And that's the important thing. I think she's onto it, and my hope is that she'll be a part of this in the future, that's for sure.
I sure hope so. And when you showed me that list,
yeah,
it's shocking to see how from one family,
yeah,
the Rothschild family, it's about 90% of all banks in the world.
That's right.
That's a lot of accumulated hidden wealth, right? From a one family, right? That's too much control concentrated in one place. So you don't have to buy into that system. Oh, yeah, we all have banks, but be your own bank, have your own gold, silver, be out of the system, be out of that digital system, have something that's real and tangible, and you know what? You can have a smile on your face, and all of this noise, everything that we hear about right now, financially, economically, not going to bother you.
Amen. Amen. We're so glad we brought our IRA over to you back when it was about $20 an ounce. Now we're looking at close to 80, and it's we've been just watching changes in our own life. Many people have told us they came over to you, Dr. Kirk Elliott, and their lives have changed. Many on the cruise ship told us, hey, thank you. Tell Dr. Kirk Elliott, thank you. He has changed our life and our future forever. And so again, just that reminder for folks, amweknow.com/gold. Below this video, click on that, and you'll be able to have your life change forever. Thank you so much, Dr. Kirk Elliott. Appreciate you.
It's my pleasure.
All right, truth seekers, and that was an awesome report from LT and Dr. Kirk Elliott. Very interesting comments by Judy Shelton in the clip that they played. Well, I think we know based on what Trump's nominee for the Federal Reserve chair, I think we know the direction Trump is taking things. But we'll see how it plays out. It certainly is getting very exciting. Remember, guys, Jerome Powell's investigation has been paused. We'll see how Warsh's nomination goes, and we'll see what happens after that. We have the X22 geopolitical report coming up next. Thank you all so much for joining us here in the Tavern. It's Sunday night. We're talking about the deep state, Southern poverty law center, geopolitical news, Trump, White House Correspondents' Dinner. We got all that and more in some of the clips coming up next. Awesome. Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you so much, Rainbow. I really appreciate that, guys. And yeah, I don't exactly know how it's gonna play out. I do have a general, idea of the direction of where we're going, but that's just based on my analysis of the actions that I see being taken. Um, there have been a lot of roadblocks, though. The deep state continues to stall, delay. That's been a tactic. They've been rehashing that quite a lot, right? Well, all right. It's been very interesting, but as it relates to the economy, I thought that report was very insightful as well. So yeah, I think we have some very interesting things to look forward to. Let's see what else Trump does with the global economy as we watch the realignment occur. Thank you, Ben. We have the X-22 report coming up next, guys. Let's see who else would like to grab a boost.
I'm dog researching about so and Judy Shelton's proposal. The only thing I disagree with Kirk is I'm no longer so convinced that it's getting rid of the US dollar. I think what we were talking about before was Hotline's US dollar, I think is going to stay around. It will probably become stablecoin. And pushing the stable because that's another way of also funding the US debt. But I think we will also have real world assets used as collateral and gold and silver and likely Bitcoin, which is not a stable coin, will all be part, I think, of the future. So I don't think it's the US dollar going away. I think it's going to change form at some point to a stable coin, which will benefit the debt market. But people will learn very quickly that you can't save bonds or save accounts. And the money that they want as store value will still be instant settlement, not like we currently do. So and I have some evidence that that's the direction it's going. The Genius Act, the fact that the HSBC introduced Tier 1 bank that introduced gold tokens 2.5 years ago. And it coincided, honestly, exactly with an uptick in the gold price. It's been under fear ever since. That's what I think. It's going to, I don't think dollars are going away, but I think dollars will be used as the off ramp for purchasing short term and real world assets, particularly gold and silver, will become premier real world assets. They will be able to be transported anywhere instantly through crypto-based payments. That's my take.
Well, just real quick, Ben, I agree with that assessment. I think that, Judy Shelton's comments as it relates to the dollar, I could see that trajectory, but I don't see it happening in the, let's call it the immediate future, right? That may happen sometime down the line, right, after certain things have already, because, everything is a process, right? But I don't see that happening right now. I find the dollar is going to stay around, definitely. We're to see also the stable coins play more of a role in the economic system as it relates to, another investment opportunity for persons. But I think that because of that relationship, do they really need to create another stable coin for the US dollar? This is kind of what I'm thinking right now, because there's quite a few of them, right? There's the USDC and USDT. So there may be some changes that occur with that. So okay, I remember now. The Clarity Act, right? So you mentioned the Genius Act, Dr. Paul. There's another crypto bill that we need to pay attention to, and that's the Clarity Act. And that's going to basically address some of the classification of the different cryptocurrencies, right? And I think I don't remember the name of the regulator, but whether it's the SEC or FTC, might be both, or CFTC, but basically there is some talk about who's going to have jurisdiction over certain securities. They're trying to classify it so it's completely clear as what is a token versus what is a security, etc., etc. So I think because of even the Clarity Act, Dr. Paul, and the fact that they shot down CBDCs in the United States, I think it's actually a very promising dynamic that's playing out right now. So the dollar is going to stay, crypto is going to stay, stable coins are going to get regulated in a good way, right? Where we can actually get some legitimacy in the crypto space for these particular tethered digital assets, right? So it's interesting. On a year or so, I don't know. We'll see what happens. What the dynamics are like right there. But I agree with your assessment on that. Just wanted to add my 2 cents.
Basically, I think
we'll see how that plays out, but I don't see the dollar going away for right now. No, things happening. So, all right, I'll drop the mic. The floor is open. Any comments, any perspectives to share? We have the X22 Geo report coming up next, followed by the overnight playlist. I'm going to be getting an early night's sleep tonight, guys. So let's check in with the panel. Last call for comments before we close the panel.
Gee, I was just gonna say, researcher, you sound like you got a second wind.
It's not. Yeah. So my energy levels have been good. I must admit. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Doing something different. But anyway. But I still do need some sleep, guys. So it's still a long day for me. And I've had 3 awesome rooms here on Clubhouse today. Yeah. We'll be back here tomorrow night in the Truth Seekers Tower to have our Monday night discussion, and we're going to be talking more about the criminal syndicate, the deep state. Look forward to that, and there may be some recorded rooms next week on Clubhouse. Aside from that, I'll keep you guys updated. Any final comments, any perspectives to share before we close the panel? We're going to hand it over to the producer. We're going to dive into the X22 report, followed by the overnight playlist.
It's been an awesome day hanging out with you, researcher. It always is on Sundays. And
You're welcome, Grace. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
and weekdays too.
Thank you, researcher. Good night. Thank you, Media. Good night to you too, sir. Good night, everyone. And those of you in other parts of the world, good morning. Thanks for joining us. The show isn't over yet.
Thank you so much, researcher.
Thanks, Grace.
He brought up a derogatory question about HSBC. I was wondering what lineation he was talking. Whose side are they on? Are they on the side
What side is HSBC on? Is that the question that you had asked? I'm looking here on their
pretty much. Pretty much. Like,
well, I'm looking here on their Wikipedia pages to kind of get my bearings on what I can surmise about this banking financial share. What I'm seeing, my brother, is that this is a deep state bank, 100%. Just by looking on the Wikipedia page, I'm able to determine this. You'd be like, what are you seeing on their Wikipedia page?
yeah,
You go take a look, guys. This is some interesting stuff. All right, let me read a little bit for you. History. Like here's how the history of the HSBC starts off on the Wikipedia page. After the British established Hong Kong as a crown colony in the aftermath of the First Opium War. Should I read some more?
I was over at X.
On the Wikipedia page of HSBC, in the section that says History, Foundation, it starts off with this sentence. After the British took Hong Kong as a crown colony in the aftermath of the First Opium War, merchants from other parts of the British Empire now in Hong Kong felt the need for a bank to finance the growing trade. Through Hong Kong and sometimes also through Shanghai between China and India, the rest of the British Empire. Interesting. Well, there's another name. All right, I'll drop the back. The London Financial Empire, specifically, it looks like they took advantage of the opioid destabilization, which we knew was also created by this same network, this global criminal syndicate. So my answer to that question would be yes, stay back. That's it.
I agree, researcher. I agree. Thank you. That sounds fun.
Yeah, and sometimes, I didn't really know the answer to your question, Ben, when you asked, but I was looking it up just to see what we're dealing with here, right? And, guys, this is the type of, mentality I'm trying to encourage, right? To cultivate here in the Truth Seekers Tower. You don't know something? Look it up. We can all find the answers to these questions. No. Sometimes it's, do you know where to look, right? So to Ben's questions, like, how do you know if a bank is a deep state bank? Well, you kind of just type in HSBC deep state, and question mark, and expect AI to give you the answer. That's not how it's going to work. You gotta know your stuff. You gotta know what you're looking for first to be able to identify whether this is a globalist connected institution or not. So with our background, our prerequisite knowledge, we can connect the dots. I mean, just looking into the history of this bank here, we're seeing some very, very deep connections, right, to the criminal syndicate, specifically at their influence in China, right? Hong Kong, right? Very interesting. HSBC. Well, yeah, they have headquarters in London. It is one of the largest domestic banks in the world. They are ranked 15, and what is it there? Actually, let me go back up. It's the largest Europe-based bank by total assets. Okay, and that was as of September 2024. Seventh largest bank in the world by total assets, behind Bank of America. Third largest non-state-owned bank in the world. Right? offices, branches, and subsidiaries in 57 countries and territories across Africa, Asia, Oceania, Europe, North America, South America, serving 39 million customers. Woo. Just the way the globalists like it, all around the world. All right. So, my last comment would be on this particular bank here is that they're described as a universal bank with transnational operations. Or I guess they're a multinational footprint. Is what they're saying here. Yeah. Yes, this is kind of crazy, but this is how big HSBC is. I didn't know they were that big.
And they introduced all activities and usually training across the board. Then they made it available to citizens of Hong Kong. And it was very well subscribed. People wanted to save and transfer. But that's not what Julie Schultz was talking about. That's evidence. That's information. All this stuff.
Interesting. Well, we're gonna keep an eye on the precious metals too. Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. All right, guys, it's the time you've been waiting for. It's now time to start the X22 geopolitical report. Strap yourselves in, grab your coffee, grab your tea. It's Sunday night here in the Truth Seekers Tower. And let's get started, shall we? Enjoy. Producer, you're up. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. No one is pretending to be like this. That's what it's for.
And welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. I'm David Subsued 3891 BN. Today's date is April 26th, 2026. The title of the episode is Deep State Attempts Another Assassination. Trump holds all the cards. Attacks will only intensify. You're seeing something in it solid. Even if they're not your symbols, go to the. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters. You can see someone decide to take a shot at President Trump and his administration. And I do believe as Trump continually exposes the deep state system, the money laundering system, the SPLC, again, this is just the beginning, and everything else, you can see the deep state players are going to become more and more desperate. And yes, their rhetoric is going to increase over time. And you have to remember, the deep state players, like we've said many, many times before, it is run in different layers. And they always want plausible deniability. strap a bomb to yourself, and I want you to assassinate the president. Because again, go ahead and go assassinate SPLC. Again, this is just the beginning. And everything else, you can see the deep state players are going to become more and more desperate. And yes, their rhetoric is going to increase over time. And you have to remember, the deep state players, like we've said many, many times before, it is run in different layers. And they always want plausible deniability. So they're not going to call up people and say, hey, go ahead and go assassinate President Trump. That's not how this works. What they do is they get people angry. Fake news joins in. Their paid influencers join in. And they keep this up. You can see it on social media. You can see it with the fake news. You can see it with these. But they never come out and say, you specifically, I want you to take a gun or strap a bomb to yourself, and I want you to assassinate the president. Because again, that's not how they work. Instead, they keep pushing and pushing and pushing until those people snap. That is what we are seeing. So when you see an individual go after the president, these are the people that have weak minds. They're easy to manipulate. Some of them are on medication, maybe some of them are on the spectrum. And it's much easier to do. And like we've seen in the past, a lot of this has to do with trans people. So again, you can see how this is being done and how they're pushing this. And they're pushing it very, very hard. Because you have to remember, President Trump holds all the cards. Now, just didn't want to go after Trump. He wanted to take down different people in the administration. Because this administration, they're now looking into the criminal syndicate. And as they expose the criminal syndicate, it gets worse and worse for the deep state players. So as Trump and his team go deeper and deeper into the system and expose the system, you can expect that attacks will only intensify. Plus, as Trump gets closer and closer to removing the Federal Reserve System, because remember, that is the source of all their funding, the attacks will only intensify. Remember, we are still at war. This has not ended. And they are fighting back with everything they have. And yes, along the way, what is Trump doing? He's dismantling their system piece by piece, making it very difficult for them to operate their system. Are we finished dismantling everything that they have? Absolutely not. And you can see they're trying to stop this before he does that. And I do believe they'll continue to do this as time goes on. Because think about what Trump has done already. Out in Venezuela, he set that country free. He arrested the criminal, the deep state players put in place to control the oil, to control the drugs, to control human trafficking. Out in Iran, we have the proxy army out there that is doing the bidding for the deep state, the central bankers. They're pushing back right now because what? They don't want to hand over the nuclear material. Because again, what is the nuclear material? It's the uranium. Uranium can be traced. Who's it going to lead back to? It's going to lead back to Obama. It's going to lead back to Hillary Clinton. Plus, they don't want to give up control because if they give up control, their entire economic system goes down the tubes. Remember, they established this back in the late 60s to 70s. And they took us off the gold standard. And now Trump is removing the system that they set up. He's setting Venezuela free. The oil can hit the market. He's setting the United States free. He's removing the regulations so we can drill for oil. He's removing the sanctions in Russia. And he's setting the Middle East free. So if you have the oil flowing from all these different locations, what do you get? You get very, very cheap oil. Plus, you remove the power from the deep state, the central bankers. Remember, their control is their power. And Trump is removing that control and transferring it to him and the people of this country. This is what it means by taking back this country. And yes, every step of the way, the proxy army out in Iran doesn't want to give in. But in the end, they will because they'll have no choice. And you can see every step of the way, as Trump breaks down the deep state system, they're going to become more and more desperate. Why do you think Nancy Pelosi has already started the narrative of Trump switching votes during the election. Now think about it. This individual, Cole Allen, he was involved in the No Kings protest. He was getting very, very angry with Trump. He was believing the narrative that they were pushing. Think about all those people across the country who are brainwashed. And yes, there are militants, which is Antifa, the illegals, and the rest. Once they put out the narrative that Trump cheated the election and he switched the votes via the machines, and they start calling him a king, what do you think is going to happen? The people are going to be angry. The people are going to be pissed off. Do you think they will attack? Absolutely. Go back to 2020 for a second. Did they try to attack him in D.C.? Yes. I do believe they were testing at that point. They were testing to see what could they get away with, what do in these instances, and they were collecting that data. I'm talking about the deep state players because they knew later on that eventually they would have to go up against President Trump. You see, at this point, we've seen an information war. We're starting to see that it's turning into a physical war. And yes, the deep state players are going to be pushing a physical war. They've already done by basically radicalizing these individuals. Because again, some of them are on medication, some are on the spectrum, some of them are deeply brainwashed, and they just believe everything that's coming out of the fake news, everything the D's are saying. And you can see this is one of those individuals. So I do believe as time goes on, as Trump and his team completely and utterly dismantle and expose their system, and then people start to realize what the system actually is, these attacks, I should say, will intensify as time goes on. Now think about it. The FBI, the DOJ, and the rest of the agencies, remember, they were developed to protect the deep state system. When you look at the Secret Service, and you look at their structure, and you look at them, were they developed to protect the president? Yes, in the very, very beginning. Actually, the Secret Service was actually designed and created to go after those individuals that were counterfeiting the U.S. currency. It wasn't originally designed to protect the president. That came later on. I do believe like in 1901, which we'll be getting to in just a sec in this report. But again, the Secret Service, just like all the other agencies, were they there to protect the outsider presidents? Now think about this for a second. Think about all the presidents where there was an attempted assassination or an assassination. Were these presidents, were they there to take down the deep state players? Were they there to go up against the system? Yes, they were. Why didn't, most of the time, why didn't the Secret Service actually protect the presidents in these instances? Why were certain assassins able to remove those individuals like Kennedy, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Jackson? That was Lieutenant McKinley, one of the tariff men. He was taken out. Think about this for a second. So again, the agency itself wasn't there to protect the old guard, and if there were any outsider going up against the deep state players, were they there to protect them? So you have to think about their training. I'm not saying people are doing this on purpose, but you have to think about their training and think about how they were trained. Because again, the FBI was not put in place to go after criminals. I mean, that's clear as day. All you got to do is look at what Cash has been doing. He's been arresting criminals. The FBI before that, were they arresting criminals? No. How about the DOJ? Was it put in place to prosecute actual criminals? No, it was put in place to protect the deep state system. So when you look at the Secret Service, you have to ask yourself a very simple question. Was it designed to allow for the assassination of the outsider presidents? Yes, they might get training. Yes, they might feel like, oh, I have the skills that I need for. But were they being trained in a certain way where they actually could protect the outsider president? Remember, those presidents that are part of the system, they have nothing to worry about. It's very, very interesting. We'll be talking a lot more about this a little bit later and what is happening with the shooter. But let's go to Iran right now, because it looks like the proxy army out in Iran, they really don't want to make a deal. But you can see there's major, major problems within the Iranian country. Because, again, Trump and team, they've removed a lot of the leaders. There's chaos there. And I do believe you have different factions right now. You have one faction where you have like Obama, Hillary Clinton, and the deep state players telling them, stay in control, don't lose control, I don't care what it takes. You have the other factions where it's probably being driven by the people saying, I think this is our chance to remove the old guard. And you're seeing a lot of this happen right now and a lot of confusion that is going on right now. And I think Trump is pretty much waiting it out right now. And yes, he might be speaking to those individuals that are actually trying to take over the country, but I think they're not there yet. And I think Trump is just waiting that out. And he's also starving the deep state players every step of the way. Trump, he put this out on Twitter, he said the following: I just canceled the trip of my representatives going to Islamabad, Pakistan, to meet with the Iranians. Too much time wasted on traveling, too much work. Besides which, there is tremendous infighting and confusion within their leadership. Nobody knows who's in charge, including them. Also, we have all the cards. They have done. If they want to talk, all they have to do is call President DJT. And you can see every step of the way, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he's putting a lot of pressure on the IRGC, the deep state players. And basically, they're basically strangling them, if you really think about it. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said, I'm amazed that the IRGC has forced the invention of a completely new type of oil trading in cooking oil. As IRGC leadership tries to funnel more and more money into their offshore accounts, the regime's colossal economic mismanagement of Iran has forced the proud Iranian people to barter to feed their families and to become dependent on their neighbors. Under Trump, the United States is committed to supporting the freedom and dignity of the Iranian people after 47 years of corruption. Absolutely. And I think Trump is waiting, and he says, listen, I have all the time in the world. Our Navy's not removed, our leadership is not removed. Iran is the country that's in trouble. The deep state proxy army is in trouble. And you can see within the country, you can see there's different factions right now that are now moving towards removing the IRGC. Ida Turan explains, I've been scrolling through the IRGC regime channels and their social media lately, the same ones who brag about hunting down protesters and not calling these jihad orders. Slowly, it's sinking in for them that they got played hard. They're getting extremely paranoid and keep accusing each other of being coup plotters, spies, or traitors. The funniest comment I read, and something I haven't even thought of myself, was this one comment. Those forces they brought in from Iraq and Afghanistan weren't for the protests. They were for us. Otherwise, why would Israel not hit them during the war when they were right in the line of fire? It was a sharp, spot-on observation, and I think it's true. Over the past decade, the regime brought in millions of Afghans to act as a people's army defending them. The IRGC trained Afghan Shia fighters and sent them to Syria to fight for Assad. Then after Assad fell, they brought many of them back inside Iran to help suppress the protesters. Right after the 12-day war last summer, they suddenly started deporting them en masse, at least 1.5 million, kicked out quickly and forcibly accused of spying for Israel. Clearly, they got scared because they know a mercenary army isn't truly loyal to them. Now, since the war started, a fresh wave of Afghan Shia militias has been coming in anyway and didn't get hit by Israel or US. The besieged are finally doing the math. Too bad. Get ready for a coup. One led by defectors inside the regime, coordinated with Israel and the US to purge the hardliners and besieged. It's coming. And it absolutely is. And Trump is just sitting back and he's just waiting it out. Just waiting for the deep state proxy army to fall. And that's all he has to do, because remember, they cut off all income from them. They control the strait. No oil is being sold. They're in trouble. And they know this. And you can see Trump just has to wait it all out. And soon you're going to see that he's going to get whatever he needs. And when you look at the Strait of Hormuz, you can see Trump's strategy. James Thorne explains. Trump's new Great Game at Sea. Donald Trump's maritime strategy is often caricatured as nostalgia. It is better read as a calculated extension of America First into the oceans. The hierarchy is explicit. China's Malacca dilemma is the main course in the new Great Game. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is the opening move that exposes it. Hormuz shuts. Old Iranian tankers are now shuttled to cargo in Dubai. Time as storage tanks reach capacity, and markets are reminded how a few miles of water can reorder prices and politics. Yet Iran is not the prize. The strategic focus is China's dependence on a long, fragile route that runs from Hormuz across the Indian Ocean and through the Strait of Malacca into Chinese ports. The Malacca dilemma as Beijing's economic jugular. Winston Churchill understood that sea lanes and insurance markets are two sides of the same coin. In the easy years of Pax Americana, the City of London prospered by assuming that U.S. sea power was permanent, neutral backdrop, free to price maritime risk while the U.S. Navy guaranteed open arteries. In the emerging water, that role shrinks. The square mile shifts from rulemaker to price taker on decisions made in Washington. Trump's maritime action plan, rebuilding shipyards and the merchant marine, ordering new capital ships and expanding the fleet is not a spasm, but a coherent strategy to ensure that in any prolonged crisis, Washington, rather than Beijing, ultimately controls the Hormuz Malacca valve. For Europe and the UK, the uncomfortable implication is that the green industrial strategies and political distance from Washington rest on an assumption that may no longer hold, that America will underrate global sea lanes as a free good, whatever the new Great Game demands. And you can see Trump is now taking complete and utter control of everything that they put in place. And now they're being left out in the cold. And you can see all of this is, number one, yes, to remove the central bank grip. He's decentralizing the oil system that they created, where they had it centralized, where they could control the price via fear. Now he's decentralizing all of this. Plus, all the cheap oil that was going to China for cheap manufacturing, well, now they're going to have to pay the same as everyone else. So now he's kind of boxed them in. Plus, he can also then use or originally sold to Russia, and that was then put into Iran and North Korea. He could use that against them. So all of this has multiple agendas attached to this. And remember, he's going to be visiting Xi Jinping very, very soon. I think it's in May. And you can see what he's doing right now. He's squeezing China. Because you have to remember, deep state players, the central bankers, everything was being created to shift everything into China. This is why Europe gave up their energy infrastructure. This is why Australia and New Zealand gave up their energy infrastructure. This is why Biden/Obama was pushing the United States to give up the energy infrastructure. Because everything was supposed to be moving to China. Manufacturing, the financial industry, you name it. And they were trying to basically shut down Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and the United States. Canada too. And they were going to make these countries third world nations, like China, control pretty much everything. Now, Trump is reversing all of this. Zineb Rabua put this out, said Trump is squeezing Xi Jinping. This is a major development. Every president said no to this because they were afraid that Beijing would retaliate. It means Washington holds all the cards right now. And that's absolutely true. So Trump now is reordering everything the deep state players have put into place. And now they're losing control. And as soon as Iran breaks and Trump gains control of this entire region, he'll have all the leverage against the deep state players, against China. And they will be bowing to him. And think about how this is all playing out. And he's not even finished. Because think about it, he's going to be setting Cuba free. And then the last, I do believe, is going to be Ukraine. And as he dismantles the deep state system across the globe, the deep state system gets what? Weaker and weaker and weaker. As he dismantles the central bank system across the globe, they get weaker and weaker and weaker. Who gets stronger? Trump does. That's what this is all about. Because remember, the entire system in this country and across the world is being exposed. And if you think like the SPLC is the only organization that was pushing Trump now is shutting it all down step by step. And this is why they want Trump and his administration removed. This is why they tried to stop Trump every step of the way. And they're still doing it. Remember, the only course of action they have right now is with the judiciary to delay. The other course of action is to try to get those brainwashed people, those people that are on medication, those people that are on the spectrum, to get them to go out because they're full of anger to do their dirty work. And they're depending on these people to do this. And this way they can say, we have no knowledge of these people. We have no idea that these people were doing this. Remember, it's plausible deniability. They're never going to say, hey, we're the ones who were involved. Here's the paper trail. That's not going to happen. So, yes, they're going to use violent rhetoric. They're going to keep repeating it over and over. The fake news is going to keep repeating it over and over. The protests, they're going to keep calling Trump Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. They're going to keep putting out the idea that we should 86-47. That's why Comey put this out there. They were sending signals to all the organizations. It's time. Keep repeating it. Keep repeating it. Let people get angry. Let some of them go after Trump. And we've seen these people actually do this. Let's go back a little bit of time. Go back to, and one back to for a second. Go back to Nancy Pelosi. Go back to all the people from the very, very beginning. They haven't stopped. Take a listen.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protest was supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless
They don't know.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and break her neck?
The biggest terror threat is, white men, most of them radicalized right up to the right.
I thought you should punch him in the face. Because even if you lost, he insulted you, right? Yes. He's on the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? So I think you should have punched him in the face. And they got that break. So you would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. If I said we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face. When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go and put a bullet in Donald Trump. And that's a fact.
Look, this is character. Down to death.
Where is John Mills when you need him?
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after.
Then, fast forward past that to Comey saying 86-47. Remember, he found the shells in the sand. It was just a coincidence. Well, it wasn't. Because they're increasing the rhetoric. They're building it. So the brainwashed people, people on medication, the people that are on the spectrum, snap. That's what they're hoping for. And when you look at the King's protest, you look at all these people protesting around the country, and they hold up signs saying 86-47, kill President Trump. They have no problem with it whatsoever. And then you have Hassan Piker. Will Chamberlain for the Senate said, reminder that Hassan Piker publicly advocated for President Trump's assassination. Perhaps one of the lunatic followers who decided to give it a shot. Savannah Hernandez replied to this and said, never forget how immediately after Charlie Kirk's assassination, Destiny stated that we need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events. The left consistently calls for us to be killed, hurt, and then cheer when we're killed. Wake up to where we're at. Absolutely. I think that just outside of the Correspondents' Dinner in D.C., what do we have? Well, Katie Pavlich put this out. They're holding up signs that says, death to tyrants. Death to all of them. Think about what they're saying right now. Think about what they're pushing. Absolutely unbelievable. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that people are looking at this saying, oh, this is a psyop, it's a false flag. No, I think what this is that, yes, the deep state players, they're putting out the messages, and they're hoping that some of these people go along with it. Now, are they getting some assistance? Maybe, maybe not. I can believe some of them in the background. Does this mean the FBI is doing it? No. The FBI has completely changed. assisting them. Some of them might be working on their own. It all depends. But what's very interesting is that CNN on April 23rd of this year decided to put out an article saying, how would an assassination attempt be staged? Now, the whole article goes into the conspiracy that these assassination attempts were being staged, these people were being helped. Now, I do believe that, yes, some of them are. But I also believe that the deep state players, they're pushing their agenda very, very hard. And when you look around it, we just mentioned a couple like 8647. Yes, Kobe has sent a signal out. Yes, with the No Kings protest, they're getting people very, very angry. With Nancy Pelosi mentioning the elections and how Trump is going to manipulate the elections via the machines, they're actually driving the people to do all of this. You're seeing something and instantly know it's going to turn heads. That's exactly what happened when I saw the Trump never surrender rules leaders. These aren't subtle, and they're not supposed to be. Full finish, red, white, blue details, never surrender right on the shoe. Put these on, people notice, period. What surprised me most, they're actually comfortable, solid build, lightweight, and wearable. Not just something you buy and leave in the box. These are made to be worn, not hidden. And the message is, never surrender isn't just branding, it's an attitude. Whether you're out running errands or showing up somewhere you want to make a statement, these do exactly that without saying a word. Even if they're not your style, I bet there's someone in your life that would support these in a minute, and they make a great gift. You got a Trump supporter, a collector, or someone with an unapologetic style, this is a win. They're unique, they're different, and they're bold. If you want to grab a pair, our basic audience will get a 30% discount while inventories last. Go to themagaoffers.com/x22. That's themagaoffers.com/x22. Don't wait on this. Inventories move fast, and once these sell out, that's it. Grab your pair, make the statement, and wear something that actually stands for something. Or just click the link in the description. And when anyone looks into it, they really don't want it coming back to them in any way, shape, or form. And they want the brainwashed lunatics to take out the political opponent without people looking into saying, hey, they did this because of what you were doing and what you were saying. Now, there might be others that, are held to law in doing all this, but you can see what's happening. I mean, look at the poll right now that Kitover put out. A September 2025 YouGov poll found that 26% of liberals under 45 say political violence is acceptable. 7% of conservatives under 45 said the same thing. The U.S. has a growing problem with violent left-wing extremism that corporate media largely ignores. Recent examples include the assassination attempts of Donald Trump, attacks on Tesla facilities, and the murder of Charlie Kirk. It needs to stop, but it's only getting worse. So think about it. The deep state players, they keep pushing this, and the left gets more and more violent. Now, are there organizations that assisted this? Yes. Antifa assisted this. The illegals assisted this. Those people that are pushing the No Kings rallies and other protests, they're assisting in all this because they want their base to become very, very angry. They want certain individuals to take the next step. And you can see that some of these people, they do it. They basically go after those individuals that are either on some type of medication because they have mental problems. Maybe they're on the spectrum. But they get to these people in a certain way to push them down a certain path. And I do believe that's what we're seeing right now. Now, could this person have assistance from someone? Maybe, maybe not. But you can see that the security within the White House Correspondents' Dinner was actually not that great. Tony Sciarrucca put the sense that Kopig was allowed to breach the ballroom before the bullets flew. The Hinckley Hill 2026 edition, when ideological allies get a pass and real threats get in. Before the gunman, armed with a shotgun, handgun, and knives, charged the Secret Service checkpoint in the Washington Hill lobby last night, sending President senior officials into evacuation. Kopig had already infiltrated the White House Correspondents' Dinner ballroom itself. Medea Benjamin, her pink-clad cadre, weren't stopped at the red carpet or the metal detectors. They protested inside, live, decrying war crimes, while the press corps dined with the very administration they claimed to scrutinize. Not the first time. These same activists have crashed Trump events before, from cabinet dinners to this year's War Crimes Correspondent Dinner rebrand. History repeats at the very hotel where John Hinckley tried to assassinate Reagan in 1981, except this time the radicals were inside first. This isn't mere protest theater. Kopig's funding trails lead to just documented ties to CCP-aligned causes, but he gets his marching orders from Xi Jinping himself, and adversarial narratives on Iran, Palestine, and U.S. foreign policy. They've disrupted military events, cheered selective peace, and now waltz into the most high-profile presidential gathering of the year. Meanwhile, a lone gunman, Cole Thomas Allen, 31 from California, nearly reached the ballroom. One officer took a round to the vest. Chaos in the halls. And you can see, again, look at the security. Look what they've done here. Look at the training. Does it make sense? Actually, Trump put out a very, very interesting video showing the Secret Service standing around, because everyone was in the ballroom already. And you had the metal detectors. You had the place where you put your belongings on the belt. Now, upstanding citizens, they will follow the rules. They will go through the metal detectors. They will show all the objects that they have. Criminals don't work that way. Criminals will sneak in. Criminals will run through. Criminals do this because they're criminals. So the metal detectors, the X-ray belt system, that is made for everyday upstanding citizens. Those aren't the people you have to worry about. It's the people that go around all of this. And you can see it as clear as day. Why was the Secret Service on the sidelines, talking to each other, looking at their phones? They should have been standing in front of the metal detectors, standing in front of the X-ray machines. And they should have been on the ready. Nobody passes. You stop, we look at you, now put all your objects on the belt. They should always be in ready position. But this video shows they were not. And they were caught by surprise. Why were they caught by surprise? Because they were standing on the sidelines. And this brings me back to my initial question. Going back in time, was the Secret Service trained in a way that they weren't actually protecting the outsider president? Think about it for a second. So this is very, very interesting. Even Carrie Lake says President Trump was going to deliver an incredible, humorous speech tonight, and I'm sure it was going to be a huge victory. Unfortunately, that was not how the night played out. A deranged lunatic showed up with a gun. I was there. Security was terrible at the event. It was the easiest event I have ever gained access to that the president was at. It was so bad, we talked about it at our table before the shots rang out. Remember, 90% of the people in the room were part of it tonight. I'm so grateful that nobody in the room was killed. My kids who knew I was in the room tonight were frantically calling me, and I could not reach them until much later to tell them I was okay. Mainstream media must take responsibility for the discord they have sown across this great country. So think about this for a second. The security was absolutely terrible. And again, many people have said this, that Secret Service is really not up to the task. So think about it. The agency is pretty big. Does this have to be restructured just like the FBI? Remember, the FBI was designed to protect the deep state system. Does it have to be restructured like the DOJ? The DOJ was not prosecuting the actual criminals. So now we're at the Secret Service point. Yes, I know Trump brought in Sean to restructure, but I think this has to be accelerated right now. And no Secret Service person should be on the sidelines, even when everyone is in the room, because this is when the actual danger happens. When you look at Mar-a-Lago, the person that came with the gas can and the gun didn't enter Mar-a-Lago during the day when everyone was going through the metal detectors. The person came in at 1, 2 o'clock, realizing security was going to be a lot lighter at that point. Yes, the Secret Service, they did their job. They stopped the intruder. But again, they wait for those moments. This individual waited for everyone to go in. This person waited for everyone to become relaxed and then ran through it. And if you noticed what happened when you watched the video, everyone was caught by surprise. So the shooter knew exactly what he was going to do. He knew exactly how he was going to do this. He knew exactly where to run. Because again, he knew exactly what his plan was. He planned this from the very, very beginning. Trump, he put out a photo of the individual. He's laying on the floor. He's alive. And he was handcuffed. Looks like his shirt is off, and maybe they're looking for other objects or bombs or things like that. Salisbury put this out and said, shooting suspect Cole Thomas Allen was a guest of the Washington Hill and assembled his weapon on site and was not struck by Secret Service gunfire, even though he shot a Secret Service agent, which is very, very interesting. So who is this individual? Well, it looks like he was an engineer, a game developer, a scientist, a teacher. He worked at Caltech. He was a teacher. He has pronouns in his bio on X, he, him. So that is very, very interesting. He was also a Kamala Harris supporter. He donated $25 to Act Blue. So he's definitely a Democrat. So what stations has he been listening to? Most likely CNN, MSNBC. He's listening to the influencers that are going up against Trump. He's taking that side. He's talking to other people that are pushing violence on social media. Andrew Kitover put this out saying, Cole Allen, coming from last night's White House correspondent dinner, maintained an active online presence, especially on the left-wing social media platform, Fuscon, where he went by the handle Cold Force with multiple references to violence and guns. In one post, he calls President Trump the Antichrist. In another, he recommends buying guns in reaction to Trump's DOJ exploit ways to ban firearms purchases from transgenders. In one post, he calls Trump a sociopathic mob boss, and another refers to him as a traitor with no connections to Putin, repeating a favorite left-wing Russian hoax talking point. He also attacks J.D. Vance for advocating an end to America's funding the war in Ukraine, and for his criticism of the vote. He seems pretty fixated on Ukraine more generally. He also frequently interacts with Will Stansel's Blue Sky account, among others. So this is very, very interesting. So basically, he was taking in the narrative that these deep state players were putting out, that the WHCD shooter suspect Cole Allen from the White House. I'll be talking with the President Trump about all of this in 30 minutes. The suspect written manifesto clearly stated he wanted to target administration and officials. He also had a ton of anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric on his social media. Following highlights from the interview, Allen said her brother had a tendency to make radical statements, and his rhetoric constantly referenced a plan to do something to fix the issues with today's world. Confirmed Allen purchased 2 handguns and a shotgun from Cap Tactical Firearms and kept them stored at their parents' home, and that their parents were unaware that Allen was keeping firearms in the home. Allen would regularly go to the shooting range to train with his firearms. Allen was part of a group called the Wide Awakes. Allen attended No Kings protests in California at some point. So think about this for a second. And think about what we talked about a little while ago. That Antifa and many of these individuals, they've been training with their weapons. Now think about, as we approach the midterms, what Nancy Pelosi said, that Trump is going to manipulate the elections via the machines. Now, think about the No Kings protest. Think about what the deep state players are planning for. I think it's becoming clearer and clearer that they're planning for riots, and yes, they're going to want to push a civil war. And I do believe on top of that, they'll probably use some type of cyber attack to actually shut power. Because again, when you have fear driving something, and there's an invisible attack, remember, the virus was invisible. People are afraid. When you hear gunfire, when you hear these people on the streets, you're afraid. And you can see that they are going to try to push some type of support. Now, is this going to be working? Absolutely not. Does Trump and the Patriots know the playbook? Absolutely. They know that this is coming. So let's unpack what's going on here. And Eric Schwalm put this out. He left California and was in D.C. at the hotel where the White House correspondent dinner was being held. So he took an Amtrak train. He didn't fly. He took an Amtrak train from LA to Chicago to D.C. He packed his weapons in his suitcase according to the law, and it was stored in baggage. Number 2, imagine the intent he had to have in order to travel that distance, all the while thinking about what he was going to do. He either moved several weapons or procured them in and around D.C. and figured out a way to get them in proximity. No, he brought them with him. Very simple. He brought them with him, put them in the baggage. You can do this with your weapons. You can fly with your weapons. You can bring them on trains as long as you follow the rules of the law. That's what he did. So he brought them to D.C. He took the time to load the weapons onto his body, and nobody noticed. Well, he assembled the weapons in 5. Now here's the kicker. In his hidden location, he was somehow aware that the president was in the room and was seated. How, when was he aware of this part? Well, this was televised. This was televised to the entire country. He could be watching the broadcast. Okay, I see Trump. He's there. The administration's there. Everyone's sitting down. Now is the time. Number 6. If he wasn't a guest at the WHCD and he couldn't see the president from where he was, how did he know? Again, the television. Number 7. It's not like he could go look into the room. He didn't have to. So basically, he already cased the joint. He was the guest there. He knew how to get into that area. He knew what direction to run. Very simple. And he knew when he looked at the Secret Service, oh, look, they're on the sidelines. Everyone's in there. I'm watching the broadcast. I see President Trump there. I see Melania sitting there. I see the Secret Service there a little bit more relaxed because everyone's inside now. We've done our job. We scanned everyone. Everyone's clean. So we don't have to do that much more. So we can go on our phones. We can sit on the side. And we don't have to pay attention anymore. This was his chance. He ran in there at full speed, ran right past them. They were caught by surprise. They didn't know what the hell was going on. Yes, they drew their weapons, but if you notice, they were hesitant to run. And then all of a sudden, they started to run. So this individual was able to do this with no problem whatsoever. Now, if they were standing in front of the metal detectors, in front of all this, 4 of them, 3 of them, standing there, ready, stopping anyone. No, it's already started. You cannot enter. It would have been a very different outcome. So this goes back to the training once again. Now, the other thing that's really, really weird is that this account, Henry Martinez, it was created back in 2023. There's only one post on it. And check with AI. Grok said there is no manipulation whatsoever. It has the name Cole Allen. That's it. December 21st, 2023, Cole Allen. Now, on top of this account, the header is a very interesting. He's smart. It's distinct mind. It was created going all the way back to, I think, 2021, which is very, very interesting. Now, certain individuals took this and said, wait a minute. Look at the art very carefully. Is that Trump holding up his fist? Is this when he got shot in Butler? MJ Truth Vulture says, the events last night just got even weirder. That petty account that posted the shooter's name a few years ago has had a background. I found the source of that image. Besides being later linked to a time machine website, the image looks like a superimposed image of President Trump at the Butler assassination attempt. Do you see it? This is the wild part. That original image even predates the Butler assassination attempt. So this image was created on October 28, 2021. The Butler assassination attempt occurred on July 13, 2024. So what's very interesting is that when you look at it, it really looks like it's Trump. And when you take the image and you remove the painting, the outline is very, very precise. The other thing that's very interesting is that one of the individuals, the woman, looks like she's still on duty, and it looks like we have Janine Pirro. She announced that there's going to be 2 counts of using a firearm, crime of violence, assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon, and there's going to be many, many other charges. And once again, this individual had a manifesto. Open source said the manifesto said he wanted to target administration officials. Investigators also found extensive anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric across the social media accounts. And this is very, very interesting. That once again, we have an individual with a manifesto. So here's some key excerpts from the manifesto. Targets prioritize Trump administration officials. Highest to lowest ranking, excluding FBI Director Kash Patel. Secret Service only if necessary. Avoided hotel staff, guests, and most law enforcement unless they interfered. Justification: frame the attack as a moral Christian duty against alleged administration crimes, rape, murder, detention camps. Address objections like turn the other cheek by saying it doesn't apply to complicity in others' oppression. Apologies. Express regret to families, student colleagues, and bystanders for betraying trust and endangering them. Closing rant: criticized insane security lapses at the event and ended with stay in school kids. So that is very, very interesting. So he was a guest. He traveled by train. He brought his weapons. He hid them from his parents. He listened to the fake news. He talked about violence. And look what happened here. Now, once again, we need to start to look at the Secret Service. We need to look at security. And once again, I think this has to be ramped up because, again, the attacks are only going to intensify as time goes on. Because as Trump continually breaks down the entire deep state system, they're going to become more and more panicked because, again, they lose leverage when they're exposed. When everything's made transparent and the truth is shown, they lose control. Well, let's go back a little bit in time. Let's go back to the Secret Service and how this all began. So it was established as a division within the Department of Treasury with William P. Wood sworn in as its first chief. Its sole initial mission was to suppress counterfeiting of U.S. currency after the Civil War. Counterfeiting was rampant. Nearly one-third of all currency in circulation was fake, with threat the stability of the young nation's financial system. Of course, after the Civil War, we had a lot of, the South and the North, they're creating currency. I do believe the central bank was also involved in this because, again, Abraham Lincoln didn't want to borrow the currency from the central bank system and created the greenback. And you can see at this point in time, what were they trying to do? They were trying to infiltrate the system once again. So Abraham Lincoln signed legislation authorizing the Secret Service on April 14, 1865. The same day he was assassinated, but officially began operation under the Treasury Secretary Hugh McCulloch a few months later. So basically, it was created, the Secret Service was created to control the counterfeiting. And once again, this had nothing to do with protecting the President of the United States at that time. But in 1901, after the assassination of President William McKinley, that's interesting. William McKinley, he was all for tariffs. 1901 was right before 1913. They removed William McKinley. And then all of a sudden, the Secret Service was brought in to protect the presidents, to make them feel like they're secure. That's interesting. Why did they want to remove McKinley? Because they wanted to set up a central bank system. What did McKinley do? He had a tariff system. There was no central bank system. The country was very, very wealthy. Trump mentioned this many times before. So that is very, very interesting. So think about what they did here. And remember, the Washington Hilton is the site of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And this is the same hotel where Reagan was shot in 1981. So let's go back a little bit in time. Abraham Lincoln pretty much went against the central bank system. Then you have Andrew Jackson, got rid of the central bank system. The second one. Then you had McKinley, who there was no central bank system, but he was using tariffs and the country was very, very wealthy. They removed him, and all of a sudden the tariff system, slowly but surely, was being removed as the central bank was pushing to come in. Then if you fast forward to Kennedy, you can see he was going up against the deep state players, going up against the central bank system. Reagan, the same thing. Now, here we are with President Trump. So when you start to look at this, you start to see some type of pattern that's going on right now. And as Trump continually goes after the central bank system, because if not the central bank system, this is where they get their funding. Without the central bank system, this system that you see out there today, it doesn't work because you need the money to fund it. Now think about this. Since this happened, we can see there are many people out there trying to convince everyone that Trump did this. This is his psyop. He set it all up. Now, I don't believe that whatsoever. Again, Trump is not going to stoop to the level of the deep state players. And people are saying, well, he's doing this because he wants the ballroom to be built, so he needed an event to push this. No, he didn't need an event. The ballroom's already being built. And every step of the way, no matter how much the deep state players try to stop him, he's going to win. He doesn't need the event. Can he use the event to push the ballroom? Yeah, he can convince the people that's why we need it. Al Walsh put this out and said, just to be clear, the theory that leftists are running with is that the Trump administration is somehow convinced a registered Democrat to to volunteer to go to prison for the rest of his life so that they could use him as a patsy for a third-stage assassination attempt, one that they apparently believe was concocted, mostly to justify building a White House ballroom that's already being built anyway. That's their theory of the case here. And it's absolutely ridiculous because Trump, he already got approval to build it. Yeah, the fake judge, the fake news, the activist judges, the corrupt judges, yeah, they're going to try to delay it. But again, they're going to fail every step of the way because they don't have the rule of law on their side. But is Trump going to use this to say, listen, this is why we should never have this in these hotels. This is why we need a bulletproof area. This is why we need a bomb-proof area. This is why we need security set up all the time in the location where we don't have to come in and set it up. He put this out and said, what happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, Secret Service, law enforcement, and for different reasons, every president for the last 150 years have been demanding that a large, safe, and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of the White House. This event would have never happened with the military top secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. It cannot be built fast enough. While beautiful, it has every highest level security feature there is. Plus, there are no rooms sitting on top for unsecured people to pour in, and is inside the gates of the most secure building in the world, the White House. The ridiculous ballroom lawsuit brought by a woman walking their dog who has secular attention. It's matter President AJT. And he's absolutely right. Again, they don't want these things because it makes it a lot easier for what? For the deep state players to go after the presidents they don't want, the insiders. And I think this is becoming apparently clear. Elon Musk says, if they're willing to die to assassinate, imagine what they will do if they gain political power. Absolutely. Now, once again, the D's and fake news and everyone else, they're all trying to just defend themselves. Oh, no, we need safety. Oh, no, we need to protect. But again, they're saying one thing while their actions are doing another. And you can see they're going to be pushing and pushing and pushing. And they're going to continually push against Trump. And yes, the fake news, the D's, certain influencers, they're all going to be pushing violence against Trump. Because the name of the game is what? To take back control. Trump is trying to take back control of this country, and they're trying to take back control from Trump. So you can see there's a definite war going on. Now, Trump said something that was very, very interesting. He says that he has studied assassinations, and the people that do the most, the people that make big state pact, they're the ones that they go after. So Trump is saying, historically, those presidents that go up against the deep state players, those presidents that push against everything that they have in place, they're the ones that are being assassinated, or there's an attempt assassination on them. Now, why is he saying that? Because he's letting everyone know that he's the outsider, and the deep state players are coming for him. Because what is he doing? He's reversing everything that they did. He's exposing their entire system. He's dismantling their entire system. And they are trying to stop him every step of the way. That is what he's saying now. So if you go back a little bit of time, what do you see? You see Kennedy trying to shut down the deep state system. You see Reagan trying to shut down the deep state system. Now we have Trump trying to shut down the deep state system. And Trump is succeeding. And this is why they keep making hit after hit after hit. This is why they try everything to get rid of him. So we can see at this point in time, the deep state players are going to become more and more desperate as time goes on. And when you look at the SPLC and USAID, this is all part of their system. And who runs all of these different organizations? Well, if you go back a little bit of time, it was the CIA. Think about it. But now, Trump has control over these agencies. He's taking the control away from them. He's taking USAID away from them. He's taking the SPLC away from them. Last year, for you to put this out, said, this is the point everyone misses when they discuss USAID. It is factually accurate that USAID is the CIA influence operation. So, if SPLC was being funded by USAID, then who was ultimately funding the SPLC operation? All roads lead to Langley. Yes, it was all these individuals, and Trump is completely and utterly shutting says about the Southern Poverty Law Center. He says it's one of the greatest political scams in American history. Has been charged with fraud. This is another Democrat hoax, along with Act Blue and many others. If it is true, the 2020 presidential election is permanently wiped from the books and be of no further force or effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So basically, what happened in 2020 should be removed because the SPLC, USAID, and the rest were involved in rigging that election, which means Biden was never president. Now think about it. Like we said from the very, very beginning, the deep state system is much deeper and wider than everyone can imagine. As PLC being dismantled and brought up on charges, do you think that's it? Well, it isn't. C3 put this out and said, yes, in America. Think about what they did. They built all these systems to do what? To protect their system. So they built layers of protection, and they use the protection to divide the people, send them in the wrong direction, so you can never know where the enemy is. This is why Trump, at this point in time, is exposing their system, dismantling their system, because if you're going to go after the king, what do? You got to remove all the pawns. You got to remove the pieces on the board, the pieces that are protecting the king. Who's the king right now? I think it's going to be Obama. All roads lead to Obama. Is this going to lead to other people above him? Absolutely. But you can see at this point in time, he's dismantling it, so there is no problem once we go after these individuals. Because, again, if you remove all the pieces, what are you going to use? There's no false flags, there's no ammunition, there's nothing. They got nothing. And think about this. Since it came out that the SPLC was indicted, isn't it weird that Candace Owens fled the country, Nick Fuentes fled the country, Ian Carroll claims he's scared of the victim, Sneeko has paused his streams? What's going on here? Joe Lane says, what are the odds that the SPLC was paying these podcasters to sow division? That's interesting. He's planning to drop 4943 October 30th. Fact checkers created an effort to reinforce propaganda digestion. The battle to prevent truth from reaching the people. Battle to maintain and push the mission. Divided you're weak. Divided you fight each other. Divided you pose no threat. System of control. Information warfare. Groups like the SPLC exist for two reasons: to foment hate and division, and also to raise money off that same hate and division. So do these podcasters. Same playbook. Information warfare. And this is what Trump has been doing. They've been following the money every step of the way. And you can see the deep state players, they are in trouble. Trump put this out about Candace Owens. He says, Candace Owens' stock, which was never very high, has fallen a long way. Her attack on the First Lady of France is despicable. I believe, in this case, without verification, she's an extremely low IQ individual. Very, very interesting. So, look at all the organizations of the podcasters. Look what they've been doing. And now they're fleeing. I don't know why they're going to different locations, why they stopped. But again, it's very, very odd. And you're going to see other organizations that have been pushing the same exact thing. Very interestingly, Stephen Miller put this out and said, speaking as a Jew, EDL is not a Jewish organization. It is an ultra-left activist org that pushes radical transgenderism, border erasure, police dismantlement, and the demolition of free speech, deploying rank, bullying, and character assassination to achieve its aims. Elon Musk says exactly. So when you look at all these different organizations, everything they set up, I think it's becoming very, very clear that the deep state system set all of this up to protect their system, to keep everyone divided, to make everyone believe there was hate everywhere. I think that these organizations became much, much larger when Obama came into office. Basically, he set up everything to begin dividing the country on a scale that we have never seen before. Think about that for a second. And think about how Trump now is setting it up so he can go after all the deep state players. Think about what's happening out in Iran. Think about how he's removing the protection of the deep state players by removing their stuff. This is all to get to Hillary, all to get So this way, all the pieces are gone. They have no protection whatsoever. And once we have all the leverage, actually, when Trump has all the leverage, the House, Senate, replace judges in the judiciary, Iran's gone, Venezuela's gone, all the organizations, all the NGOs stripped down, they got nothing. The money shut off. At that point, Trump has all the leverage to go after these people. Trump put this out. He's pointing to Julian Schwartz, and it says the skiff. Hillary Clinton funded, approved, and created the Steele dossier. Barack Obama called the shots, and Brennan, CIA, did the dirty work. The evidence is clear. Treason was committed, and now they must pay, or they will do it again. Americans demand it. Trump is continually putting this out, letting everyone know this is our direction. Now remember, we need to dismantle the system first. They can't do us harm. They can't confuse the narrative. And we must remove the activist, corrupt judges out of the judiciary. Everything must be set up so Trump has the leverage. Now, a lot of people are making a really big deal that the D.C. subpoenas for grand jury testimony are withdrawn, and they were replaced by requests for voluntary interviews. So people are like, oh, say nothing's going to happen. No, that is not the case whatsoever. The issue around the CIA targeting President Trump are extensive, attached to numerous individuals and entities, and generally complex. Normally, in an investigation of this scope, it would begin with questions to the outer perimeter individuals who are carrying out the instructions of those above them. It is from those types of lower-level interviews that material is gathered for use in examining the truthfulness of those who organized and directed the operations. In the example of John Brennan's false statement to Congress surrounding the ICA, Intelligence Committee assessment, or the inclusion of the Steele dossier in the analytical material, there are key people within the Directorate of Analysis, National Security Agency, and National Intelligence Council who can give first-hand statements about Brennan's instructions. Those types of interviews are just as important as questioning John Brennan himself, and for obvious reasons, those interviews should come first. Absolutely. So this is exactly what they're doing to go after the deep state players. And it looks like now they're using the interviews to build the case. And yes, we only have one chance to do this right, and it must be done correctly, because it must hold weight, it must follow the rule of law, and it must be airtight. Now, the other thing that's really interesting is that the DOJ, they have reinstated the firing squad as official federal execution methods. So that's very, very interesting, because if you go back a little bit of time, if you go back to Biden Garland, they actually went ahead and they removed this and said there will no longer be federal executions. So the department has rescinded the Biden Garland moratorium on federal execution and has authorized seeking death sentences against 44 defendants. Obama and the deep state players, they were there to destroy this country, destroy everything about it. When you look at DC, for example, you can see they just let it go. They didn't care. And if you look at the reflecting pool, you can see it was a complete and utter disaster. Families didn't work in DC. The White House is a disaster because, again, they were in the process of destroying the country. Trump is in the process of taking the power back and restoring the country. And he put out a very interesting post. It's on Truth. It says, Hussein Obama. It shows the reflecting pool. It's dirty, disgusting. He did nothing about it. Why? Because he didn't care. He was destroying the country. Trump shows the new reflecting pool. It's all cleaned up, and it looks absolutely amazing. And he writes, coming soon. So Trump put this out and said, this is the reflecting pool of the Lincoln Memorial, 2,500 feet, the length of the tallest building in the world, starting the final phase of renovation that was supposed to cost $301 million and take 3 years, and was instead done with the help of Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum and the entire department, and a much better final result. $2 million in 1 week. I do many such things for government, and as president, it is my honor to do so. This is just one of them. Another, and one far more exciting, is most favored nations for prescription drugs. The United States paid the highest price in the world, and now they're paying the lowest, with a drop of 50 to 60, 70, and even 80%. President DJT. And then he was able to get fountains working. He put this out on Truth. The first time He's restoring DC, restoring our capital, because again, what was Obama doing? What was the deep state players doing? They were destroying this country. And he's letting you know he's reversing everything that they have done. And he's letting everyone know that we must pass the Save America Act and we must terminate the filibuster. I think the filibuster is much more important than the Save America Act because, again, Trump has the ability to use the executive order to show that it's a national security threat to make everyone use voter ID, one-day voting, and paper ballots. But he did put this out. He said, not passing the Save America Act will lead to the worst results for a political party in the history of the United States Senate. An unrecoverable death wish. Likewise, filibuster. Terminated now. President ejects it. At this point in time, we can see the deep state players, the rhinos, they're not going to pass the Save America Act. Because again, if they do, they're never going to be elected again. If they do, the unit party is going to be exposed. It's going to show that the rhinos and the D's, they have nobody that's going to vote for them. People are going to see a very, very low turnout for them. And this is going to destroy everything they've done. So do I believe they're going to push back and make sure that the Save America Act is not passed? I do believe so. Trump keeps pushing them to do this because he wants the people to understand who they are. Now, maybe they will pass it, but at this point in time, I don't think so. And Trump is letting everyone know if we don't get rid of the filibuster, the D's are going to do it no matter what. And they're going to go to try to stop him every step of the way. He's going to keep pushing because he wants them to do the right thing. But in the end, if they don't do the right thing, he will do the right thing. Because once again, he knows how important it is for us to get control of the House and Senate. Because once again, without the House and Senate, the plan can't move forward. We need the House, we need the Senate to push certain laws forward. We need to remove a lot of the judges. And in the end, we need to remove the Federal Reserve and most of the laws that we put in place. So once again, we can see how important this is. And Trump didn't leave it up to chance. He didn't leave it up to the rhinos. He didn't leave it up to the D's. He always makes sure that he has another plan to make sure that no matter what happens, he can stop them. Why? Because the patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Good night, everyone. Research has stopped tapping in. It is 2:49 a.m. We're about to start the overnight playlist. So before we start, Robert, I saw your messages in the chat. And just to give you some clarity, the assassination attempts, right? These events are contrived by the criminal syndicate. So the criminal syndicate is not going to find these people. We have to do the investigations. We have to expose it. There are some good people in the government right now working on that. At the time when one of those events took place, specifically at Butler, Pennsylvania, the dynamics of who controlled these agencies were much different. A lot has changed. So if you have any questions about the deep state, let me know. Type in the chat. I'll see if I can help you out before I fall asleep. But for now, we're going to start the overnight playlist. Hope you guys enjoyed the report. This is Research to Stop signing out. Good night.
be laughed at for serving up a load of tripe about Mandelson.
I know many members across the House will find these facts to be incredible.
Then he was called a liar twice.
So does the Prime Minister agree with me? He's been lying.
He is gaslighting the nation. So let's call this out for what it is. The Prime Minister is a barefaced liar.
Yeah, then he was humiliated by Diane Abbott.
It's one thing to say, as he insists on saying, nobody told me. Nobody told me anything. Nobody told me. The question is, why didn't the Prime Minister ask?
And the best he could come up with as a response was this. It's like the Roadrunner, wasn't it? It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Then the civil servant he sacked got stuck into him and revealed that Downing Street did try to find another job for another paedophile's friend.
I walked into a situation in which there was already a very, very strong expectation coming from number 10 that he needed to be in post and in America as quickly as humanly possible.
Then one of his own MPs called for him to go.
It's got to the point now where I genuinely think that, as far as the Prime Minister's concerned, it's not a case of if, it's when.
Then another MP called for him to go.
He needs to make plans for him to go in as dignified a way as possible. Dignified for the sake of the country, for the sake of the Labour Party.
Then he faced allegations that he may have misled Parliament by saying this.
He said, I can say with certainty it was never put to me in that way. No pressure existed whatsoever in relation to this case.
Yeah, I mean, actually what Ollie Roberts said was this.
Throughout January, honestly, my office, the Foreign Secretary's office, were under constant pressure. They are clever people. They would have been very aware of the pressure. I also have complete confidence that their recommendations to me and the discussion we had and the decision we made was rigorously independent of that pressure.
Constant pressure was the actual word there, wasn't it? Now let's talk about cabinet mutiny. Rayner and Streeting are talking about perhaps Andy Burnham might emerge as the chosen one. Then he emerged his great friend, the man he appointed as Attorney General, Lord Hermer, is now accused of helping to prosecute British war heroes despite being told the claims against them were probably bogus. And then today it emerged that same Lord Hermer reportedly charged double his hourly rate to try to prosecute our own war heroes. Shocking stuff, really, isn't it? And to top it all off,
Before your wedding day, everyone says it's going to be the best day of your life. And you think, well, I'm not sure about when Arsenal won the double.
Oh gosh, it just makes me feel sick, doesn't it? Anyway, now his beloved Arsenal are absolutely bottling the Premier League again. Fantastic. Look, he's discredited, he's a lame duck. His time as Prime Minister officially died this week. Nobody backs him. He's totally isolated. But it's a terrible week. Couldn't have happened to a nicer bloke.
Hello, I'm Beth Turner. Now, it can feel like the money in our bank accounts at the moment does not keep up with the cost of living, and maybe there's a solution. I'm here today with the CEO of Tally Money, Cameron Parry. Cameron, what is Tally Money?
Well, Bev, with Tally Money, you get a current account and a debit card, but instead of pounds, you use milligrams of gold as your everyday money.
So, why gold?
Gold traditionally is a great store of value. It has, on average, gone up at over 11% per annum for the last 25 years against the pound. It's tripled in value in the last decade, and in the last 2 years alone, it's increased by 50% against the pound. Banks' savings products just can't compete with that level of growth.
But this isn't just about gold. This is about a currency that you guys have created at Tally Money. Explain it to me as though I'm an idiot.
So the people need to be able to hold their earnings and build their savings in a money that retains its value and remains in their legal control and remains theirs to access. away from government control.
Great. You had me at not exposed to government control.
You should feel safe and happy with your money. You should have peace of mind. The more money you see in your bank balance, and that's the type of thing we're trying to deliver, and give people choice in the type of money they get to use every day.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Cameron. Thank you.
I've got the views of my panel. So, yes, well, go on, Adam, I'll start with you on this, mate. How much longer do you think he can cling on?
He's not got long at all. Now the cabinet's mobilising against him. You've got his own MPs coming out against him. He's lost the confidence of his party. Look, the Labour Party are going to be decimated in the May elections, in my opinion, and he's going to be the face of it. And everyone I speak to, whether it be in the street, in the pub, or online, absolutely despises this man. He's almost become the face of this country's demise over the last 2 years. And even though I know and everyone knows what comes next could be worse, we just want to see this man gone, because I can't even bear to see his face or hear his voice. And I think that reflects many people's opinions as well, and experiences with
Well, he's here tonight.
Do I think he can survive? No. From the people I'm speaking to, and I've got a few Labour sources, they want him gone. And so once that starts, the herd starts to move, he's gone.
Well, Barry, tough week for Gaffer.
Yeah. It was a tough week for him. Look, let me just correct some of the stuff there, okay? Because at the start of the week, Kenny Badenoch and Nigel Farage both said he must have known, he did know, and he's lied to Parliament, right? And that's capital offence. So they agreed with him that he ought to have known. And the next day, Ollie Robbins went into the select committee and said, no, I didn't tell him. He didn't know. So actually, reform, you asked a question, how long has he got? Okay? Do you want a quantitative or a qualitative answer? Downing Street are now living from day to day. Their constant concern is Keir Starmer. Their constant concern should be the country. And that's the problem that Keir Starmer has. At the moment, instead of being focused on everything else, and I'm sure the guy is trying to focus on the Iran war, the King's visit to America, the cost of living crisis, I'm sure he's trying to focus on all of that. But if you have that sword hanging over you that is saying, people are muttering in your cabinet, there's rumblings on the backbenches, everybody else, even Adam Brooke doesn't like you, he's got a head that only has so much capacity. And remember when Boris Johnson said, when the Prime Minister becomes a distraction, they've got to go, he's become a distraction. But the interesting thing on that, Adam, I was thinking exactly about this earlier in the comparison with Boris. Boris made himself the centre of attention all the time. When he stopped being the centre of attention, when there were other things off, that's when he collapsed. With Starmer, I think it's the other way. Starmer was not always the centre of attention. Now he's become the centre of attention. He has a huge problem.
I just want to pick up on what you said about Kenny Badenoch and Nigel Farage being wrong about thinking Starmer must have known. I think what came about after Ollie Robbins spoke to the Foreign Affairs Committee was that pretty much everybody of all parties did not properly understand how this process works. In fact, one thing that came out of that is that Ollie Robbins pushed out that you don't fail security vetting. There's a recommendation made and then you're offered to put in place mitigation factors, which they apparently did. But what did come out of it?
You can fail UKSD. You can fail it, and he didn't say that he hadn't failed it. So he said, what I did was Ollie Robbins basically had the right, it's the only department that does have that right, to when somebody does not
Christian, there's a lady here who wants to make
It comes to something when Zara Sultana, Diane Abbott, and even Ed Davey appear to be talking sense. I mean, that is a universe that I don't understand and I want to have no part of. And Diane Abbott, again, I can't believe we would say this, it's always sticking with it, but Diane Abbott actually made a really good point this week, which is, why didn't he ask the question? It would be like Keir Starmer going to the doctor and the doctor saying, we need to do some tests on you because you could have a very, very serious life-threatening illness. And they do the tests and then go back to the doctor and the doctor says, well, would you like to know the results? No, I just want to know the process was followed. And that's it. But he doesn't ask the question. And it's ridiculous he didn't ask the question. Now, the bigger point here, just really quickly, is that I think that this government are an absolute shambles and that we've had the highest tax rates in history. I could list the things that are terrible about the country since they came in and that they've made worse. But actually, I don't want that to be the case. Although Labour isn't my natural home for voting, I actually want them to do well. I do. I want good government. And all of this is distracting from that. These self-induced crises all means that the country is suffering even more. It's time to put a stop to it, and it's time to put someone competent, I don't know who that would be, in his place.
All right, and there's a lady who'd like to make a point. Yeah, what would you like to say? You can talk about Cardiff on it. Thank you very much for that. The microphone goes to you, Becky.
Does the panel think that the Prime Minister has deliberately misled Parliament, and that is proved to be the case? What would be the consequence for him? Could he be compelled to resign? What is the punishment for that as such?
Okay, good point. Well, so I suppose is, do we think he deliberately missed that Parliament? I mean, I think the thing that maybe did from a bit this week was about him saying that, Ollie Robinson said that there was no pressure, there was no civil service pressure, there was no pressure on the civil service, sorry. That seems to be untrue.
Sorry, let me answer the technical point that you asked, which is what would be, if he had, what would be the consequences? If he had, he would have broken the ministerial code, and I think everybody in Parliament, he would be obliged to come back to Parliament at the very least and say, I'm sorry, I misled Parliament, here's my correction to the record. That's the normal process. If he willfully, deliberately misled Parliament, that's even worse, and you could then see a situation in which he would be moved against. But, sorry, Patrick, the point that you were making, which I've now forgotten. Oh yeah, no, that's a really important point. I think the issue is this. I think there was a culture in number 10, I'm not saying it was the Prime Minister, but sadly in number 10 with Morgan McSweeney, to get Mandelson appointed at all costs, right? And that was totally wrong. But there's also a culture in the civil service. And that culture is, don't give ministers uncomfortable truths. Don't give them information that they don't need to know if it's going to gum up the works. And knowing that number 10 wanted this to happen, when the DV was failed, right, or as Chloe would put it, would only be passed with workarounds. At that point, Ollie Robinson had a choice, in my view, and that choice was either I tell the Prime Minister, look, you're going to have to row back here because you've already announced this, and he thought, I'm new in the post, why would I want to do that? Sweep it under the carpet. And it would never have come out unless there had been this humble address. It's on the front page of the Independent last year, Barry. Yeah. Why didn't he ask the question?
Even if, sorry.
Those were things that were going on in the background. They were not believed.
Even if Ollie made the wrong decision, what is clear, or at least from what he has said, is that number 10, whether that was from Starmer, McSweeney, or other people, is that they were essentially bullying the Foreign Office. And what Ollie said is, even if Starmer knew that Mandelson had failed his vetting, he probably wouldn't have cared. They didn't seem to care whether he was vetted or not.
He didn't actually say that.
All right, well, there we go. The jury's out on exactly how long he can cling on for, but I think really between the lines, it looks as though the herd has moved, just when it comes to Keir Starmer, so there we go. But in a statement by an ally of Lord Herbury, I mentioned earlier, is in Elizabeth's trouble. The Daily Telegraph is Telegraph deliberately misrepresented different legal claims and key facts in an attempt to improve their story, and they were warned of this pre-publication. Their investigation simply shows the attorney's minimal involvement in the Al-Swati claims, limited to a small number of hours between 2008 and 2013, and there is no suggestion of any wrongdoing on his part. Right, okay, well, that comes out, doesn't it? Anyway, right, we've got loads more coming your way.
I mean, you know, you absolutely right. I used to do that 30 years ago when I was charging clients.
Yes, we can probably all he's charging out the allegation being, of course, for the willful prosecution.
And you never outlined what you were charging them for, Barry.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Now,
But first, it's the assassination attempt that has rocked the world. Again, President Trump was expected to speak at the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner when he was hurried out of the room following a gunman's attempt to break a checkpoint. Footage released by the president shows the suspect, Cole Allen, charging past officers at around 8:36 p.m. before being tackled to the ground. According to police, the shooter was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. There are a lot of questions arising from this. What implications will this have for the King's security on his visit to Washington? We're going to go live to Washington, D.C., where GB News royal correspondent Cameron Walker is there for us and has some breaking news from Buckingham Palace. Hello. What is this news?
Hi, George. Yes, I've received a statement from Buckingham Palace in the last couple of minutes. It says, following discussions on both sides of the Atlantic through the day and acting on advice of governments, we can confirm the state visit by their majesties will proceed as planned. The King and Queen are most grateful to all those who have worked at pace to ensure this remains the case and are looking forward to the visit getting underway tomorrow. Now, I understand that although the vast majority of the state visit is going to be going ahead, there are going to be a few minor, what they describe as kind of operational changes to the visit. The problem is we're not quite sure what that means. Does that mean less contact time with ordinary members of the public? We know that the King and Queen and other members of the royal family like doing walkabouts. Does that mean a change in location to some of the engagements? We simply don't know. We are trying to get more details on that. But of course, there have been discussions well over through the night following on from the assassination attempt on President Trump and senior members of the Trump administration. The British government said this morning that they take the security of King Charles incredibly seriously, as does Buckingham Palace, of course. And I think it was probably a situation where Secret Service were talking to the Royal Protection Officers here in London, the Metropolitan Police who deal with royal protection for the King and Queen, and basically trying to seek some kind of reassurances that when the King and Queen are on American soil, both here in Washington, where I am, also in New York and Virginia, that they are going to be as safe as possible. I suppose clearly with this gunman, Cole Thomas Allen, who's in police custody at the moment being questioned, 31-year-old, he was targeting Trump, wasn't he? He was targeting the Trump administration. He was not targeting, or as far as we're aware, King Charles and Queen Camilla. So therefore the level of threat against the United States and the constant in all of those 250 years is the British monarchy, and that's what's going to be celebrated this week.
So you don't think there's, as you say, it's vitally important to our government for the King to go out there, the King and Queen, to repair this relationship that arguably the government has damaged. Do you think there was really ever any question of the King and Queen not going out there?
It's really hard to say. I think it would have been incredibly embarrassing for President Trump if the state visit was pulled at such quite so last minute. I think he probably would get on Truth Social straight away and start criticising the UK government, because remember, it's the UK government that is sending the King on a state visit. So if the government says you're not going, the King is not going to be going. President Trump always describes the King as a friend, so I think he would have done everything within his power to make sure that the King and the Queen was going to be safe while they're here in Washington. And in fact, in his press conference yesterday, President Trump said he was battling with the Secret Service, wanting this White House Correspondents' Dinner to continue once that gunman has been apprehended. But due to protocol, the Secret Service said, no, sir, you've got to go back to the White House, you've got to stay safe. And he has already pledged that he's going to redo that White House Correspondents' Dinner within the next 30 days. So Trump is absolutely determined, clearly, to make sure that people like this gunman who targeted Trump and targeted the Trump administration are not going to stop their
description below to find out why over 30 million people have downloaded PIA to protect themselves online. A virtual private network is an app that hides your IP address and helps keep your data private. When you're browsing the internet at home, you give up a large amount of data to businesses, to shops, and indeed to social media accounts too. Hackers have the ability to steal your personal data with ease, including sensitive information such as passwords, keystrokes, and even your personal photos. Private internet access helps protect your personal data by encrypting your internet connection to keep your data out of the hands of cyber criminals. And it's not just hackers either to be concerned about. Information can be censored too. When Canada passed their C18 bill, social media giants decided to ban news content on their platforms. But PIA can protect your ability to consume the news and content you love. Private internet access is available for Windows users, Mac OS, Android, Linux, iOS, and you can use one PIA subscription to protect an unlimited amount of devices. And we've got a huge GB News discount for you too. Click the link in this video's description and you'll get a massive 83% off PIA. That's under £2 a month, the price of a coffee, and you'll get an extra 4 months completely free on top. Also, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee too. Visit piavpn.com/GB News to start protecting yourself digitally today.
Okay, well, thank you very much. GB News Royal Correspondent Cameron Walker. We're going to get our take now from my guests who this evening are Aideen McQueen and Cressida Wetton. Let's give them a round of applause. We're applauding as we're talking about an assassination attempt. Cressida, another assassination, and seemingly someone from the left again.
I think if you're trying to attack the entire right administration, that kind of counts as a leftist, doesn't it? I think. And this guy.
You had him.
There you go.
Which for me is about as big a red flag as a Palestinian flag, actually.
I don't think I have one. I don't think I have one on the day. Yeah, I mean, he's a teacher, isn't he? He's a celebrated teacher, somebody who'd won.
I know a teacher.
You know, I can see why it happened. Yeah, I'm shocked by how he managed to get into the Hilton Hotel with so many weapons on him. I mean, I remember when Prince Charles was then visited my hometown, a small, quiet town in Ireland, not an IRA town by any means, and we all had to leave shops. Everywhere that was in shooting range was cleared out. The forensic amount of detail that they went into was incredible. So he has to have somebody on the inside.
It's just really strange. This is America, and I'm sure that if he had a bazooka, they'd be like, well, is it for personal use?
And also, so I am completely with you. He should have been. What was anybody doing?
It's funny how we're calling a manifesto when essentially it's an email.
It's not like we know anything about this guy at this point. You know, he was a celebrated teacher. He's from the left. His manifesto has this attitude of like, I'm doing the world a favour. He talks about Jesus wouldn't have turned the other cheek if other people were being oppressed. That he's turning himself into this kind of hero of the oppressed.
I remember Jesus rocking up with a shotgun.
Well, I tend to agree with you, Josh. But my point is he's done that thing that we see more and more. He's turned it into, okay, it looks like violence to some people, but really I'm a good guy. And here's what he's dehumanized the other side. So it's all justifiable to him. And that's a huge worry, isn't it? And that's why in his speech earlier, Trump said that people should be resolving things with discussion. I mean, that would be obvious, but it isn't at this point. So this guy, I guess he'll become another hero of the left.
He definitely will become
Well, this is
There's a lot of people who say in bars around the country, if I could have a gun and shoot Trump. And he's done what is so many people's fantasies.
But why have they come to this conclusion? And that's, I think, what you were touching upon there, is a lot of this narrative about Trump is coming from the mainstream media, certainly in America, that he's this agree with every policy that he doesn't. It doesn't make him the worst human being on the planet. Where you've got someone like, in this country, you've got people to violence, isn't it?
It is, but I don't think that the mainstream media are still not responsible. It's everything that outside the mainstream media and almost the continuous consumption of social media that we have that's completely brainwashing us. I mean, this guy could have been psychotic for all we know. It would be interesting to find out more about
him in his bio. If he uses pronouns, he doesn't know what sex he is.
So clearly psychotic then. I don't think the media can be blamed for this. I think it might be a slightly natural reaction to how people feel
That's the final question then, Cresta, is this violence that we're seeing does seem to be coming mostly from the left now.
Absolutely, and it's this thing we've said a million times on this show, when you start conflating words with actual violence, it's only so long before those things are interchangeable, and rather than have a debate, I appreciate what you're saying. Of course, he's not well. He's a very unusual, anomalous individual. But I sometimes feel like he speaks for a section of.
What about the assassin? It was a joke.
Well,
Yeah, very funny.
well, let's just hope that King Charles and Camilla are frisked as they go in, and there's no more guns brought in anywhere near President
Charles got those hands. Right, next on Free Speech Nation, have there been a split in the gender critical movement? We're going to find out what's been happening and why the ultras, who they are, and why they're upset with J.K. Rowling. See you in 2 minutes.
He's now talking about social murder to justify assassination culture. Like, I'm as huge of a defender of the First Amendment as anybody. It's what Charlie stood for. But at what point do we get it? Like, you are inciting people to do crazy stuff. You're inciting people. And by the way, we've got the SPLC news this week, which I'd love to have you opine on as well. Without further ado, Harmeet Dillon, she's the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice. We're honored to have her. Welcome back to the show, Harmeet.
Thanks for having me again.
It's great to see you. You're doing a phenomenal job in a very tough environment. I mean, if anybody is unaware, the DOJ, you guys got a lot coming at you. There's a lot of people demanding things of you all the time. You have been, in spite of that, able to continue to play offense, Harmeet, and so you deserve a lot of credit for that. We got this. We just had Savannah Hernandez on before you. She had to take kind of a break from media. I had been asking her, hey, can you come on and give your story? And she's like, I just need a little bit more time. Today she said she was ready to tell kind of where she's at. And, one of the things, when you talk to her, she's pretty upset that Hennepin County has not been more aggressive. Basically, misdemeanor, slap on the wrist, kind of, we'll update you when we know more kind of thing. What can you tell me about maybe the federal level, about maybe the DOJ pursuing it?
It's been happening for years. And as you know, Andrew, before I joined the DOJ, I was a lawyer for many conservative journalists, including Andy Ngo, others who were attacked in this manner by Antifa and other sort of these so-called black box and anti-fascist groups. So this recent thing that we're seeing with regard to ICE is just an outgrowth of all of that. It's funded from abroad. Neville Singham and others are part of shadowy networks that fund these types of protests in the United States that are really designed to disrupt our government. And I think it's very concerning. What I can tell you is, as you know, we already have investigations going on in Minnesota regarding some of the characters there who are attacking our ICE and who are doing protests, so-called protests. We've indicted 39 people for invading the city's church in St. Paul. One of the individuals in this mob was egging on the attack on Savannah, appears to be one of the individuals involved in that matter. But, there's a line between speech and action. We saw at least 3 people appear to attack Savannah there. And so what I can tell you is that we do have lawyers and investigators on the ground there who are looking into attacks on journalists and attacks on ICE. I can't say more until there may be a development in court, but please rest assured that protecting First Amendment is incredibly important to this Department of Justice, and also protecting our law-abiding and patriotic ICE officers in doing their jobs is very important to us. And mob action like this is designed to intimidate both our law enforcement and also the journalists who seek to document these attacks. And it's important to America that we shut it down, not only in Minnesota, but everywhere we find it. We're committed to that at the Department of Justice.
So, Harmeet, I'm assured, because I know you, kind of the subtext of what you're saying there. So you mentioned this, you didn't say his name, it's William Scott, I think it was Kelly. William Scott Kelly, yeah. So he's the city's church guy that was storming in there. He was also, according to Savannah Hernandez, the one that identified her to this mob and then kind of eggs people on. At what point does that type of behavior become incitement? Because I have another incitement question for you after you answer this.
Well, it's very fact specific. I'm not the investigator, so we do have I know people are frustrated by this in our online world. I know you're more sophisticated, but we have investigators who go and do interviews. We interviewed, I will say, we interviewed and reserved Savannah's input early on in this case, the very weekend that it happened. I made sure prosecutors and our law enforcement were out there to take her statement. That's been done. Then you have to take statements of other people, witnesses, look at the camera angles and all of that. And then there's case law that tells us, Brandenburg and other cases that tell us sort of the dividing line between protected speech and incitement. So I'm not going to prejudge that. We have to take cases either to a judge or a grand jury.
Right.
And I don't want to get ahead of that.
When you talk about incitement, so I'm gonna throw up a theoretical here. Hassan Piker has made a lot of news this week because he's talking about social murder and he's justifying the assassination of Brian Thompson. Yes, the CEO of United Healthcare. Sorry, but then so people are starting to dig up his clips, right? Hassan Piker, and there's a clip here. It's like he says, if you cared about stabbing people, he's now talking about social murder to justify assassination culture. Like, I'm as huge of a defender of the First Amendment as anybody. It's what Charlie stood for. But at what point do we get it? Like, you are inciting people to do crazy stuff. You're inciting people, and by the way, we've got the SPLC news this week, which I'd love to have you opine on as well.
Well, so this is not that hard of a question, actually. The standard requires that it be an incitement to imminent violence. And so the crowd situation, that we are just describing vis-a-vis Savannah is much closer to incitement if, the facts pan out, than Hassan Piker spewing his garbage on the internet, because I don't think a court would find there to be, unless there is a circumstance where he's talking directly to an individual with a knife poised above a person's body, that would be an imminent incitement to an imminent violence. And so I know that's unsatisfactory for people, but that's kind of what the Supreme Court has ruled, and it's over-inclusive of speech and under-inclusive of criminal activity.
So you're just saying the standard is imminent.
Yeah, so if Hassan Piker is standing in a mob and saying that's, fill in the blank law enforcement official, get them, and someone is standing next to them with a rock or a gun or a knife, that could be considered incitement to imminent violence.
Well, we brought up the SPLC, and we have to recall that they have no great love affair with you either. So here's a headline: when you were nominated for Assistant Attorney General, SPLC expresses concern over Harmeet Dillon's nomination. So with all the news, I figured it was appropriate, Harmeet, to give you an opportunity to reflect on the indictments that were delivered this week.
Well, their history with me, I've commented on them going back to 2017. And when Jeff Sessions was the Attorney General here, he talked about their conduct, and I went on Fox News and talked about it as well. So I've known about their shenanigans for years, and I've had many clients over the years, nonprofit organizations. Andy No is another one, who got onto their hate map and were characterized as hateful agents and entities. And at the end of the story, where they're tagging me as being a horrible thing for civil rights because I'm not sufficiently good for Black and brown people, I'm not the right kind of brown person apparently. They say that their purpose in life is to get rid of white supremacy and that kind of social constructs. When in fact we now know they were creating the very thing that they claim to be fighting against, which is very good for business if you're in the hate-mongering business against conservatives. And there was apparently an insufficient supply of hatred in our country on the right, so they had to manufacture it. It is a truly shocking story, and I tend to believe that this is only the tip of the iceberg. SPLC gets money laundered through various different channels. So, you might see an Obama foundation give money to some intermediary, Tides, Ford, some others, and then they launder that into SPLC, and I believe there are probably plenty of others much less prominent than SPLC and who are getting this kind of money. SPLC has a huge amount of money offshore, by the way, as well. So I'm sure my colleagues who are looking into money laundering and financial crimes are very interested in that. And I think we're just scratching the tip of the iceberg here. I feel vindicated in this regard.
So we have one before the break. Could there be additional things just against SPLC? I know they've had complaints against them for decades. People on the left have said the organization is a con. Morris D's left under a cloud, and they said this will totally be investigated and nothing was ever heard again. Is this maybe just the beginning of what we have against the SPLC? Could more be forthcoming in that case?
Look, again, we never try to tip our hand about what we're doing, but we started with the type of crimes that eventually took down the mob in the United States. Elliot Ness kind of started out with tax fraud, and then it went from there. And so sometimes things start out with what looks like a less sexy approach, but I think you start unraveling the thread, and you're going to see a lot there. A lot of us on the right knew that there was shady stuff happening there. Nobody had the will until this DOJ, starting under Pam Bondi and now continuing under Todd Blanche's great leadership, to actually do something about it.
Harmeet, can you stay one more segment? I want to ask you about this DEI case in Colorado that just broke right before you came on the air. So hang right there. Okay, perfect. That's a big one. DEI and AI. It's a lot of acronyms that can mean a lot of bad things if it's not handled correctly. I want to say that All Family Pharmacy, the good folks at All Family Pharmacy have flipped the entire pharmaceutical industry on its head. So if you need medications, if you need your daily maintenance meds or antivirals, you can go straight to allfamilypharmacy.com. All Family Pharmacy, it lets you be proactive in your healthcare. So don't get sick and wait in line and ask a doctor for permission. You don't have to do that. You get prepared ahead in advance, and then you have them ready if and when you do get sick. I have just started using them myself, and I will tell you, I'm impressed. They're an amazing company. Allfamilypharmacy.com. Use promo code KIRK10 for 10% off your first order. That's allfamilypharmacy.com. Promo code KIRK10 for 10% off. Check them out. We'll be right there.
People, the SPLC is in the spotlight with a case alleging that the SPLC funneled donations to informants who are affiliated with the same extremist groups that they were founded to oppose. And the U.S. team is headed to Pakistan while the Iranian government's team is shaken from Ghalibaf walking out. Why? Okay, let's get into it. Major legal fight around the Southern Poverty Law Center, known as the SPLC, is growing. The SPLC is one of America's most well-known civil organizations. Yesterday, House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan ordered the SPLC to hand over their documents by April 30th. The request is about the SPLC's ties to the Department of Justice and the FBI under the Biden administration. Jordan wrote a letter to Brian Fair, who is the SPLC interim president and chief executive. In that letter, Jordan said that public records show that the DOJ under the Biden administration worked closely with the group during the Biden-Harris years. This included regular meetings along with early sharing of federal law enforcement data and allowing SPL staff to train prosecutors. Lawmakers now want to know how much influence the organization may have had on federal policy. Jordan is also asking for the communications records that date back to 2017. These records were tied to fake business names and were allegedly used to move the money. The committee also wants communications between the SPLC and federal agencies that date back to 2021. The committee is investigating whether the SPLC helped shape federal policy during the Biden-Harris years. The committee pointed to the now withdrawn 2023 FBI Richmond memo, which dates back to when Christopher Wray led the FBI. That memo describes some radical traditionalist Catholics as being prone to violent threats, and it cited the SPLC as a source of the description.
The House Judiciary Committee has sent a letter to the Southern Poverty Law Center requesting documents on any communication and coordination between the group and the Biden administration. Now, in that letter, the committee claims the FBI had at least 13 documents, including a memo that labeled traditional Catholics as violent extremists. That memo, according to the committee, cited material from the SPLC 2023 report from that same House committee found that the SPLC identified Christian identity as a hate group.
And the memo caused major backlash after its publication. This new congressional move comes after a grand jury issued an 11-count indictment against the SPLC.
In the Middle District of Alabama, a grand jury returned an 11-count indictment charging the Southern Poverty Law Center with 6 counts of wire fraud, 4 counts of bank fraud, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. According to the charges in the indictment, the SPLC is a nonprofit entity that purports to fight white supremacy and racial hatred by reporting on extremist groups and conducting research to inform law enforcement groups with the goal of dismantling these groups. As the indictment describes, the SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred.
The indictment describes the SPLC's conduct in detail. In one case, they paid a member of a leadership group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Virginia.
A member of the leadership group that planned the Unite the Right protest in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017 that resulted in the death of 1 person and injured dozens more. This particular person being paid by the SPLC allegedly received approximately $270,000 over the course of 8 years.
The SPLC is also alleged to have paid a separate informant more than $1 million between 2014 and 2023 to leak information about the neo-Nazi organization that is called the National Alliance. Federal prosecutors say that in total, the SPLC secretly sent more than $3 million between 2014 and 2023 to leaders and organizers of racist groups.
In total, according to the indictment, between 2014 and 2023, SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Club of America, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations Affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, the Nationalist Socialist Party of America, Nazis, and the American Front.
The Southern Poverty Law Center themselves advertise to raise money to violent extremist groups. However, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the leadership of these very groups. I just want to say that again. They used the fraudulently raised money by lying to their donor network, thousands of Americans, to go ahead and actually pay the leadership of these supposed violent extremist groups. The groups, as the general laid out, include the Ku Klux Klan, the United Clans of America, Unite to Right, National Alliance, the National Socialist Movement, the Aryan Nation Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, and also the American Front.
And Cash Patel outlined how the SPLC used shell companies to hide their criminal activity.
In at least one of these matters, our investigation revealed that funds were used to facilitate the commission of further state and federal offenses, totaling over $3 million. Furthermore, our investigation revealed that the Southern Poverty Law Center, on top of perpetuating this widespread, decade-long, multi-million-dollar fraud, conducted more criminal activity. They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They set up shell companies and entities around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on as everyday Americans were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center in the perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities they stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud. This is a serious and egregious violation of a group that purported to dismantle violent extremist groups, but in turn actually only fueled the hatred.
The SPLC has long been known in media and politics for tracking extremist organizations through its hate map and research reports. And now that they are facing these charges, there have been many reactions to the case against the SPLC. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries called the indictment baseless. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer accused the administration of weaponizing the DOJ against watchdog groups. Brian Fair also rejected the charges. He said that the organization is outraged by the false accusations, and the organization will vigorously defend itself, its staff, and its work. Fair acknowledged that the group had used paid confidential informants in the past, but he said that the practice had ended. He also maintained that the payments were for confidential informants to gather credible intelligence on extremely violent groups. Fair argued that infiltrating violent organizations was dangerous but necessary work that saved lives. But critics of the SPLC say that the SPLC labeled opponents too broadly and they held too much influence over public institutions. In an interview with the New York Post, America First Legal President Gene Hamilton, who is a former DOJ official, likened the SPLC scandal to paying the proverbial arsonist to help put out a fire. Hamilton said that it would be like if his own MAGA-type group was secretly giving money to DEI officials to set up more DEI programs while raising money to fight against DEI. Rez, the founder of Stop Anti-Semitism, said that it's unimaginable to us that a civil rights group would gin up fake bigotry in order to solicit donations from concerned Americans. If this is what the SPLC did, it is shameful and bad, and Charlie Kirk reacted to the move at the time.
They're literally putting high school chapters of ours on a hate group next to KKK and next to neo-Nazi groups. And I mean, we can laugh this off. There's an element to this. Remember that there was a shooter that went to the Family Research Council years ago, inspired by the SPLC list. This is them trying to make us basically surrender at Turning Point USA. We're going to do the opposite, and our students are only going to lean in even more. But they can't debate us on our ideas. They cannot have dialogue. They cannot actually go on to the merits of why they are right or why we might be wrong. Instead, they must smear us with the age-old one-liner that you are a racist or that you are a hater. And they're finally realizing the power of Turning Point USA, which is why they put us.
Well, when you're effective, you're a threat.
And the SPLC case has drawn a sharp response from President Trump. In a post on True Social, President Trump wrote that if the allegations against the SPCL are true, then the 2020 presidential election should be permanently wiped from the books and be of no further force or effect. And President Trump questioned, how do you defend the SPLC when they are giving money to the KKK while pretending to fight hate groups? A few days ago, we reported that Kash Patel said that there would be news coming out about the 2020 election. Then today in our research, we noticed that the SPLC was funding ballot boxes in Fulton County. Back in October of 2020, the SPLC announced on their website Georgia-based actions to fund ballot drop boxes in Fulton County and mail 1 million absentee ballot requests to meet voter needs in a historic election. So could this be what Kash was talking about? The temporary ceasefire entered its 17th day today. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be sent to Pakistan tomorrow morning to participate in talks related to the Iranian government.
As you know, and I spoke about it earlier this week, the president was flexible in granting an extension of the ceasefire throughout this time. The president has decided to dispatch Special Envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner back to Islamabad. The Iranians want to talk. They want to talk in person. And so the president, as I've said many, many times, some of you are always willing to give diplomacy a chance. So Steve and Jared will be heading to Pakistan tomorrow to hear the Iranians out. We hope progress will be made, and we hope that positive developments will come from this meeting. And we will see. And the president, the vice president, the secretary of state will be waiting here in the United States for updates. And the vice president, I understand, is on standby and will be willing to dispatch to Pakistan if we feel it's a necessary use of this time. We've certainly seen some progress from the Iranian side in the last couple of days. Again, the president has made the decision to send Steve and Jared to hear the Iranians out. And so we'll see what they have to say this weekend.
And today, President Trump said in an interview with Reuters that the Iranian government wants peace talks, and President Trump intends to see whether reaching an agreement with Iran is possible. He also said that the Iranian government is preparing a proposal that is aimed at responding to U.S. demands and at resolving disputes. Two Pakistani government sources told Reuters that a delegation from the Iranian government, including Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of the Iranian government, has already arrived in Pakistan today. Earlier today, Araghchi said on that he is also traveling to Moscow, but Mohammed Ghalibaf will not be attending. Israel's Channel 12 claimed that Ghalibaf stepped away from the Iranian government's negotiating team. This apparently was because of interference from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, or the IRGC. The report said that Ghalibaf had been handling secret contacts with the United States and managing negotiations in Pakistan, but he has now left those roles. Channel 12 said that Ghalibaf opposed the growing influence of IRGC commanders, including the head of the IRGC. Apparently, their involvement limited to a turning point after a Qatari proposal failed. Under that plan, the United States would allow 20 Iranian ships to pass through Iranian ports, while the Iranian government would guarantee safe passage for 20 ships from Arab Gulf countries through the Strait of Hormuz. But according to the report, Araghchi sided with the IRGC hardliners and blocked the Qatari proposal. Meanwhile, there's a major development regarding Israel and Lebanon. Representatives from Israel and Lebanon held a second round of talks at the White House yesterday. The United States served as a mediator, and President Trump also attended the talks. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, and U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon Michael Issa accompanied President Trump. After the talks, President Trump said that the meeting went very well and it is a great start. President Trump wrote on True Social on Thursday night, "The United States is going to work with Lebanon in order to help it protect itself from Hezbollah." Hezbollah is the Iran-backed militia that operates in the country's south. It holds seats in Lebanon's parliament, and it operates as an armed wing that works independently of the national military. The U.S. State Department has designated the group as a foreign terrorist organization since 1997. One day before the talks, Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar called on Lebanon to work with Israel to disarm Hezbollah. Sa'ar said, "We don't have any serious disagreements with Lebanon. There are a few minor border disputes that can be solved. The obstacle to peace and normalization between the countries is one, Hezbollah." He also said that Lebanon could have a future of sovereignty, independence, and freedom from the Iranian occupation. President Trump wrote, "The ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon will be extended by 3 weeks. I look forward in the near future to hosting the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and the President of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun. It was a great honor to be a participant in this historic meeting." He also clarified that the ceasefire does not bar Israel from launching strikes in self-defense. The Lebanese ambassador thanked President Trump for his efforts to help and support Lebanon, and the Israeli ambassador said, "We hope that together, under your leadership, we can formalize peace between Israel and Lebanon in the very near future." Since the Iranian government backs Hezbollah, President Trump said that any deal the U.S. signs with Iran must include a provision barring the Iranian government from continuing to fund Hezbollah. Hezbollah dragged Lebanon into the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran after it began targeting Israel on March 2nd. After the U.S. and the Iranian government agreed to a ceasefire on April 7th, the Iranian government insisted that it cover Lebanon as well. Due to the anti-Hezbollah stance of the current government of Lebanon, the Trump administration saw a unique opportunity for a peace deal through a separate channel, direct talks between Israel and Lebanon. Rubio said that the ceasefire extension gives time for Israel and Lebanon to work toward a permanent peace. President Trump told reporters in the Oval Office after the meeting, "It'll be a wonderful thing to get this worked out simultaneously with what we're doing in Iran." The White House has recently dealt a series of heavy blows to the CCP. Yesterday, the White House said that the CCP is carrying out industrial-scale campaigns to extract advanced U.S. artificial intelligence technology. In a memo that was addressed to federal agencies, Michael Krapke, the director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, China are systematically targeting U.S. frontier AI systems. These efforts involve tens of thousands of proxy accounts and the use of jailbreaking techniques that are designed to bypass safeguards and extract proprietary information. The memo states that although Chinese companies cannot fully replicate the performance of the original model through such covert unauthorized theft, they enable foreign actors to develop comparable products at significantly lower cost. The memo reads, these distillation campaigns also allow those actors to deliberately strip away security protocols from the resulting models and undo mechanisms that ensure those AI models are ideologically neutral and truth-seeking. To address this threat, the Trump administration has vowed to hold foreign actors accountable for industrial-scale theft. At the same time, the NASA Office of the Inspector General, the OIG, has, in a rare move, disclosed an old case involving espionage by a Chinese citizen. This person posed as a U.S. researcher as part of a spear-phishing campaign to obtain sensitive information from the space agency, as well as from government entities, universities, and private companies. The OIG said in a release on Thursday, for years, NASA employees and research collaborators thought they were simply sharing software with colleagues. Instead, they were emailing sensitive defense technology to a Chinese national who was impersonating U.S. engineers. Some of the victims of the campaign were employed at NASA, the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, and the Federal Aviation Administration, while the others worked at major universities and private sector firms. With the assistance of the NASA Office of the Inspector General and federal partners, this long-running scheme was uncovered, thereby preventing further leaks of classified information to hostile foreign entities. The individual linked to the campaign was outed as Chinese national Song Wu. Between January 2017 and December 2021, this individual repeatedly targeted American professors, researchers, and engineers. According to the 2024 indictment, Song was formerly an engineer at a state-owned aerospace and defense conglomerate in China that manufactured both civilian and military aircraft. He and an unidentified accomplice attempted to obtain modeling software that is used in aerospace design and weapons development. They conducted extensive research on their targets, posing as their genuine friends and colleagues to request copies of the software or its source code. The scheme was successful in a handful of cases where victims shared the sensitive information with the imposter accounts that were managed by Song. So the FBI has added Song to the most wanted list of America. In 2019, then FBI Director Christopher Wray stated at a public event that was hosted by the Council on Foreign Relations, which is a U.S. think tank, that the Chinese their export fraud schemes. In Song's case, he repeatedly requested to purchase the same software without specifying his requirements. And fraudsters often suggest using unusual payment methods, such as suspicious wire transfers, or they suddenly change payment terms or sources, and they also use non-standard transfer methods to conceal their identities or circumvent shipping restrictions, among other tactics. Cybersecurity agencies in Western countries also issued a joint security advisory on Thursday, warning that CCP hackers are extensively exploiting everyday connected devices, such as home Wi-Fi routers and smart home devices, to build covert networks in order to conceal their malicious cyber operations. Led by the National Cybersecurity Center, this operation involved 15 international partner agencies from 9 countries, including the United States, Australia, Canada, Germany, Japan, the Netherlands, New Zealand, and Spain. And they jointly issued an urgent cybersecurity advisory warning regarding a significant shift in the tactics employed by hacking groups that are linked to the CCP. The announcement states that these attacks exploit so-called covert networks or botnets, which operate by relaying malicious traffic through thousands or even hundreds of thousands of compromised home devices around the world to conceal the source of the attack. And home Wi-Fi routers are the most commonly hijacked devices, while printers officials explained that a typical home Wi-Fi router could be used as a relay point to attack a large corporation without the homeowner's knowledge. One case study shows a Chinese private company established a vast hidden network by infecting more than 200,000 devices worldwide. The case urges companies and organizations to take a number of steps, such as mapping out their IT systems, including connections to consumer broadband networks. The political scene in the UK has also been turbulent recently, as controversy over the appointment of the ambassador to the US continues to escalate. A war of words has erupted over who should ultimately take the blame for appointing Labour veteran Peter Mandelson as envoy to the US. Previously, media coverage of Mandelson's case focused on his relationship with Epstein. However, newly revealed information shows that Mandelson has had business dealings with CCP-affiliated companies and Chinese capital in the past. According to investigative reports and disclosures by think tanks, Global Counsel, the consulting firm founded by Mandelson, has been involved in transactions and lobbying activities related to CCP-funded enterprises, including assisting with investments by CCP capital in the UK's technology sector. Keir Starmer is facing questions these days and Prime Minister's questions from MPs regarding Mandelson's appointment 7 months after his sacking from the top job in Washington. On Tuesday, Starmer defended himself in strong terms. He stated that full due process was observed during Mandelson's appointment. Starmer told MPs the problem was, I was unaware that the UK security vetting recommended against clearance of Mandelson. And Starmer criticized foreign ministry officials for failing to promptly inform the Prime Minister of the security screening risks. And he alleged that relevant information had been missing on multiple occasions. The Prime Minister called the withholding of information a deliberate decision. He described the entire information processing process as incredible and astonishing. He said that he would have canceled the appointment of Mandelson had he known about the vetting concerns. On the other hand, Ollie Robbins, a former top civil servant in the Foreign Office, described someone that he called number 10. Apparently, number 10 was so determined to press ahead with the appointment of Mandelson that he thought that there should be no vetting at all. But Robbins still insisted that his department follow the process rigorously. However, Robbins was sacked last week, and now number 10 denies that they put pressure on the Foreign Office to appoint Mandelson. Pat McFadden, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, also denied such pressure was made to appoint Mandelson. He said that Ollie Robbins made the judgment that he did, so he did not have to tell Keir Starmer about Lord Mandelson not clearing security vetting. So McFadden said that Starmer has acted fairly in these circumstances. But politicians from opposition parties have repeatedly criticized the Prime Minister over the appointment. Many have called for Starmer to resign or for a vote of no confidence in his leadership to take place. Conservative Party leader Kenny Badenoch directly accused the Prime Minister of shifting the blame onto officials and charged him with misleading Parliament. Several opposition parties, including the Liberal Democrats and the Scottish National Party, have also joined in the criticism, questioning whether the appointment process has been seriously compromised. The atmosphere in the House was tense. 2 members of Parliament were kicked out of the chamber for flatly accusing him of lying, which is against the rules of the House of Commons. Far-left MP Zara Sultana accused Starmer of gaslighting the nation, telling the chamber, let's call this out for what it is. The Prime Minister is a bare-faced liar, and if he had any decency, he would resign. On Wednesday in the Commons, Tory leader Kenny Badenoch repeatedly pressed Starmer on whether the full due process was observed. But Starmer says that he stands by his statement. He admitted that the appointment was a mistake. But he again says that the Foreign Office officials granted security clearance to Mandelson against the recommendation of UK security vetting. And Badenoch even claims that Mandelson was given access to classified briefings before he received clearance. But Starmer explained that as a member of the House of Lords and as a Privy Councillor, Mandelson was permitted to have access to certain material before developed vetting. And on Tuesday, Pat McFadden claimed that Mandelson was appointed because he was a political operator and someone with trade experience. So, since the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, wanted to take full responsibility for advising the Prime Minister to appoint Mandelson, he resigned from his job in February due to his role in the Mandelson case. The British government has now launched a new round of security vetting to determine whether Mandelson's tenure posed any national security risks. The assessment will be conducted by a unit under the Cabinet Office, but some members of Britain's Parliament are still demanding that Starmer resign. The Prime Minister's future is on the mind of some of his MPs, but President Trump believes that Starmer will recover from the scandal. President Trump wrote, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom acknowledged that he exercised wrong judgment when he chose his ambassador to Washington. I agree, he was a really bad fit. Plenty of time to recover, however. But this has raised questions about his suitability for a sensitive diplomatic position. And that's a wrap for this episode. Thank you so much for your support of Front Page. Please remember to leave a comment below the video. This is really helping us to be seen all around the world. The more people who watch Front Page, the more freedom-loving people the world will have. And please hit the like button and hit the notification bell after subscribing. And please share this video with your friends and family, because everybody deserves to know the truth.
Right, time for the papers at 7:47 with Susan Evans and Kevin Schofield. Morning, both. To the Express, Suzanne, Keir Starmer is being told by the Tories must give a public apology to grooming gang victims.
Yes, that's right. So the Express has done an investigation into Keir Starmer's prosecution when he was head of the CPS of the Rochdale grooming gangs and have found him severely lacking. And now Chris Philp, the Shadow Home Secretary, is saying that there needs to be an investigation into this as part of the current inquiry into the scandal. So this is much more pressure on Starmer, this time from the Tories and from the Guardian case, of course, has got huge emotions around it. So basically, you might remember Maggie Oliver, the police officer who blew the whistle on the whole scandal. She resigned because of the way the Crown Prosecution Service handled the cases at the time, saying that the victims deserve much, much better. She's long been critical about how it was handled. So, for example, there was one perpetrator called Adil Khan who was charged with a lesser crime of conspiracy to commit sexual activity with a child, a 13-year-old, whereas in fact he raped her, made her pregnant. Is what apparently, and so they got the DNA from the baby. That's how they caught him. So basically, the idea is that Starmer was finding lesser charges to convict these men, but his leadership rival, Mayor Andy Burnham of Greater Manchester in 2024, did a report into this and talked about the CPS's behaviour. Basically, amounted to deplorable further abuse of these children because their appalling suffering was basically dumbed down. So much more pressure on Keir Starmer now, and arguably, if the CPS didn't prosecute to the full extent of the law, and we know there are other perpetrators who are still out there who have evaded justice, then I can quite see why the Shadow Home Secretary is calling for him to be grilled as part of the inquiry.
Well, it may not be clear stuff by then. I thought it was the continent. I
don't know, can we move on to something I'm feeling a little bit shy of? I have to say, I did have a little bit of a giggle when I saw this headline about EU chiefs investigating Peter Mandelson over Epstein corruption.
Mandelstein.
Arch Remainer, EU lover Mandelson is being pursued by the very thing that he loves. So I have to say, as an arch Brexiteer, I just had a little bit of a giggle about that this morning. Basically, what happened is earlier this year, Sir David Davis, the former Tory cabinet minister, used parliamentary privilege to claim that Lord Epstein, Lord, I've done it again. Lord Epstein, Lord Mark Duckin, you put it in my head now, I got it out of my head. Mandelson's relationship
Thank you. Here's what most people don't realise. Your personal data isn't just floating around. It's being bought and sold every single day by brokers. That means employers, strangers, scammers, and even criminals can access it. And that's how identity theft, fraud, and harassment starts. Now, sure, you could try removing it yourself, but it takes hours of calls and emails, and even then, it usually pops right back up. That's why this video is brought to you by Incogni. Incogni contacts data brokers on your behalf and demands your information is deleted from their databases, and they keep on doing it to make sure it stays gone. And they've just launched an unlimited plan with custom removal. So if your info appears on some random website, you can paste the link and their privacy team will personally work to get it taken down. It's simple. Click the link in the description, create your account, give permission, and they handle the rest. Head to incogni.com/GB News. And with the code GB News, you can get a huge 60% off an annual plan. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code now. It works out at less than a coffee a month. It's also totally risk-free for 30 days. Take back control of your personal data today with Incogni. And a big thanks to them for supporting the channel.
Our main story this morning is about the Prime Minister. Is he heading into another week of turmoil?
Well, reports suggest that members of the cabinet are holding private talks over who should ask him to step down, following, of course, the Peter Mandelson and other scandals.
Yeah, what does that remind you of back in the 90s? Well, it comes ahead of Morgan McSween, his former Chief of Staff, appearing before the Foreign Affairs Select Committee next week, where he'll give evidence on his dealings with Peter Mandelson and this whole job in the United States.
He lost his phone and nobody can find it. In other developments, the Home Secretary is considering whether to open talks with the Taliban on returning failed asylum seekers.
Let's talk to political commentator Duncan Barks, who's here. I mean, it's interesting. I saw some analysis this morning saying actually this coming week could be far worse from the Prime Minister than the week that's just gone.
Yeah, it could be. I think it's in a very critical period. I suspect there are conversations going on behind closed doors and will be continuing over the weekend regarding what do we do with a problem like Keir Starmer. I think if there was an obvious successor to take his place, someone who was able to strike, he would be in a lot of danger. But at the moment, the only obvious person is probably Ed Miliband. And it's whether or not he would actually want the job, because some of the other people who potentially could replace him, Angela Rayner, there's a challenge there until her Texas investigation has been completed. West Streeting seems to be off the ball a little bit, and Andy Burnham, the king of the North, is often cited as the future leader of the Labour Party. He's not even an MP, he's the mayor for Greater Manchester. So the forthcoming week will be interesting. If he can survive it, I think he's all right for a good few weeks. There was an interesting story last night in the Independent newspaper by David Maddox, their political editor, saying that the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, looks set to give MPs a say on whether the Prime Minister is referred to what's known as the Commons Privilege Committee regarding whether or not he misled Parliament over the appointment of Manson. Now, that happened. That would put Starmer in such a dangerous position, because GB News viewers and listeners will recall it was that Privileges Committee that basically did for Boris Johnson.
So Mr. Speaker's put it to a vote?
Not yet. MPs apparently have written to him saying we would like you to consider having a vote about whether or not the Prime Minister should go in front of the Commons.
Well, because that's going to be fascinating with such a big majority. Would it get? It depends how. It would absolutely depend on how many people would vote against it,
and how desperate they are to get rid of Keir Starmer. I mean, take a step back from this. The optics of this for a Labour Party who I think got a sizable amount of their vote back in 2024 by effectively saying, look at the Tories and how chaotic they were and how grubby they were in certain areas and how this lack of probity. For a party that actually got into government in July 2024, Labour saying, we're not like that. Look at where we are now with this.
Straight into it.
Yeah.
I mean, it would basically be though a vote of no confidence.
It would be. So it comes back to whether or not those Labour MPs are that desperate to get rid of Keir Starmer. But then you go full circle. Who who is the obvious replacement? Do you want a summer of chaos where there's some kind of leadership contest? And then you've also got to consider the impact it has on our economy and the markets, because for all the Starmer and Reese's faults, stability does make people who lend this country a lot of money feel relatively secure about handing over the dosh.
Can we talk about the Taliban?
Yes.
This is a very odd situation. I mean, one of the biggest groups of people crossing the channel on small boats are Afghans. And there's an issue sending them back because obviously the Taliban is now in charge. The Home Secretary says she's considering talking to the Taliban. To give her a due, it's been announced that EU countries and Sweden are talking to the Taliban about returning people. It's a difficult one, though.
It is, because ultimately for this to happen, you have to recognise officially the Taliban as a government that you're prepared to deal with.
And we don't.
And we don't up until now. So, Stephen, you're absolutely right. Because Sweden, the EU Commission, are holding talks, or want to hold talks to the Taliban government, our Home Secretary's thinking, well, maybe we should do the same to thrash out some kind of returns deal. 10% of all arrivals crossing the channel are Afghans. The figures here are quite staggering. 36,000 Afghans claimed asylum since 2020 in the United Kingdom, most of those arriving on small boats. And we have this almost perverse situation where we might have our Home Secretary acknowledging this regime. And, just a bit of background here, the Taliban, I think, took control of Afghanistan back in 2021, because American forces withdrew, we withdrew. Some people say we just left, a lot of people in Afghanistan literally hanging. So we could end up in a situation where we have some kind of returns deal with the Taliban.
I can't quite see it happening, can you? Because there's no way the Taliban are going to accept kindly people who have tried to escape the country.
Yeah, and I mean, the people that they're looking to return effectively are either those who've got criminal convictions in this country or are failed asylum seekers. And then it gets us into this awful area of what kind of deal would it look like? Is it going to be a case of us paying the Taliban to take these people back? Now, that's not being suggested because those negotiations have not happened. But there is a prospect there, because what would be the incentive for the Taliban to take back a load of people?
All right, let's bring this guy in. You know this guy. He's probably one of the most connected people I know. He gets scoops everything. He's got just a pipeline into the administration, because everything that comes out is just, if it hasn't happened yet. Let's bring in a good friend of mine, CEO and editor-in-chief of Just News, John Solomon. John, around 1:30 p.m. last night, Just News posted the story titled "The Art of No Deal." Tell us what you mean by that. Where are we at?
Yeah, so it's important to understand that what's going on right now is that the president has a clear proposal to the Iranians, but the Iranians don't have a clear negotiating team. That's something you and I talked about a couple of weeks ago. There's a division between the IRGC, which are the most radical of the fanatics in the Iranian regime, the Revolutionary Guard. They would like to fight to death. Could deliver that wish if he would. I would like to. Last 48 hours is that the Iranians have agreed on a potential strategy, and they've identified the foreign minister as the sole voice for speaking for all the different factions that are left behind in the sort of splintered Iranian leadership, and that allows for clear negotiations. And the only question will be, will the Iranians accept the president's terms? The Iranians don't have much to leverage. They are the losing, defeated party. They cause a little mischief here and there in the Hormuz Strait, probably not as much as we think. They are
You said the Hormuz Strait, troops in it, he backed up with all this. Someone call it the Strait of Hormuz, a much more beautiful movie. I love that.
Yeah, it is Strait of Hormuz. I always, I shorten it when I'm talking about it fast hand, but.
Well, we meet with the guy, maybe he picked it up.
I don't think I can blame him for that one. That's my own praise on that one. I do think that this is the last round of negotiations. A little while ago, Senator Roger Wicker said that the time for negotiating is over. The Iranians are never going to make a deal. I think that's a general assessment inside the intelligence community right now. That said, the president wants to exhaust every possible option here. And there are some inklings that Iran wants to move towards a deal. The parliament speaker has been pushed aside. So it's just and some of the radical leaders that are still left who have risen up from mid-level positions to lessen the number of people that have to get consensus to. But I do think that if this war resumes, we will have full control of the Strait of Hormuz pretty quickly, and that'll be an objective. And the objective of taking out more and more of the leadership, so there's fewer and fewer people to object to a peace deal. I think that's the next piece of it.
So Fox is reporting in the last 2 hours, I believe, that Kushner and Witkoff are going to head to Islamabad over the weekend.
Sunday. Yep.
The question is, it's not shitty bands. Do Kushner and Witkoff have signing capability to actually cut the deal?
Well, they have direct access to the president. So, look at the deals they have cut all around the world, and they've been quite a tandem. I think pulling the vice president back is a statement to the Iranians that it's not worth our time to send our vice president and give him the charade we've had. But if you establish at this meeting that you can speak with one voice, and that when you say you agree to something, you can back it up, then we might bring the vice president back and close the deal. So, there are all these little nuances in diplomacy. Pulling the vice president isn't because it's a failure, it's because it's not worth his time if you guys can play cat and mouse. And quite frankly, if this is another cat and mouse, we're unleashing another round of fury on you. So I do think that what's interesting is that the Iranian negotiating team has shrunk. And I think that creates a more quick path to getting answers. And we're going to know pretty quickly who's in charge and whether they agree with what we want. And if they don't want what we want, we're not going to bend to them. We're the winners. We're the ones who just took out all their capabilities, blockade their blockade. The losing party doesn't get to dictate. I know that's been the past behavior of Iran, not with this president. So I think by Monday or Tuesday we'll know whether we're resuming the war for a little bit or whether we have a deal. And it will be the last round of negotiations.
John, so Abbas Siraj, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, if I'm not correct. He's the foreign minister who will be meeting with Witkoff and Kushner. You say they narrowed it down to him, but who does he speak for? Does he speak for little mini Ayatollah with one leg hobbling around, or the IRGC?
Listen, I think he speaks for 5 factions. His job is to go back to the 5 factions. We so decimated their leadership that they're faction-wise, and they can't get together because every time they get together, we kill them, right? So it is sort of a pigeon carrier exercise of 5, what I've been told are 5 different factions. You get the IRGC, you've got the Ayatollah who's very close to the IRGC but has his own sort of insights, and who's also medically very severely wounded. Then you've got the parliament, and then you've got the leftover original leadership, and then you got some of these new figures in the foreign ministry that have popped up since all the other leaders were taken out. The foreign minister's job is to get to those 5 people and say, can we speak with one voice? And if not, get your helmets on because we're about to get our butts whooped again. And I think that is what's going to happen this week. And Witkoff and Jared Kushner are going to be able to just sit there and say, this is the last thing. If the president's not going beyond, if it's not good enough for you, just tell us and we'll resume. No problem.
Let's switch gears a little bit for the last few minutes of the segment. You talk about election vulnerabilities. Explain what you mean, please.
Yeah. So about 3 weeks ago, we got declassified at our request from Tulsi Gabbard documents showing that China had penetrated, contrary to what we've been told for the last 6 years, multiple states' voter registration databases. This is a major breach. It was kept from us for 6 years. These breaches occurred in 2020. We were told after 2020, most secure election, perfect election. Those statements were not true. Iran and China infiltrated and penetrated, and in some cases hacked into voter registration data, creating a major vulnerability. Last week we showed that before those penetrations occurred, so the penetrations occurred in the spring of 2020, in January and February of 2020, the intelligence community unanimously assessed that America's election infrastructure was significantly vulnerable and could be compromised by a foreign power. That's very different than what the Chris Crafts and the Chris Ways of the world told us. Everything's fine, secure election. That's not what our intelligence agencies actually believe. We were given a sugar pill to hide those very difficult vulnerabilities. The sad part about that is that we went from knowing there were vulnerabilities and that the voter registration database was the most vulnerable to allowing it to be compromised to then keeping it quiet so that nobody could this is what just happened in your state. You were kept in the dark by Joe Biden on this. We're telling you the truth about what happened. Here's the data. Here's what happened. Now's the time for you to get on board with the Save America Act. I think that there'll be a moment where senators will be confronted with parochial revelations that their state was penetrated by China, and they'll have a hard decision. I stay with my party line or I stay with my rhino line. I won't support this, or I'm going to do what's in the best interest of my state because my state constituents are very concerned, and we'll go forward. I think the other thing we're going to start to learn is that the government has multiple projects going on there to identify how many illegal, non-citizens and illegal aliens got on the motor rolls. It's not in the thousands. It's going to be north of 100,000 in the numbers I'm hearing. That too should come out in May. Those are two big revelations. These aren't small little things like the left keeps making them out to be. These are major vulnerabilities and major failures of our election system. I think the president has a chance to ride these new disclosures to put new pressure on the lazy Senate that hasn't gotten around to Save America.
John, let me do this very quick. We're really tough on time, so we'll kind of rapid fire because I'm going to put you in a spot to ask you what you know. I'm going to ask you what you think, because the left loves to spread rumors, and the left is spreading rumors that this one's out, this one's out, this one's out. Tulsi Gabbard, you think she's safe for the near term?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right. How about Cash Patel?
Yeah.
Okay. And Howard Lutton?
To be determined. I think there's a fondness for the president for it, but I think there's also a question of just what sort of success he's had. And at the end of the day, the president can like you, but he's a bottom line guy, and if he doesn't like the bottom line, sometimes he makes a chance. In Donald Trump's world, making changes isn't a failure. It's just an effort to get improved, right? It's like what you do in the football training camp, right? You may have a good athlete, but maybe it's got a little bit better. You move to the better guy before you get to the regular season.
The quarterback's not going to get it. You bring your backup, see how it goes. Of course. That's how it works in business. John, that's why I've been a Trump supporter since 2015. Completely unaltered, never buried, because the business guy in him says it's not selling. Let's get another one. Let's find someone who can sell.
I agree. I think it's nothing more profound than it. It's just he looks at things analytically and he just wants to keep getting better. And most people in politics today will see an iceberg coming and they'll say, "Oh my God, we're going to crash the iceberg." Donald Trump sees an iceberg. He's like, "Who's going to be the captain? If he can't go get a new captain." And so it's interesting to watch how politics is so inert and Donald Trump isn't. That's what drives, I think, most politicians.
That guy right there, John Solomon, runs Just the News. Grab 6 o'clock and make sure you check out the website as well. John, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
2.5 minutes, folks. We'll be right back.
That's right. So, as I said earlier, there are rooms basically where there's lots of socialising, lots of networking, lots of celebrating actually of the journalists who work very hard in this town. And so I was at the top of the escalators. The pictures we've been seeing, just to explain a little bit of the geography of the building, is the lobby level anyone could walk into. I think Thomas Corbett Dillon was just saying. Anybody can walk into that level. Guests, of course, people who work in the hotel, anybody. And there was no security at that point whatsoever. And you walk in and there's a table with 2 ladies with a piece of paper and they basically tick your name off. I mean, it is incredibly informal. That's part of the charm of this city. A lot of the events are like that. But obviously, on occasion, that backfires somewhat, you might say. And so lots of people walking around, having drinks, socialising, and then the main event started to happen. People made their way down the escalators. So the pictures we're seeing here, this is the lobby area in the basement. So there's a lobby area on the first floor, there's a lobby area in the basement. So this is the area where the metal detectors were. This is the area where you'd have to put your bags through the machine. They're going to search your bags. They're going to pat people down. They have the metal detectors in their hands, etc. So it was at this point, obviously, where the gunman realised that he wasn't going to get through the metal detectors, and that is why he's made a run for it. See, he's come right through, but you can see how relaxed everybody is. Nobody's on high alert. The body language of the people there, it was a very convivial atmosphere because it was a social occasion. It wasn't like going into a conference. It wasn't like walking walking into the White House on any particular, it was a social occasion, and so I think they had their guard down, is the best way I can describe it. I mean, I spoke to a couple of guests. In fact, you might play that this morning, but there were two women who were just guests in the hotel. I got chatting to them in one of the bars actually beforehand, and they were sort of baffled by the event because they'd just booked for a weekend. They live in Phoenix. They booked for a weekend in Washington. They didn't know it was the Washington Correspondents' Dinner tonight when they booked into the hotel. It's a vast hotel. This room that we're looking at here holds about 2,500 people for this sort of event. And so there were lots of people walking around. And I guess this guy, we now know, he was a guest at the hotel. The question is, I suppose, how long had he been down in the basement? Because there was a level of security you had to get through to descend the escalators, but it was literally a case of saying, do you have a ticket? Can I see your ticket? And if you showed a ticket, you went down the escalators. And when I say a ticket, guys, it was a tiny little white piece of paper, easily replicable, nothing distinguishing about it. There's no QR code, there was no ticket on a phone. Again, it's part of the charm of Washington. It isn't quite so technologically advanced as maybe these events would be, and a lot of us rather like that, but it does mean that on occasions like this, if you've replicated a little white ticket, I guess you can get down the escalators and you can get down to the lobby area. We're seeing the gunman here, obviously once he was apprehended, and we know a little bit more about him. I've got Ben Leo sat here with me as well, if you want me to hand it over to Ben.
Hello guys, so this chap here on your screen, he is called Cole Allen. He's a 31-year-old from California. He's been identified as a teacher, and unbelievably, not so recently, he was crowned Teacher of the Month. So it does beg the question, how you go from being Teacher of the Month, educating the future generations of Americans, to travelling all the way across the country from the west coast to the east coast, armed with not only just a pistol, as we first thought was the case when this story first broke in the early hours this morning. I think it was around 1 a.m. UK time, armed with a shotgun, a pistol, and multiple knives as well. As Bev said, he was staying at the Hilton Hotel, which again raises more serious concerns and questions about security for the president and indeed his cabinet, because how can you have a massive event like this, the White House Correspondents Association dinner? It's an annual event, it's advertised well in advance, everybody knows who attends, everybody knows who's coming, and the severity and the top level of security needed to keep attendees safe, not least the president. How was this guy shared this initially on his Truth Social page? The service detail you can see here, the guy runs in, the Secret Service en masse. I describe them as, and I mean this with no disrespect, it's a compliment, just like ants, the way they convene together, they all move forward together with their pistols out. They did fire 4 and 5 shots towards the chap. He wasn't hit, unbelievably. He was unscathed, so he was arrested and taken into custody unharmed. But just how this happens, how he's able to check into the hotel with all those weapons, and you would have thought at least that if there were going to be guests staying at the Hilton Hotel, that at least everybody was searched before this event took place and the president made his way on site.
There's nothing more important than keeping your money and your identity safe online. And with so many VPN options available, choosing the right one can be pretty daunting. But this video's sponsor, ExpressVPN, is making the choice easier for GB News viewers. ExpressVPN is offering up to 75% off, plus 4 extra months free. That's top-level security from just £2.49 a month, and you're covered by their 30-day money-back guarantee. So just click the link in this video's description or scan the QR code now. Remember, when you're online, you're often sharing personal data, so hackers can steal your information, your passwords, your photos, and your bank details in just seconds. But ExpressVPN encrypts your connection, making it virtually impossible for hackers to access your personal information. So why choose ExpressVPN? Well, it couldn't be easier to use. With just one click, you are protected. And ExpressVPN uses military-grade AES 256 encryption, which is the same standard trusted by the US government to guard their classified information. With their new tiered plans, you can protect up to 14 devices at once and manage passwords securely. Live chat support is available 24/7, and it typically connects you in under a minute with a real person. Click the link in this video's description or scan the QR code to get up to 75% off ExpressVPN plus 4 months extra for free. Start protecting yourself today with ExpressVPN.
Yeah, I was just, if I could just step in there, actually, the point that President Trump has been making, and of course, often politicians, if they've got a point they want to make, it's in the aftermath of something like this that they make it. As we know, he's been desperate to get this ballroom built at the White House. And on a night like this, it is quite clear, being in this town, how desperately the White House does need its own social space. The fact that it doesn't have one is amazing, because it means that the president and all of the cabinet have had to travel across town. It isn't far, it's only a couple of miles between the White House and this hotel, but they've had to travel there, and then they are so vulnerable. And what President Trump has been calling for is to have a ballroom at the White House where he could host this many people in the most secure setting imaginable. And that's obviously the point that he will be making in the next few days. Now, some would say that's a happy coincidence, actually, that this worked out like that, because he's even had issues with the planning permission for the ballroom. Part of it got rejected.
He pretty much had a dig at the Hilton Hotel for saying their security, or the building of apologies, was not secure. He said, this is why we need the ballroom. And I guess one of the most poignant comments he said was, in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans commit with their hearts to resolving their differences peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. What did you make of his tone?
Unexpected. I genuinely found that really surprising. We don't hear that rhetoric of unity very often from the president. As we know, he likes to come out swinging. He's on the front foot most of the time when he talks to the media. He's on the front foot when he gets onto Truth Social, let's be honest, when he posts online. And I would hope also that he would heed some of his own advice, because he doesn't help with the temperature. I understand why he does it. I understand his frustrations, having been in those briefing rooms. You know how it's been. We've been in that room. We've seen the information be given firsthand to the media, and then we've seen how it's been misinterpreted sometimes by some elements of the left-wing press here in America and in the UK as well. And so I do understand the frustration of the way that he, particularly as an individual, is demonized repeatedly and cast as evil. We've heard people say that he's evil. In fact, there was footage online this weekend, just a couple of days ago, of a preacher in a church praying to God, please take President Trump, to ripples of laughter from the congregation. And when you've got church leaders, I think it was a Christian, maybe it was a Catholic church, asking for him to die, don't be surprised when vulnerable onlookers take that advice literally. One of the things I think is probably worth reflecting on, actually, on this occasion, is the fact that the shooter, the guy that had the gun, as Anne said, quite rightly, we don't know precisely why he was there. We can hazard a guess. But he hasn't been killed. So it's one of those rare occasions where, actually, we might get some understanding about what his motive was.
Yeah, it could have been the president himself who was after, or it could have been just talking about the rhetoric and the kind of political toxicity we see both sides of the pond. It could have been, we've heard about what the left tend to say, the pictures outside placards, death to all of them, death to tyrants, were some of the placards. But on the flip side as well, Bev, President Trump, he will say things such as the media, enemies of the people, so on and so on. So it could be, it's not been struck out yet, that possibly maybe this man was heading towards journalists. Who knows? Maybe he was after journalists or broadcasters, maybe he was a right winger, maybe he was a left winger.
Yeah, it's a very good point, because in fact, I'm glad you've reminded me, Ben, some of the heckling when I was walking into the building this evening was directed at the press. No doubt about it. And they were saying, how can you support him? How can you report on him? They were shouting. And so clearly in their mind, there were several targets in that room tonight, not just the president or members of his cabinet, but also the media. It was a group of individuals who will just find somebody to hate and find somebody to yell at. Some of the pictures, Ben and I just sat here now with the laptop open here, but actually some of the pictures of the protesters, and that was what I saw very much, masked up, all of them with their faces covered. Almost none of the protesters there tonight would show their faces. We see it all the time in particularly the Antifa, particularly the left-wing protesters and political agitators. They always have their faces covered up. They will never freely stand there and show you who they are. And sure enough, it was the same thing today.
Stephen, and just before I throw it back to you, Christian Turner, the new ambassador here, the UK ambassador to the United States, has posted on X not so long ago. He says the UK embassy team attending tonight's White House Correspondents' Dinner are grateful for the swift and professional response of the Secret Service. We're thankful that the President and all those in attendance were unharmed, and our best wishes are with the injured officer. But just finally, they'll have some questions to answer, I argue, sort of heightened security detail to consider ahead of the King's visit he's here on Monday, isn't he, ahead of Tuesday. They will be thinking about this now.
Well, we are both at the Ambassadors tomorrow. There is a huge event in town tomorrow at the British Ambassador's residence. It was meant to be the morning after the night before. Hundreds of people will be there on British soil at the embassy with Christian Turner and his wife Claire tomorrow morning, having a brunch, and it will be a very different mood in the air now tomorrow. Now, of course, as you say, Ben, the state visit starts on Monday. We have the biggest 3 days, on the 4 days probably, on the calendar this year in Washington, D.C. The 4 days which will unite our two countries happen in just over 24 hours or so, and so 48 hours, and so the security will be extremely heightened now, of course. I hope it doesn't change the plan of the state visit. I hope it doesn't change what they were going to do. As Thomas said, King Charles, is due to take a trip up to Shenandoah, one of the national parks just outside of Washington, on Thursday, and to Virginia. There are several occasions welcoming. There's an afternoon tea, there's a dinner. We'll be covering every single second of it on GB News for you from Monday morning onwards, and this will certainly add a level of tension to proceedings, there's no doubt.
approach. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was one way, very beautiful thing to see a man charge a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons. And he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly. And have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. The tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job. One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun. And the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him. And he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't a larger room, and it's a much more secure. It's got stroke proof, it's bulletproof glass. We did the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different, because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement. The law enforcement and working with the DC police, just spoke with the mayor, and when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. When you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. In Palm Beach, Florida, months after that, came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts, resolving our differences peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Conservatives, liberals, and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. We get everybody in the room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, was here, was likewise beautifully done. She was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help. He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. He lives in California. he's a sick person, a very sick person, and we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job with such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the media. And you've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say what's been out. You've been very responsible. So, John Lynch, I'd like to say a few words, and we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on, and we can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady for it was a rather traumatic experience for her. There's a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out. It's true that we wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell this day. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir. Because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on. They didn't know could there be probably a loan shooting. We'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And God bless, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst of the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident, given the conduct. But as you'll hear, it'll be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job. I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will need the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all ballistics that were found on scene, to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said rings no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here with the President, Vice President, that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been able to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership, Attorney General, Homeland Secretary Mullen. Thank you for your partnership with law
Jessica, please.
As you mentioned, it all happens so quickly. And I wonder, especially because fortunately we have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, to describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment.
That's a very good question, actually. It was totally shocking when something like this happened to me a little bit. And that never changes. The fact we're sitting right next to each other, first lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. It reached the area at all. They really got it. But so it was quite far away. It was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly. Other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. But we could have gotten any confess. Melania is very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, "It's bad noise." And we were whisked away along with other people. We were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, rather, so it was very quick. There was a lot of time to be thinking because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and got into an area. We very much wanted to very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we all held out to be there. We held out right till the end. They didn't want to take a chance, and I understand it was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or so. I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made of myself. So I have to say, I don't know if I can ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in New York Post that this assailant, Lassembo, is landed somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, I see assassinations. And I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much. They like it that way. And when you look at the people that either, whether it was an intent or successful, whatever, and they're very impactful people, take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country. And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer.
After Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink?
Yeah, well, then there's just some rules to it. It's not, I can't do that. I have to, it is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. He charged from 50 yards away. So he was very far away from me.
We saw a video of how fast
He was moving. He was really moving. And the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn. his apartment. He lives in California. And there'll be a good time. Thank you.
Suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allegedly have
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. You know, he was fighting hard. He was obviously, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that with a sick person? But I think you can find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're gonna know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that's wrong.
concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability. He saw several of the details take minutes to be escorted out.
No, they actually were. I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark, when you were I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain to me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. But believe me, because, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple more.
Indication that this shooting was going to be linked to in Iran.
I don't think so.
You, as well as some of us who covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the first lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening
I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only give great people that get the job. In my opinion, much better job than mine. We had a sniper concept within 4.2 seconds from the distance of about 400 yards. One shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do that, he's David. His name was David. To say hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, he doesn't hit him. And he hit him right between the eyes for 400 yards without any notice. Nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and it was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. He aimed, fired, and if he didn't do that, the other people would have been a lot more people. One great person, and two people who could have been there. But that was so essential. It was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot that you really should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly. And he was fast. He was running full blast. And they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. He hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed. And everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't open, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
For you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think in fact, just my look at some of my profession, there's great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is that he was a lone wolf, whack job. He's a crazy people. And they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt. As you know, he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, he serves 10 years or 15 years. You let him out, he'll probably try to get with somebody else. The sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, John, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of questions. Yeah, please go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
Concerned about everything. But I can't be so concerned that you can't function. Well, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. I tell the story. Race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily. They die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think boom said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't get that. Look, I'm here to do a job. And as part of the job, it is dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happening. We have a great country. Okay? I think the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year. And we're going to do great things, but with that come risks. No question about it.
There's been so much political violence, not just against yourself, but other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business? Yeah. Do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well, what else about it? Look at this great violence in all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South Americans, some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. Whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
This one?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now, leading the world in the military, the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. And everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon. And they've used it to mark where I was talking about. They would use it without even hesitation. You can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, 5 years, 4 years. They would say maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others and said, we have to take a little journey. I think to do this. We just had a great number. We just broke 50,000. It wasn't supposed to happen during winter. It wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year. And I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. We're going to have a nuclear weapon. We had the B-2 bombers. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as a leader of our country? Do you think it's changed?
I like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life considering, it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories when they become basket cases, to be honest. I'm not a basket case. I really take it as it is. I do it for the country. I'm not doing it for any others. I have a first lady who's doing a terrific job. She loves the country. And she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times. She said, you are in a dangerous job. But that goes along with her, too. It's dangerous for her, too. We sat there tonight. We heard that noise. It was either a train or I was hoping it was a train. It wasn't. And again, we had some great people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them. I just want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names, everything else. Most of I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. Appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You want to say something? One of the best things you want to give to the Lord whack job. It's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted. They can make trouble. I would say people, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best with the best people. Look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. It was like a blur. He was moving. They turned it. It was very impressive the way they got him. Because a lot of people would be looking and saying, it's like a week ago, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. It looked like Matt Dillon. It looked like somebody that knew what they were doing. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. If you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with that. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much.
Well, why don't you continue with your topic, Lizzie, and leave her on your soapbox?
Well, where do I begin? What do you mean? Yes, we're giving more money to our French allies. We are indeed. Pourquoi? Pour us. It's 162 million, that's what. In fact, the total amount that we have given to the French so far is going to be 1.3 billion. That's right, folks. And what for? They haven't even got their feet wet. And who's paying for this? Shall I tell you? Yeah, it's you and me and the panel. It's all our taxpayers' money that is paying for the French, and I don't understand. Because remember, Starmer said in the Rose Garden that we've got troubling times, they're really tough times ahead. Yet he seems to find the money to pay the French police. Even Trump has waded in to Starmer saying, you know what, you've got to get on top of those immigration policies or else you're toast. Well, I tell you, Starmer, you are toast. And if you give more to the French, well, I tell you what will happen. Rien, which means nothing.
Using the internet without a VPN, a virtual private network, is a bit like taking to the road without car insurance. All it takes is one unlucky moment to cost you a lot of cash. This video sponsor is Private Internet Access. They are the VPN to help keep you safe. Click the link in the description below to find out why over 30 million people have downloaded PIA to protect themselves online. A virtual private network is an app that hides your IP address and helps keep your data private. When you're browsing the internet at home, you give up a large amount of data to businesses, to shops, and indeed to social media giants too. Hackers have the ability to steal your personal data with ease, including sensitive information such as passwords, keystrokes, and even your personal photos. Private internet access helps protect your personal data by encrypting your internet connection to keep your data out of the hands of cyber criminals. And it's not just hackers either to be concerned about. Information can be censored too. When Canada passed their C18 bill, social media giants decided to ban news content on their platforms. But PIA can protect your ability to consume the news and content you love. Private internet access is available for Windows users, Mac OS, Android, Linux, iOS, and you can use one PIA subscription to protect an unlimited amount of devices. And we've got a huge GB News discount for you too. Click the link in this video's description and you'll get a massive 83% off PIA. That's under £2 a month, the price of a coffee, and you'll get an extra 4 months completely free on top. Also, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee too. Visit piavpn.com/GB News to start protecting yourself digitally today.
It's one of the ironclad rules of television that frog bashing is always good for ratings. No exception. And they deserve a good bashing of French because the money we've given them so far, it hasn't been anywhere near worth it. And no matter how much you give them, the fundamental problem remains that it is not in their interest to carry out this job. In other words, it's not in their interest to actually go the extra mile to stop these migrants crossing the channel because they don't want to keep them in their own country. They're very happy for the UK to deal with it. That's why there is a trade.
And just another thing, since Starmer's been in power, the boats crossing has gone up 45%. That's a huge amount. So what are the French doing with this money?
Well, we're hitting summertime now, so it's calmer waters, so that means more boats crossing. Yeah. The one in, one out deal, which is related to this, that's been a total disaster. People in government privately say so. People who work in the Home Office have said to me, this does not work. Funny enough, there are people in the Home Office who say, draw it back to the conversation we had about Herman, there are people in the office who say, you know what, the Refugee Convention, ECHR, we've actually got our hands tied here, and we're never going to be able to solve this properly unless we tackle those problems.
But what about the gimmicks? What happened to one in, one out? I mean, just a joke, smash the games. You couldn't even smash the one day.
After the one in, one out, under these deals with the French, they have stopped 42,000 migrants from crossing. That's better than the alternative, isn't it, Adam? They haven't stopped 42,000 with the one in, one out. They have 42,000. Yeah, over the lifetime of the deal since Rishi Sunak.
Yeah, that might be hard.
They're up hugely up.
Those numbers are very debatable, but the fact of the matter is, even if this was successful, it obviously hasn't been, people will find different ways to get into the country. So we heard the other day that people are coming from the Netherlands, for example, as opposed to coming from France. If you don't change the ECHR, the Human Rights Convention, or the Refugee Act, the fundamental barriers to solving this problem, then these people smugglers will just find new ways to get in.
Under his watch, over 70,093 have come over. We're only a small island. We're bursting at the seams. We can't keep going on like this.
But look, let's look into the actual detail of this deal, right? 100 million quid can be rejected or withdrawn if they actually don't succeed in getting journeys stopped. They're getting a removal centre finally in Dunkirk, focusing on the top 10 migrants of the top 10 origins for where illegal migrants are coming. But drones, camera systems, helicopters, police officers on the beaches trained in riot control. I mean, this has to be, I think, actually, as we've been covering on this channel, been taking her time with this, she's been trying to get the best deal for this country. I think we give her a good crack.
No, she's stitching us up, and the French can see a weak government. Let me tell you, the French know their onions.
The French coastline is somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000 miles long. Do you think if they monitor those top 10 spots, the people smugglers aren't smart enough to go, you know what, we'll find an 11th spot?
I'd actually clarify top 10 origin countries, i.e. people from Eritrea, Somalia.
The point remains that you're not going to solve this problem by tinkering around the edges of policies like that.
This is exactly what I've been saying, right? That you need a whole system approach. That's what this government has been committed to. And these ideas that you come up with, these silver bullets,
you mean the silver bullet that works in Australia?
Beware of politicians who tell you that there's an easy solution, and if only they drive the easy solution.
It's an easy principle which is moderately difficult to implement, which is if you make it so unappealing to this country, people will stop coming. It is that simple in terms of the principle. How you do that, moderately difficult. But start with getting rid of accommodation, start with getting rid of benefits, and make sure that you have offshore detention and processing, and you tell them that if you try and get to this country by a dinghy, you will never, ever stay in the United Kingdom.
Well said, and Will is completely right. It happened in Australia. It worked. Why can't it work? We have to do something.
The reason it
They
worked.
have to go back. They're coming over illegally.
The reason recently showed the reason it worked in Australia was the repulsion of the small boats, not any other policy. Anyway, Trey, you haven't said anything. It was surprisingly quiet. Do you want to come in?
Do you know what I think? You know, if we ever do have a reform government, I
I think we're going to be sat having the same stage. I think actually
Nigel will make a
something done about the books, but I don't think it's easy to do. And I think Shabana Mahmood is trying to do something, at least something.
She's on tour.
Well,
She's on tour.
something, at least.
What if she's
Well, my God. We are going to talk about that after the break, aren't we, Adam? We sure